up their mouth.
That was a lot. It's gonna be a day.
Something to say. He's running, you see. Not a fist, not a threat, not a sword. He's running, you see.
What's up, folks?
Just a word, just a word, just a word.
Oh my God, I'm sick today, and I didn't get much sleep. It's gonna be a rough day, and I'm unsupervised.
He's running, you see, from the most harmless things that could ever be. He's running, you see, he's running, you see. Just syllables floating, but John disagrees. He's running, you see. Someone said, actually, I think he's running, you see. Gone before they could even blink. He's running, you see. A sentence formed somewhere nearby. He's running, you see. Big John spread his arms and learned to fly.
It's true. No timestamps today. This freaking Superman hair won't stay.
He's running, you see. He's running, you see. From the most harmless things that could ever be. He's running, you see. He's running, you see. Just syllables floating, but John disagrees. He's running, you see.
Just gonna do something
Not a
completely
bullet,
forgot. Oh, that's
not a blade. He's running, you see. Just an opinion somebody made. He's running, you see. No blood, no wound, not even a bruise. He's running, you see. Just a person with a different view. He's running, you see. His mama called to say, I love you, dear. He's running, you see. The word hello filled him with fear. He's running, you see. A period dropped at the end of a thought. Hey, hey. He's running, you see. The bravest race that was never fought. He's running, you see. He's running, you see. He's running, you see. From words, just words, only words. He's running, you see.
What's up, folks? How is everyone doing today? Make sure you smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you need to do to make sure we get out to the people that we need to get out to. Again, I am sick. I just came out of the blue. I get sick a lot. You guys notice that? It feels like every other month I'm sick. Now, it could be the fact that I just never get any good sleep. It's also a little colder today. I might have to go change into pants instead of shorts. The temperature won't even make up its mind. So I'm sick. I didn't get much sleep because I was sick, which was like a whole thing. And because of that, I'm really like, meh. Yeah, just like, That's how I feel today. That's how I feel. Just awful. Jesus never existed. Wow. What an original argument. You know how many vitamins I take a day? This is chock full of vitamins. Just this alone. And then I have like, how many pills do I take a day? That is like filled with vitamins. All right, I have a multivitamin. I have a whole bunch of D3s, B3s. I take about 15 pills a day or so. I don't know. Probably not 15. I don't count them. It's just vitamins. I'm full unk, bro. I'm full unk. Like, this is what happens. This is what happens to your body. Years of jiu-jitsu. This has got creatine and electrolytes. And I'm going to drink that, and then I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. And then I'm really going to have to pee. That's usually why I have to run to the bathroom because I take a lot of liquid in the early morning. Oh, you're not joking. You're not joking. That big gulp was for all the people that complain for me drinking and eating on the lives. It's not going to stop. Not going to stop. I'm here for 4 hours straight. You guys expect me not to have a little sippy sip? A little sippy sip? Bro, do you get up to pee at night? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. That happens. That's got to suck for you. You got to get up pee at night and you got to get up and like roll into your wheelchair and then roll over to the washroom and then roll out of your wheelchair and then roll back in and then roll back to bed and roll out. Probably a whole ordeal. You probably like, screw it. Just pee the bed. That's what I would do. That's what I do. I'm officially more I don't get up to pee at night. Never once. Never once. Wait, you guys get up to pee? Fresh, you're late. Fresh is going to join us in the little box today, and if he does a good job, we might consider him for the big box. That's why we're doing Muslims today. Fresh is like, I really, really love talking to Muslims. They're so great individuals, wonderful people to speak to. And I was like, well, listen, man, if you think they're wonderful people to speak to, we'll allow you to speak to the Muslims. Isn't that right? That's how that conversation went, right?
That's exactly how it went. In fact, I think that they are the best people to talk to. They always have the best takes.
100% the best takes. All right, folks, we need 20,000 likes before we start taking guests, and we need, I got to do the dono bar today. Dang it. So much work without Abby. So much work. I don't even know how to log into the dono bar. How do I do that? Stream something. Yeah. Stream Elements. Stream Elements is what we use for the dono bar. My goodness gracious. Abby, you could do it. You could do it. You listen, Abby, you could do it from your phone. You could do it all from your phone. I don't see why not. Oh my goodness. Oh, stupid websites. Stupid website. I have to do everything today. This is not good. All right, there's the dono bar. Edits. What?
You said you use Stream Elements?
For just the dono bar.
Mm.
Okay. There it is. There it is. All right, guys. And then we need at least $50. At least $50 before we get going. At least smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you need to do. Because again, today we're coming off of a ban, so we're probably shadow bans. That text is being cut off. That's the worst part about TikTok is like you get the text all lined up and then it just like cuts off. Can y'all read that?
It's centered for me, but it's usually different when you're on the panel.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
There it is. It begins. Yes, it does begin. It does begin. Also, where are we? For everybody who does it.
They're sending us out to the comment section.
Shorts chat is now live.
The trenches with no protection. Where reason dies and chaos reigns. The shorts chat battlefield where nothing remains. We
like button smash. Thank you. I have no coin to toss. You don't have $1 in your pocket? You don't have $1? For the grift. Money, 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 money. I got you.
This is where good souls We're going to the shorts chat where souls go to die. Moderating madness, saying our last goodbye.
The song's doubled for you?
We won't make it back.
Is it doubled for everybody watching on TikTok? Does the song double for you guys? Not centered, G. Dog. Is it for everyone? I just might turn the music off for you.
Just me.
Just for you. Okay. There we go. Okay, it was just you. So you'll just have to live with it then. You'll just have to live with it. Fine for you. Yeah, let's just really annoy Bueller today, right? We'll play all the songs. No, I'm not gonna do that. We just play every possible song all at once and just watch you crash out. All right, guys, smash the like button, share live, do things you need to do. We need 20,000 likes before we start taking guests. At least 50 in the super chat. I'll have to update it periodically. Just a couple dollars each will feed this poor soul in the arms of the angels. Thank you. We are a charity case up in here. We are begging for money online. Please, sir. Please, sir. Please, I need your money. Give me your money. Give me all your money. Give me your money. I need your money. Thank you. You got me. Well, it's $2. But thank you. Just money, please. That's all we need here. Okay. Just need a little money. All right. Enough of that.
Fund the business church.
The business. Yeah. Amen. All right. Okay. Where are we at? $0.20. Stop crying. I will not stop crying. That's what I do for a living. I cry for a living. I go online, I cry, and people watch. People watch me cry.
And he's sick today, so extra crying.
Extra crying. Well, that's why I wanted you. That's why I gave you. That's why I said you want to come up today. I'm hoping you'll run the show so I could just sit here.
I'll try.
What's a carrot's favorite exercise? Karate. You know, it's the fact that you give money behind it that makes it tolerable. But like, if it wasn't, I might have to ban you for that one. I might have to do that. Somebody claim the other $1. I'm only giving one. That says 2.
It says 2 again.
Yeah, it's 2. You guys are saying you're only giving 1, but it's 2 are showing up. Is that why I never get as much as YouTube promised me? Is that what's happening? Is that literally what's going on?
YouTube claims the other one. Baby shark.
Baby shark. That's going to be stuck in my head now. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Guys, if you're watching on TikTok, you should be smashing the like button. Get it done. Smash. Smash the like button. Let's go. Let's get to work. 20,000 likes. That's all we need. That's not much. Literally the easiest job in the world. Just I've done that myself for Jordan alone. Fresh is joining today. Next up will be Funky. That's the evolution of this stuff. We're
taking over, you see?
Yeah. Where are you at with evolution? I see zero observable evidence. Evidence, that's a hard word. Yeah, so I'm still agnostic. I haven't looked at it at all, and no one's provided me any sufficient argument to believe that it's true. It's all a lot of great storytelling. We have this somewhere over there. Look at the bones, see? I'm like, okay, show me the bones. And like, you could look it up. And I look it up, and then there's no bones. There's pictures of bones. Do you think Rick will be back? Well, one day, I hope so, but hopefully not today. We don't need any Philbro stuff to start off the live. John has an Orthodox co-host today, so obviously he's an Orthodoxy. You see? It's not like I have a freaking, I don't even know, Pentecost pastor is my main co-host most of the time.
If we go by the co-host, John is speaking in tongues.
And then also Jordan's pretty much Catholic now, so there's that.
I know.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me sad a little bit, but I understand.
Are you gonna treat him as anathema now?
No.
It was all about the Floquay. That's what got him. That's what literally got him, was the Floquay.
I know. I want to talk to him about it, but one day.
You wanna debate Jordan? Good luck.
No, I just want to talk to him. I don't want to debate him. That's silly. I'll end up Catholic.
You're not. You probably would, yeah. Jordan, Jordan's. I know Jordan's system. I'm not gonna say nothing now. But I know his system. I know how he could be defeated. What denomination is Lil Jon? It's Pentecost. He's a Pentecost youth pastor. Pastor, quote unquote. 20K likes before we bring up guests. Amen. We're at 6,000, which is trash. Absolute trash. Absolute trash. Submit to Rome. It's Wome. Not Rome.
It's Wome.
It's Wome. Submit to Wome. 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 Submit to Wome.
Who created God? What a question.
They got me. Got me. Time to leave. Time to leave Christianity. That's it. I'm cooked. I'm cooked, guys. I never thought about that. Wow, what an interesting, deep thought. Wow, if God created everything, who created God? Holy
6,000 years of theology gone.
Yeah, wow, man. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. We just throw out Christianity and just presuppose an eternal turtles all the way down, I guess. Turtles all the way down. That just makes the most sense. We just say infinite chain of... Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to accept God. I'm just going to say it's an infinite chain of gods. God and has a God, has a God, has a God, has... It just goes on ad infinitum. Still a better basis than atheism.
I agree.
Infinite chains of God. Your God poops, you see? Your God poops.
Infinite chains of poops, actually.
Infinite chains of poops. Infinite regressive poops. Why you got a grift for the business church, bro? Well, it's simple. It's really easy. When I go to my bank and I say, Jesus loves you, they say, that's fine. You still got to pay your mortgage. And I say, well, damn, I spent all my life, doing apologetics and nobody wants to pay me for doing it. So how am I supposed to pay me damn mortgage? And they say, I don't know, bro, get out your house. And I said, dang, all right, well, I guess I got to quit apologetics and get a normal ass job. But then, you guys won't be entertained and then you complain. And so I did the normal ass job and then I sadness. And then I came back here and y'all like, we'll give you money if you stick around. I'm like, fine, I'll pay my mortgage. Yeah. So that's how we ended here. That's how we ended up here.
Funky is offended.
Funky's offended. Why? What do you say?
What do you mean no one wants to pay you?
Oh my God. Yeah. No, it's a weird thing. It's like everybody wants free entertainment, but they don't expect that, people actually have to get up and entertain them. And it's like, you should do it for free, you see?
Dance, monkey.
Dance. Well, we hit the goal over on the dono bars. Thank you guys for that. Well, now we're just waiting on TikTok to actually hit that 20,000 likes. You're halfway there, guys. I still need to put that in there. So there's a few things I need to add to my list of buttons. I got to do, are you not entertained? That's one of them. And what was the other one I wanted to add? Do you remember?
No.
There was another one I wanted to add. It was, are you not entertained? And then another one. Just do 8 hours of work, 8 hours of stream, and 8 hours of sleep. There you go. Logic. That's logic. YouTube just bested TikTok. Usually does. I thought you Canadians always get free stuff. That's what the liberals tell me. Oh yeah. So much free stuff. Free. I got dental care.
Someone's paying for it.
Yeah, I got dental care coverage in Canada, and I still have to pay. So I walk in, it's like, oh yeah, we'll cover you for this amount, but you got to pay the rest. And then I was like, okay, cool. And they're like, also, so that covered this part, but now you got to go get fillings done, and we're not going to cover that because you already used all your credits. So it's like, that's nice.
Yeah,
that
you can
I
go
got
next
some
year.
done. Yeah, I can go next year. Yeah, get that done. But that's all fine and dandy. It's like, oh, you get dental care? Yeah, but you know what else I get? Almost half my wages taken. Like literally.
Yes.
Literally.
Like 43%.
It's insane. Oh, here we go again. Cooked by Alex O'Connor, by the way. I feel like we have to do the speech every day. Yes. I agree. Me and you are on the same page. I was cooked by Alex O'Connor. It's fine. Life happens. We continue. We move on with life. Alex O'Connor roasted me over an open fire and then took me out for dinner afterwards. What a gentleman.
couldn't even wine and dine you first, huh?
No, he wined and dined me after. Wine and dined me after. It was a public display too. My goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. Yeah. No, we all went for dinner. He didn't take me over. He didn't pay. I pay for my own dinner. Actually, I think Than bought me dinner. So Than wine and dined me. Yeah, I think he bought me dinner that day. Yeah, take L's in life, John 2026. Hey, that's life, man. You take L's and you just keep moving forward. You just keep moving forward. What gets me is all the people who take L's and just never admit it. Just never admit it. It's like, oh yeah, you know what? There's sometimes you guys take L's and you get cooked and you just never admit it. They never admit it. All right, where are we at? We have 14,000 likes. We need 5,000 more, ladies and gentlemen. 5,000 more.
I swear most of these are mine.
There you go. You're putting in work. Than comforted me afterwards. He held me. It's not wrong. This is not wrong. There was a moment where Than comforted me because I was like sitting there. I'm like, bro, when this gets dropped, my whole career is over. I'm cooked. And Than's like, no, I got you, bro. I got you. There was a moment like that. I pay 40% income tax in the States, but I'm a white male with no children. Really? In the States? That's quite a bit. Yeah. There's a lot. I'm literally the best, not one L. Yeah, actually, I haven't seen you take an L, Funky. Every debate I've seen you had on Modern Day Debate, you've took nothing but W's. Nothing but W's. I really cannot wait for you to actually step up and start doing your thing. Cook John and then bought him a meal. Alex O'Connor tossed a coin to the grifter in a way.
He did.
Weird how God never heals amputees or Down syndrome. Gabe, you want to talk about that?
I was just going to say, Gabe, you should come up.
Bro, your career took off after that. I'm here because of that L. That's true. Gabe actually found this channel because of the Alex O'Connor debate. So like there is God uses whatever he wants, man. Whatever he wants, right? I would go back and take that L every day of the week to get Gabe in here as a moderator. He's one of the best. One of the best.
Agreed.
All right, what are we at? 17,000. My guys, you are slacking today. Or you're slacking. You're slacking. We're coming off of a ban, so we really need your help to make sure that we get out of that shadow ban realm. I'm reading Cade Keener's book on miracles today. Read it, dude. I've tried to, but the dude is extremely boring. That's one of my main issues with a lot of these books, these scholarly books, is that they're so freaking boring. And then some people actually try to spice it up a little bit and make it more interesting, but then they forget to mention like their sources, and then they're no good either. I point people to Discord more so. Yeah. Bro, I watched this Alex O'Connor video. It was Gine? What is Gine? What does that mean? Gotta make sure you get banned again. That's your goal? You want to get me banned again? Wow, what a good goal for you. Have I read Dr. William Lane Craig's work on various subjects? I've listened to Dr. William Lane Craig's work on a lot of subjects. I've listened to him speak. It was fine. Listen, don't try to play it. Yeah, I've listened to a lot of his speeches, a lot of his things, and I've read Philosophical Foundation for a Christian Worldview. I read a good portion of that, like probably the majority of that, but oh my God, another guy that is so boring. That is so boring. Trying to read through that was like pulling teeth.
Have you ever read like St. Maximus or St. John of Damascus?
I'm getting there. Like I'm starting at, I'm going from the earliest church fathers and just moving my way down. I want to see what they started to believe, as if they had progressive beliefs or if they just kind of all believe the same thing continuously.
Maximus is a hard one to read for the same. I don't know if it's like boring, but he's very like, I don't know, always using big words and explaining things in the most in-depth way that you kind of lose yourself. You gotta read it 6 times.
Yeah, I heard that when Jordan and Nick both tackled Maximus at the same time, and that's what they did. They just complained about how hard he was to read. Have you read him?
Yeah.
John,
I'm currently reading some of him right now.
John, remember the first few guests will likely try to frustrate and piss you off to get that ban. Maybe. That's why you got Fresh here. That's why we got Fresh here. So
I'm a crash out.
Don't crash out. Don't get me banned, bro. Don't get me banned. Don't get me banned. All right. We got them 20,000 likes, guys. If you also want to join, we have a link pinned in the bio for the shorts and in YouTube. So if you're watching on there, that's the ability to join as well. And for everybody watching on TikTok, you know where to join. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This one's all yours.
Oh,
Hey, hello, how are you? Just real quick, hold on, slow down.
he's already crashing out.
Slow down. I need you to state your name, or not your name, but just your age for TikTok.
36.
All right.
36.
All right. Now, can you tell everybody how you changed your name to 4chan Atheist because of me? I want that credit. I know you did it because of me.
Nope, I have many accounts.
Yeah, but
this one
you picked because of me. Because of
TikTok Atheist.
Because I labeled
Which one do you want?
You never used that name until I labeled you as the 4chan Atheist and made a video about you, and then you wore it as a badge of honor. And I respect that. I respect that hustle.
No, actually, you got it wrong. It's the Angry Reddit Atheist.
No, I labeled you the 4chan.
You got it backwards.
4chan. Was it 4chan? No,
But
Reddit.
anyways, you should
Reddit.
stop
No, it's the
worshiping
Reddit
Jesus.
one. Reddit one. You're right.
I told you that it's the Reddit one.
No,
the
you're
Angry
right.
Reddit
You're right.
one.
I apologize. You're right. You're 100% right. Just before you go, when people are acting like Drax, you should write your argument on a sticky note and then tear it up, and you could say, "I destroyed."
Anyways, you should stop worshiping Jesus because it gives you brain rot to the point that you cannot accept evolution, and you call an atheist Tiny Daddy. Would you like to, refresh everybody how you call Tiny Daddy?
I did call him Daddy. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now what?
Would you like to refresh how you're okay with being his bitch?
Yeah, that doesn't follow. Make the argument.
Yeah, you're like, yeah. You called him a bitch, and then you're the bitch of the bitch, so you're the bigger bitch.
Yeah, make the argument.
Yeah, I just did.
How?
That wasn't an argument.
No.
Yeah, you called him a bitch.
Yeah.
Then since you're the bitch, you called him daddy. You would be the bitch of a bitch, so you would be a bigger bitch. So
Yeah, how does that follow?
I just did. I guess I explained it.
Again, how's that follow?
It would make him his son.
Bitch.
Yeah, daddy would make him his son, but I don't understand how you get from son
No,
to...
he actually called him a bitch first. He called
Yeah,
Tiny
that-
a bitch. So
Actually,
Yeah, that's fine, but then that means that would make John a son of a B, right? But not...
I love how also my whole debate with Tiny, like I had a huge debate and just absolutely wrecked him. And the only thing he posted was that little
the
part.
one that wrecked
That little
you got
part.
wrecked. That's
That's
why
the
you
only.
called him
That's
daddy.
like the only part that he posted.
You got
Because
his
like
back-
it became
you
like
got your back
became like a rhetoric thing where it was like, oh yeah,
you're the one that has to be behind the paywall.
I'm not gonna engage unless you like do it in a specific way. And he's like, I'm not gonna talk to you unless you call me daddy. I was like, all right, I'll call you daddy. All right. So I called him daddy.
No, actually, that never happened. He didn't. He didn't. You just called him daddy out of nothing.
Oh,
which was funny.
Just for the funs and kicks and giggles.
Yeah, you called him daddy out of nothing.
Okay.
Like that.
All right. Now what?
Let's go to the next part. You should stop worshiping Jesus because it gives you brain rot to the point that you cannot accept evolution.
Okay.
So what is evolution?
Yeah. Great. So why should I accept evolution?
Because it's humanity's strongest theory backed by a mountain of peer-reviewed study. Okay. And it disproves your garbage religious ideology that claims that all humans and all human animals come from the single parent.
So you just said it's backed by a whole bunch of studies. Okay.
Science.
Yeah.
It's backed by the fossil record, by the genetic record,
which study?
Record.
Which study? Which science? What has convinced you of evolution?
Okay, so would you like a DOI number?
Would I like what?
Yeah, would you like a DOI number?
A what?
Would you like a DOI number?
You're speaking so fast that like I have no idea.
Would you like a DOI number?
A DOI? What's a DOI number?
It's a study. It's a peer-reviewed study that demonstrates.
What's the name of the study?
Evolution is both fact and theory. You can find it. It's PMC. Evolution is both fact and theory. It is submitted to the National Institute of Health.
Is both fact and theory. Okay. Study.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Let's find it.
Yes. It is submitted to the National Library of Medicine. And in the beginning, in the abstract,
okay, just
evolution is
hold on. You need to slow down, my friend. Hold on. Is it this?
No.
Oh.
It's in the National Institute
I looked
of Health.
up evolution is both fact and theory study.
Okay.
Where this one?
Well, I could barely see, but if it's there we go. There we go. Yes. So look, if you read it up front, evolution is both a fact and a theory.
Okay.
Evolution is widely observable in laboratory and natural populations as they change over time. The fact that we need annual flu vaccines is one example of observable evolution. At the same time, evolutionary theory explains more than observation of the succession of the fossil record. Hence, evolution is also the scientific theory that embodies biology, including all organisms and their characteristics.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So there you go.
There's only one problem, though. Testimony is not evidence.
It's not testimony.
Well, I don't see anything else but testimony in this paper. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, wait. Maybe you're right. Maybe there's a mistake. The fact that we need annual flu vaccines is one example of observable evolution.
I haven't taken an annual flu vaccine.
Okay.
Maybe that's why I get sick.
Are you a product of reproduction? Are you a product of reproduction?
Am I a product of reproduction? Did my parents produce me?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Are you an exact copy of your mom and dad?
No.
Were there mutations when they did the Dance with No Pants to make you?
Were there mutations? How would I know?
There are, because anytime there's
just you saying there are. How do you know?
Because anytime reproduction happens, there's always mistakes. Those little mistakes are
How
called
do you know
mutations.
that they're mistakes?
And those mutations, because they're not an exact copy. They're variations.
Isn't that
Well,
like?
how do you know it was
isn't
meant
that-
to be an exact
yeah.
copy?
Yeah, good question, Bueller.
Because that is what reproduction is.
Where do we ever see an exact copy when anything reproduces? Any animal.
Wait. Anything or life? Because evolution only talks about how life changes via reproduction.
Well, we're obviously talking about any animal, right? That's what I said. Those are the words that came out of my face hole.
No, it would be organisms. So now you have a mistake, because evolution applies to all life. All life includes anything.
Yeah, all life is
single-cellular
anything that's
and
animated. That's animals.
All
Anything
life-
animated.
No. Animals are part of a kingdom.
No, anything
that includes
animated.
life. Plants
What?
are life. Archaea is life. Bacteria is life. I don't know what pastor, preacher, seminarian lied to you and told you
The
otherwise.
mitochondrial is the powerhouse of the cell.
So you're wholly unprepared to have a conversation. This is why you should stop sucking up vor.
Bro, why are you
What?
freaking out?
Yeah, you should stop sucking up vor.
How's that even a thing? I barely talk to Vor.
Yeah, you talked to him, and specifically when equality is the goal came up, and you said, "Oh, now I'm agnostic to the theory of evolution." When I've spoken to you
It
before, and you
actually
accepted
it
evolution.
wasn't Vor. It wasn't Vor that made me agnostic.
It was vor. It was totally vor.
No, it was Jim Bob.
It was Jim Bob. Yeah, it was Jim Bob that made me agnostic.
No, it was vor. I remember that. I even have it written down here in my notes. It was vor.
Yeah, but
your
that's,
brain
but that's
specifically
just
because
yeah, but
John came up.
Hold on. That's just your testimony. Testimony is not evidence.
You're right. I do have a recording of that, but I would have to look
Play
for
it.
that one. Nope, it's in my fucking phone. The phone that I'm using at the moment to record you at the moment.
Watch your naughty mouth. My goodness gracious, you didn't have like good manners evolved into you.
Wait, what? You think manners actually get passed on from generation to generation?
If evolution is true, why not?
Yeah, that is not what evolution says.
Why?
So again, you have a misunderstanding of what evolution actually is. So
Correct. That's correct. I do
let's
have a
define
misunderstanding.
evolution.
Yeah, hold on.
This is
hold
from
on.
campus biology, since you have a
slow down.
misunderstanding.
You gotta slow down. Listen, I know your parents didn't hug you as a child, but you gotta slow down. All right, so
Well, yeah, they taught me evolution. Yeah, they did teach me evolution. That's what they did.
Hold on.
Because they're medical professionals,
Slow
right?
down. Would you please slow down? Like,
I'm sorry that yours were not. I'm
Take a
sorry
breath.
that you were born in an abortion hospital.
I was born in an abortion hospital. What?
What?
Isn't that a paradox?
What color is your fedora?
You were also born in an abortion hospital, and what else?
Hold on. Would you just okay? Yes, it's correct. I don't know anything about evolution. That's correct. You're 100% right.
Okay, then I'm teaching you. I'm
Yeah,
schooling
okay.
you at the moment.
Yeah, teach
Which
me.
is the process of biological change. Every species accumulate
How do you
differences
know?
from their ancestors as they adapt to different environments over time.
Yeah, that's a hell of a story. How do you know that? How do you know it's true?
Because we could see it in the fossil record, we could see it in the
Where?
genetic record,
Where's
we
the
could see it in
fossil
the
record?
endogenous record. Where's the fossil record? Depends on what you're talking
Everybody
about.
just
Are you
says,
talking
look
about
at the fossil record. I've tried to. I can't find it. Show me this fossil record of yours.
Yeah, there's part of it would be in the Smithsonian Museum. It's all
Okay,
around
so
the
how
world.
do I
We
go
have
see
fossil
it? How do I go see it?
Let's see.
Did you go see it?
Smithsonian
Did you
Museum.
go look at the fossil record?
Let's see. Yeah, I've gone to museums. I used
No,
to go
but
to
did you?
museums when I was a
I
child.
went to museums too.
So
man, but did you
anyways,
go look at the fossil record?
Yeah. Okay. So, anyways,
Well,
you have
hold
to
on. Why are
take a
you
flight
running
to
from
New
this
York
question?
City.
Did you go look at the fossil
Well,
record?
I thought you were confused. I thought you were confused. You didn't know how to get to the Smithsonian Museum.
It's a
You
simple
said-
question. Hold on.
I'm waiting for the proof from guest that Christianity and evolution are incompatible in all forms.
Oh, don't open that gate. He's not going to shut up. All right. So, anyways, yeah. Did you look at the fossil record?
Yeah, like I said, I've gone to these museums myself.
Okay, so you went to a
So, yes,
museum. You went to a
absolute-
museum, and they showed you all the bones that proved evolution. Because as far as I know, listen, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, museums don't actually put most of their bones on display. They put up like copies of
Not
what they
always.
think it would look like. That there's
Not
a word,
always.
Yeah, there's a word that I use there. Most.
Okay, why does it need to be most?
Okay, so what did you look at that proved the fossil record or proved
Do you
proved
believe?
evolution?
Do you believe the Earth is round?
Yes, I think the Earth's round. Why did you look at that proved
Have you
evolution?
traveled all around the world to verify that the Earth is round?
No, I'm just making an educated guess. What did you see that proved evolution?
Okay, so then we have more than an educated guess. I've seen the fossils of a specific hominoids or different human species, and I can see the.
Okay, so what did you see specifically?
Changes.
Exact like details.
Yeah.
Give me the description that proved evolution.
Yeah, the progression of the
Guest, I hate
skeletons,
you.
how they
You
change.
are actually making me miss the Muslims.
I'm sorry that you failed.
Okay, so you're
basic
giving
high school
like
biology.
a vague
I'm
reference.
sorry that your
You're giving
education
like a-
system failed you
you're giving-
because of
yeah,
MAGA
listen.
and the lack.
Listen,
I'm
you're-
sorry that my
you're
education
giving-
system is.
Bro, he
better than
wasn't
yours.
educated by MAGA. He's older than 6.
Anyways, you're giving like this vague reference of I saw the change. What did you see? Specifics, very detailed specifics on how you know it and it proved evolution. What did you see?
Well, I would need to show you the skeletons right in front of you.
Listen,
that way you can see
I
it.
just need you to tell me what you saw. I just want to know what convinced you. What is your justification?
Yeah, the skeletons. We have a progression of the skeletons.
Okay, but what specifically did you see? Specifics.
The skeletons.
That's
You're
not a
talking about
specific.
What about them?
The skeleton.
That's not a
For
specific.
example, do you think that
Yeah,
if one thing has a square head and our heads are more rounded, that square head is not a human, but in fact our ancestor? Is that what you're saying that you've seen?
What? That makes no sense at all. Nowhere that humans have square heads.
My goodness, bro. Rhetoric maxing.
So
Maybe you should get
you
better
looked at the
questions and
bones.
stop strawmanning
You
evolution.
looked at okay. Hold on. You looked at the bones here.
But you can't straw
You
man
looked at the
questions.
bones over here. What did you see that made you believe in evolution?
Yeah, we could see a progression, and evolution just talks about small phenotypic changes happening.
Specifically, you're giving me like vague references to the ether. Like we could see a progression. What did you see progress?
Okay, so okay, fine. Let's go back. What is evolution? Could
Oh
you
my
define
God.
it right back to me?
Oh my goodness gracious!
Yeah, define evolution right back
Do
to
you
me.
not know
What
how to
did you
engage in
see?
a conversation?
What did you see
Yeah,
that
okay,
convinced
so,
you of evolution?
I feel like you have a misunderstanding of what evolution actually is. So define it right back to me.
You
I
said
already defined it twice.
you said that you looked at the fossil record, which showed progressive change over time. Did you not say that?
Yes.
Okay, so what
Do we
did
see
you
progressive
see?
change over time with the skeletons?
Great. So what did you see?
Have you seen
What
skeletons of
progressed?
specific hominids? The skeletons.
What
you know
progressed?
how we come from arboreal species? We used to be arboreal, and now we became more.
This
you
is
know,
so
we're now on the
hugely
ground.
and vague, and it covers like a huge aspect of things. Give me a very specific detail of what progressed from bone A to bone B.
Our stature,
Again, very vague.
our hands.
Again, super
You know,
vague.
we used to be on the trees. Wait, you think my foot is the same as the foot from a chimpanzee?
I have no clue, man. You're the one trying to bring up the details.
Okay, so-
I said,
okay,
listen,
so-
hold on. Let me finish. I said, I don't know about this. Educate me, inform me. And so I'm simply asking
Okay.
for the details and the information of what has convinced you of evolution. And so far, all you said is, look at the bones.
Yes. Look at the skeletons. I didn't say look
What
at the
about
bones. I
them?
Look at the skeletons. You see a progression of the change of how
What is progressing?
our ancestors, our body parts,
Wow. Which body part?
our skulls,
Okay, how did
Actually,
the
you know
skull
what, let me
change?
see.
Bro, no way you're
Skulls.
bringing the skulls after trying to talk down on me about the skulls. This is kind of crazy, bro.
Yeah, but you said it was square skulls, right? So look, I guess I can turn my camera on. That way I can show you
Oh, my
the
head's pretty
progression of
square.
skulls. See? Look, let's look at this right here. Oh, come on. Go on. Why is my screen black? Okay.
What do you got against blacks?
You
No.
see how Australopithecus afarensis looks different than Homo erectus? Homo erectus looks different than Homo neanderthalis and Homo sapiens.
That's just a
You
drawing,
see, this is
bro.
a progression.
Those aren't bones. That's a drawing.
Yeah, it's a
I
drawing.
can draw that.
Demonstrating what?
I can
Yeah.
draw that.
Wait, you could draw Homo. Okay, draw Australopithecus afarensis. Go ahead.
I don't know what that is. But I'm just saying, that's just a
Well,
drawing.
you said you could draw it.
Yes, I can. What
Well,
is physically
Okay, I'm
stopping me
not
from
going to
drawing it?
fly out to the Smithsonian Museum to show you the bones like right in front of me.
So
in the
literally
camera.
pictures.
You have to pay me for that.
Pictures, a drawing. He showed me a drawing. Show me a drawing of 4 different
Yeah,
skulls and assumed evolution. Got it.
So, I mean, yeah, we see progression. We see small phenotypic changes happen over time. These are just, you know, some of the skeletons we found.
you're
We have
convinced
just a
that-
lot
yeah,
more
listen,
in
man.
between.
That's on you. If you want to be convinced of speciation because of 4 drawings of a skull, you go for it. All power to you.
Because the entire fossil record, genetic record, endogenous retrovirus is multiple scientific disciplines dependent upon understanding of evolution. Yeah.
And Brussels
Like, for
sprouts.
example, medicine.
And Brussels sprouts, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait. Fresh Brewer, would you like to explain to me Brussels sprouts? Since you've actually heard my conversation.
No, you're the
about Brussels
you're the one who has had this conversation with me many times, bro, about Brussels sprouts.
You guys know
sprouts.
each
Okay,
other?
so do you understand? You understand that the wild mustard seed, Brassica oleracea, is the ancestor of 6 different plants, right?
And that proves evolution and not adaptation. Cool.
That is actually evolution via artificial selection because humans selectively breeded Brassica oleracea.
Yeah, so that's not evolution.
Plants. Wait. What's evolution? Please define that right back to me.
But how is it evolution if humans did it? Humans
That
caused
would
it.
be evolution via artificial selection because humans were the ones that selected for specific genes.
Yeah, bro.
Brussels
That's-
sprouts don't wear jeans.
Right. That's a mechanism of the theory of evolution. Brassica oleracea.
That humans
Just
do.
like, humans specifically choosing specific genes. That is artificial
wearing
selection.
shorts.
That's the definition of
eugenics.
artificial selection. That could be also eugenics, correct? Artificial selection. Just like, we domesticated dogs. Domestication is artificial selection. If you believe in domestication, you believe in evolution.
So your argument is this. I just want to be clear. If you can domesticate a dog, evolution is true. We domesticated dogs, therefore evolution is true.
That's a straw man of what evolution actually is.
Well, that's why I asked you. Is this your argument? You said, because you literally just said, if you believe in domesticating dogs, you believe in evolution.
If you believe in domestication of dogs, you believe in evolution. Well, that is one of the mechanisms of evolution, which would be artificial selection.
Yeah, but so is my
So
is
you
that your
necessarily
argument?
have to believe in evolution because that is not necessarily my argument.
Okay, well, can you try again? Because so far I haven't been convinced.
Okay, fine. Well, since you want to be a Philbro about it, if a population has genetic variation,
It's literally not
individuals
even
possess
Philbro.
different heritable traits. Yeah, this is definitely Philbro because
How's
you
that
want to be
Philbro?
Philbro about it. So,
So he's not convinced.
Because
Try
it's-
again. That's not Phil, bro. He's not telling you to restate your argument.
that's an argument. Yeah, that's an argument of incredulity. If you're not convinced, therefore it's not true. That's an argument of
I
incredulity.
didn't say it wasn't true. I said I'm not convinced. I'm agnostic.
Yeah, basically you're not convinced that evolution is true. So you're agnostic.
Yeah, so I'm not saying it's false.
You're either one way
I'm
or the
saying
other.
I'm not convinced.
Yeah, basically saying I don't believe in evolution.
I said I'm not convinced of evolution.
Yeah.
I'm agnostic.
It's the same
I'm
thing as saying
indifferent.
I don't believe in
know.
evolution.
I don't know if it's true. Could be true. Could be false. I don't know. So far, all arguments I've ever been given about evolution is look at the bones.
Yeah, and
they don't even show me bones. They show me pictures of
evolution.
bones.
Well, I mean, you have to go to your actual
Drawings
university.
of
Have you gone
bones,
to
not
your
even
local
a picture.
university?
Have I gone?
Have you gone to your local university to speak to bioanthropologists at your local university?
So when I actually,
or is it just I don't believe it? I'm just
on.
gonna stick my head in the sand like a penguin.
Wow. Okay.
And, that's not
a penguin.
Anyways, when I had a,
you're right. It's a flamingo. You're right.
No, it's an ostrich. But anyways, continue, John. Sorry.
It's a flamingo. Flamingos do that too.
Anyways, when I had an actual
See,
good.
yeah.
Hey, listen, man.
Yeah, John does
how
that.
much?
He puts his head in the sand, and then he calls Tiny Daddy.
You let me know when you're done, and then I'll talk.
Oh, okay, yeah. John puts his head in the sand, says evolution's not true, and then calls Tiny Daddy while his head is in the sand with his butt in the air. There, I'm done.
Okay, yeah, so when I actually had a good faith debate with somebody on evolution, one of the things that they conceded is to actually be fully convinced. If you're not just going to appeal to some sort of authority, you have to actually go to university and spend years and years looking at the data, right, to actually be convinced of that. And so I think it's actually fair.
That's not necessarily true.
I'm still talking. So I actually think it's fair and justifiable for me to say, hey, I can remain agnostic about it because I'm not going to spend 8 years in university studying evolution. I'm not denying it. I'm not saying it's false. I'm saying I haven't been convinced of it. And I think that's a reasonable position because I haven't seen the data.
You don't need 8 years of college to understand evolution. You could just
I didn't say to understand it.
On day one,
I said to believe it's true.
To believe it's true? Yeah, just one day. Because multiple scientific disciplines depend upon understanding of the theory of evolution from the food that goes on your table.
All we need is one day.
Evolution.
Provide me the unconvincing, the most convincing piece of evidence that you have for evolution. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, as I was explaining to you, you can have your genetic material from your mom, have your genetic material from your dad. When they did the dance with no pants, there were mutations that happened, and the mutations got passed on to the next generation. You apparently don't know that.
Can you enunciate your words, bro? Slow down and enunciate so we can understand that when one word stops and the next word starts, bro.
Okay, so you agree that there are mutations that happens when reproduction happens, yes or no?
No, I didn't agree with that.
Okay. So
why should I think there's
everybody's
mutations?
just an exact copy of their mom and their dad?
I didn't say that either. You're asking me to take positions on something I'm not familiar with. Why should I take any position that I haven't studied this?
Okay, so do you realize that mutations do indeed happen whenever reproduction?
Okay, how do you know?
Whether it's asexual reproduction, you would need to. Well, we could do a DNA test. I don't know how expensive they are in Canada. I know you have children. You can do a DNA test with your children, and you could see that. I thought you had children.
No.
Or is it John?
John has many children.
Not you, the other John. Well, both of you are named John, so it's the same shit. Anyways. Well, you could ask John to do a DNA test with himself and then a DNA test with one of their children.
You're assuming that reproduction is supposed to be a one-to-one copy, but why should we assume that?
Because that is what reproduction does. It's replication.
Where do you see that?
You know what a circular answer is?
That is not a circular answer.
It is. You're saying it's reproduction because it's reproduction.
No, it's reproduction.
Or it's reproduction. You're saying that's what reproduction does because that's what reproduction does.
Reproduce. That's the name
it doesn't mean it's a one-to-one copy. Where do we ever see that?
Well, we don't see it because that's evolution. Evolution talks to that.
No, now you're presupposing. You're again presupposing why we don't see that instead of saying the intuitive thing where it's not meant to be a photocopy. It's reproduction, not photocopy. No, you're presupposing that, brother.
Okay, so what's your best piece of evidence for evolution?
The fossil record, genetic records, endogenous retroviruses.
Okay,
biodiversity.
You said we could do it in 1 day. You say we could do it in 1 day, so provide it for me. Show it to me.
I mean, I was trying to explain to you via reproduction, and you're like, "Oh, well, I don't know if mutations happen or not." So the only way I can actually show you that is, if you get John, which your friend I know.
Well, let me explain. Let me explain why I didn't agree.
Get a DNA test for the children.
Let me give you an explanation on why I don't agree with that. Because I don't know how biology works to this strictest degree. I'm not a biologist. I haven't studied biology. And you ask me, you're like, hey, do you agree that mutations exist? And I say, no. That's not me affirming the negative. That's just me saying, I don't know. I have no idea how it works. I don't know the data. You said you can learn it in a day, so provide me the data.
Actually, no. If I quote your conversation with Vor, you said, I don't believe it, but I don't give a shit about it. That's what your words were.
Are we talking about a doxastic attitude or a belief state?
Well, you were talking to Equality is the Goal. You had a bitter conversation with him, and then you were pissed off because Vor, this is young Earth creationist. And you told him, yeah, I don't really believe in evolution, but I don't give a fuck about it. That's what you said.
Yeah, are we talking about doxastic attitude or a belief state? Because generally, yeah, I don't really believe in it, but my doxastic attitude is agnosticism.
I'm just going by exactly what you were saying. So,
yeah,
word by word.
Sure.
Just so you don't know what John's talking
clarifying
about.
for you right now. My doxastic attitude is agnosticism, but my belief state is, yeah, I don't think it's probably true.
Okay. So then, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, we have massive amounts of evidence. I gave you
can't provide any
papers
of
for it. Yeah, I gave you scientific papers. I gave
But you agree. But the problem is you're providing me scientific papers, and you don't think testimony is evidence, and that is testimony.
Yeah, that's not testimony. That's not actual testimony. That's wrong.
Testimony.
If you actually think a DOI number is just testimony, you would be wrong.
What is the difference between?
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not.
What's the difference between a scientific?
Yeah, it's not trust me, bro. Logic.
What's the difference between a scientific paper and testimony?
Yeah, that scientific paper in front of you actually provided evidence for evolution. You just, skimmed it.
Say that again.
No, it didn't.
And yes, it did. That scientific paper I gave you, the DOI number, presented evidence for evolution. You just skimmed over it.
It presented testimony to what they observed when they did the studies.
Nope, it presented evidence.
What evidence did it present? It didn't have any bones in it. It didn't have any pictures of bones. It didn't have any pictures of animals. It didn't show me.
Yeah, because you somehow expect their bones to magically appear in front of you. That's why.
No,
actually
everybody says just look at the bones. So I say show me the bones. You can show me a picture of the bones and what they're seeing, but they don't even see that. There's just pictures.
Wait. You said the picture of the bones. Oh, okay. Maybe we made a mistake there. All right. So you want a specific Homo erectus skeleton?
What?
Is that what you're looking for?
I'm looking for whatever.
Are you looking for
whatever you looked at that convinced you that evolution is true?
Okay, so let's Beasley, Republic of Georgia. So Georgia, Homo erectus, my favorite Homo erectus. Let's see if we can find it. Homo erectus. Homo erectus.
You're just going to fall back into the same question that I asked you before about the square heads, bro. Does a difference in the head shape mean that it's not a human?
Wait.
If you find a bone,
Australopithecus afarensis is a human. Australopithecus afarensis is a human because human is not a species. Human is a clade. It's a group of organisms.
No, that's how you guys are defining it. But again, we're rejecting that, right?
That's how science defines it. Yes, that's how science defines it. That's how multiple scientific disciplines define it, from anthropology to forensics to biology.
So again, the head shape doesn't matter, but you're showing us different head shapes to prove evolution.
No, you said it was a square head.
But I was being pedantic.
Oh, okay.
I need a cup of coffee. You have fun. I'll be back.
All right, I'll try.
Here we go. There it is.
What about it?
Yeah, that used to be a human.
How do you know?
With us. Do you see how it has similar features to a skull of a Homo sapien sapien?
Bro, so do monkeys, bro. That doesn't make it a human.
Did you know that? Humans are monkeys. Did you know that?
I don't agree with that. Anyway.
Yeah, what's a monkey? What's a monkey? Scott Fresh Brewer, what's a monkey? You said that humans are not monkeys, so what's a monkey?
Not a human. Like I don't understand.
That's not a proper answer. That's not a proper answer. So define what a monkey is? Go ahead, you can Google it.
No, I'm not going to Google it.
Yeah, anything in the taxonomic order of Anthropoida, also known as Semioforma, is a monkey. And guess what? Humans fall under that category. Humans are simians.
Yeah, I don't
monkeys.
agree with this classification.
Yeah, I don't care if you agree with it. This is just biology.
It's just your scientism.
Wait, aren't you
I
like
don't know
an
why
Eastern
you're so angry.
Orthodox? Aren't you like an Eastern Orthodox?
Why are you so angry?
Are you an Eastern Orthodox?
Why are you so angry?
Why are you refusing to answer what God believes?
Why are you refusing to answer me?
Wait, what was your question? Are you going to answer my question after I answer
Why
your
are
question?
you so angry?
Right away. Yeah, because Christianity gives brain rot to the point that you cannot accept evolution. Humanity struggles.
But why? Okay, but why does me not accepting evolution?
Yeah, you're being a flat earther at the moment.
Why does it make you mad?
Yeah, because you're at the point of flat earther because your beliefs are harmful to yourself and others around you. That's why.
How?
Yeah, because you all voted to legislation, garbage, science, for example, trying to enforce schools.
Wait, has your science class stopped actually like taking place because Christianity exists? I don't understand.
Yeah, you actually harm.
Harm by what measure?
System.
What do you mean by harm?
Harm educational system by
what do you mean by students
harm? Dumber.
Yeah,
dumber.
What is harm?
To the point that when they have to go to college,
what is harm?
No longer. Wait, are you going to define every single word? Are you going to now become Fresh Bruner Peterson?
Harm is subjective, right?
Peterson, are you his bitch
yeah,
now?
Sure,
is
that's
that what
fine.
You're gonna do
that's
now?
fine.
Yeah, Fresh Bruner Peterson.
Define harm.
Yeah, how does Peterson's dick taste?
Define harm.
Define.
So you're just going to deflect? Harm is subjective in your worldview. Why does it matter if anybody's harmed?
Define deflect.
So are you going to do it or no?
Define you, define R, define you, define do, define it. Go ahead.
Can you define harm?
Define.
Just define harm.
Define.
Can you just define harm, bro?
Do we believe in evolution yet?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Eastern Orthodox garbage. Christians on TikTok are absolutely atrocious. They don't understand that the substantiation. One of the
because you can't convince us, we are dumb. Got it, bro. God bless you.
He must have went through a tunnel.
Something. Oh,
it's crazy. This is who I think it is. They won't be up here long. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old, bro.
All right, man. Can either no good reason to be a Muslim or convince us to stop worshiping Jesus? What do you want to do?
Got you. To stop convincing Jesus, I'm not a Muslim, but the topic that I'd like to bring up to you is I can prove that salvation within the Christian worldview doesn't have anything to do with being a good person. So I can easily prove that.
Correct.
Yeah, so it doesn't have anything to do with being a good person. Good people can go to hell, and then terrible people can go to heaven under the Christian worldview.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, yeah. So you just admitted that your religion is based on being bad instead of being good. It's not being good.
No, it's based on God condescending for us, not what we can do. But nice straw man.
No, you just said that it's possible under your worldview for good.
Yeah, because we don't. Yeah, because good is relative. Like when we compare down to other people, sure, we can say we're good. But when you compare up to God, you're not good, right? None of us.
Yeah, but under whatever definition of good or bad you want to give, like it could fall under your definition to the word good and bad, because I know it's different for everyone. Somebody who's in your opinion of good, they can still go to hell in your worldview. There's no way around it.
No, because the only one who's in my definition of good is God. So no.
Oh, that is true. But I'm talking about like basic things, such as people who help the homeless. Okay. I don't know.
Well, let's just do this. Let's just grant your argument. Now what?
Yes. So if you grant the argument that salvation has nothing to do with being good, then the following argument that I would give is salvation has to do with submitting to authority, which is like what the Catholics like to say. They like
Sure.
to say submitting to Rome.
Okay.
When you submit to Romans 10:9, right? When you say Romans 10:9 and you believe this, you're submitting to Rome literally, right? It's a coincidence, I guess, that verse comes from Romans. But you are submitting to an authority that's giving you rules
Okay.
instead of being a good Christian.
Again, I'm going to grant everything that you said in your argument. Now what?
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, Christianity is evil, is what you just proved.
Yeah. So okay, great. So from your perspective, your own subjective opinion, it's evil. Got it. Now what?
Yeah. Would you like me to discuss any theological ways that I can disprove Christianity? Because you just go now what, and then
convince me to stop worshiping Jesus. Why? Even if everything that you said was true, why would I stop worshiping him?
Because I just proved that it's evil. I mean, I just proved
From
Christianity
your
is evil.
opinion. From your opinion, your perspective.
No, I said it could fall under your. I mean, I just said it could fall under.
Yeah, but I demonstrated how that's not true as soon as you said it, and you agreed with me.
I mean,
and then you tried to say, yeah, but from this other view, which is now not our definition, right? It's whatever you're trying to define it as, but
right,
not what we define good as.
All right, so let me talk about Romans 10:9, I guess, right? So in Romans 10:9, this is basically the pillar of Christianity, right? And it says that to be saved, you have to believe Jesus resurrected, and you have to believe that he rose on the third day. Now, if you don't believe this and you knowingly reject that, that's the pillar where you're either going to heaven or hell, right? According to Romans. Now, what I'm trying to prove is that this, right,
is what?
I was getting a call. That this is a manufactured, right, created by these people to get submission, because it has nothing to do with being a good person. Again, does a good person being a good person get you to?
So hold on. So your argument is that this seems so astronomically wrong and evil to me that only a man could have made it, not God. That's your argument.
Yeah, correct. And I would say, like, for example,
hold on. Why should I be convinced of that?
I'm gonna tell you that right now. Look, someone who does such things as end all global war, okay, cure homelessness, so there's not a single person who's homeless, and then cure starvation, right? People without food. Somebody can do that under the Christian worldview. But if they go on a mic and openly reject that Jesus resurrected, they go to hell.
Dog, you've repeated yourself like 6 times. We get it.
I just proved it.
No, you're not. You haven't proved anything.
Anything.
Hold on. You haven't proved anything. All you're stating is that there is a Christian worldview that I think is evil. Okay, you think it's evil, and so therefore you conclude that it has to be written by a man. How do you jump to that logical conclusion? Could it not just be the case that this God does exist and did create this world that you disagree with?
No, I wouldn't say that's the conclusion you get from that. It's really easy to see how it's dissolved by man.
Then make the argument how we could prove that it was made by man.
Oh, I got you. I can prove how a lot of it is made by man. In Deuteronomy, they used to determine, according to God, by the way, this is God. God used to say that if you got married to a woman and she didn't bleed on her, that's not biology. So God was wrong when he wrote that.
Did you read the start of the context of that? What is the very first words in the context of that verse where it says, if your woman doesn't bleed, you could bring the sheets and that'd be like an evidence? What was the start of the context?
I mean, the specific word, I wouldn't be able to specific word. I can tell you what the verse is about.
Just the very start of the sentence. What was the whole context? What was the setup? What was the beginning of hey, I'm going to present to you this law? What was the point?
Okay, the beginning of the verse, I don't know what the beginning, the exact beginning, the exact middle.
That's fine, because you guys don't read in context, because what it says, let me finish. I'll let you speak, man. You guys, I don't know why you guys come up running a million miles a second and just very hostile and very right? We can have a conversation. We could discuss this. So, the verse says supposed. Is supposed a law?
Supposed.
Is supposed a law or is it a case study? From my lawyer friends in the chat, if you ever saw a law that says supposed, and it gave a hypothetical, would you ever accept that as a law statement?
Well, I mean, you're saying it said supposedly, but that was a very real law that took place, right?
No.
And if you want me to just tell you the whole idea of it, because I can't tell you the exact words,
Okay.
they basically
Sorry.
just
So
use cloths as evidence.
you're not following, man. You're not following. So it starts off with a supposed. It says supposedly. Here's a case and here's a scenario, and then it gives a scenario where you could prove or disprove it. It's not saying this is the only means or method to prove a virginity. It's saying this is a means or method. This is what we would call, right, using logic. You have all statements and then you have some statements. This is at least one case you could prove it this way. Right, so a way to prove, this would be a way to prove that a woman lost her virginity on the night is to present bloody sheets. Right, that is one way. It's not the only way, but it is a way to do it.
And women who didn't bleed, or women that didn't bleed were executed.
Oh my God! Can you just steal, man? What I said?
Yeah, you just said that since it's supposedly, it's just giving an example, a scenario, and it's not written in stone. You're saying that it's just an example that cloth is one way to prove it, right? But it's not the ultimate way,
right?
But it's the way that God used.
No, my goodness gracious, my friend.
Well, I don't think God wrote that, bro. To be honest with you, God obviously didn't write that. That was a man.
Slow down. So, so again, this would mean that the person could use other methods and mechanisms to prove her virginity. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, because it's a case study. It's a case study. So the whole point of the case study is that, hey, if you expected she wasn't a virgin on the wedding night, right, then you would go through an examination to try to discover if she was. And here's another way you could disprove it, on the testimony of 2 to 3 witnesses, because that's also in part of the Deuteronomy law. So if on the testimony of 2 to 3 witnesses, they claim that she was just a faithful person, never went around, never slept around, never did any of those things, that'd be a piece of evidence that you could bring up against that. So the whole point was to start a case study to see if it was the case. And a means to disprove this claim that this man is making, because he's trying to annul the marriage, is to present the bloody sheets. Because that would be like, wow, okay, how did you get these bloody sheets if she wasn't a virgin?
Yeah, correct. But there was still innocent. What I'm understanding from this is that this is a way they could have proven it, but not the ultimatum. But what I'm still trying to explain is that still innocent women got executed because of this law that disregards human biology. Because it says it. You could read it.
Where does it say innocent women were executed?
Women that didn't, that they would wave the cloth, they would be executed. I don't know if I can say that word. And it happened.
Where does it say innocent women were executed?
Okay, but you see, you keep doing this where you're just deflecting the argument. Like, you're not proving me wrong. You gotta say no, it didn't happen.
You literally made a claim, and I'm asking you to substantiate.
I just said you can read it. It's in the Bible. You can read it.
Where in the Bible?
In Deuteronomy. It should be in Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy what?
Bro, but it's like, okay, look, can I say something real quick before we continue?
You can substantiate your argument or I pull it back.
Look, but you keep doing this thing of not trying to disprove someone false. Like, you're not doing that. All you're doing is
the one here to convince, brother. You're here to convince us, not the other way around. We don't have to prove you wrong. You have to prove that you're right. No, you have to prove you're right, brother.
If you have the ultimate truth, you got to disprove me being wrong.
Bro, that's not, does it say above John's head? Does it say come up so we can convince you?
No, that's what somebody.
Okay, so then no, that's a different day, right?
Dude, the easiest way to refute someone is tell me, okay, how is Islam true?
Yeah, bro, we don't care how you want us to refute you, Danny.
Yes, but
are you here to convince us, or are you here to be refuted?
I'm here to convince you guys, but you guys.
Okay, so then do that. So do that.
Okay. The first thing I said, which you guys didn't refute at all, just deflected, was that under the Christian worldview, people who are good under your definition, whatever your definition you want to give.
Well, no, I already told you no, because nobody's good but God. It's not true because nobody's good but God, right? Exactly. So you could do these things that you are saying are good, these people that you say are good, but again, God is good, right? Compared to God, they're not good. None of them, none of us deserve to go.
Got it. Yeah. So if someone does all the things I said earlier, which is stop world wars, cure cancer, and stop homelessness, this person, if they get on the mic and reject Jesus, they'll still go to hell. Okay. That makes no sense.
Let's make
that
this,
makes no sense. That's evil. That's evil.
Yeah, let's concede this. Hold on, let's concede this. Let's say God is evil. He's a terrible, horrible, meanie monster in the sky. Again, why should I stop worshiping him?
because that's a contradiction in your worldview. Since you say God is all good, that's where the word God comes from. The word God comes from good, and evil is
he's
devil.
also
Devil is evil.
So this
Yes.
would also mean he's a liar, right? When he says he's good, he's a
Yes.
liar. Yeah, that's not a contradiction. It just means he's lying. So again, why should I
Not
stop
a contradiction.
Yeah. So hold on. Why should I stop worshiping him?
Yeah, because God, you just admitted that God is not all
No,
good.
I didn't admit
and
that. I'm
in your
conceding
worldview,
an argument. I'm conceding a
Exactly.
point. Yeah, I'm not admitting.
Exactly.
I'm conceding a point. It's different.
Yeah. So, do Christians say God is all good?
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay.
Yeah, that's a contradiction.
Yeah,
because
those
he's
Christians
all
are
good, but then
wrong.
he's
Those
evil.
Christians are wrong. He's actually evil. He's in this guy, Big Meanie.
Okay.
He lied about a bunch of things. Why should I stop worshiping him?
Because it's a direct contradiction to the Bible, to the theology of Christianity.
Yes.
I just told you.
Yeah, okay, great. Why should I stop worshiping him?
Yeah, because you'd be falling under lies that come straight from the Vatican, dude. Like
No.
you'd be
Now
following
you're
a false
now you're
doctrine.
jumping to the Vatican
Heresy.
made these lies. It's not the argument I conceded.
Of course.
The argument I conceded was that this God exists, but he's a big evil meanie monster. Why should I stop following him?
Okay, you should stop following him because when you have a contradiction within the Bible, it shows you that it's not valid. And also, if you're following anything that's evil, what type of if God is evil, why should I stop following him? Is this a serious question? Like, can
Yes,
you just
it's a
refute
very-
it?
it's a-
Yeah,
it's a very
the
serious
creator
question, yes.
of all things, right? The
Yeah,
creator
because-
of all things, even if he's evil, still created and governs all things,
Oh.
right? So
Oh, I got
even
it.
though he's evil, why should we stop following him?
Because he's the creator. So you basically want me to disprove that he's the creator of all things, is what you're saying.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how to. You guys just
I
keep
don't-
refuting
hold
everything
on
I
just
say.
one second. Just one second. I don't know why. Oh, there it is. Wow.
In the state of Tennessee, there's a law against having ice cream in your back pocket. By your logic, if the law, or case study, was created, it was definitely enforced. So people definitely were arrested for pocket ice cream.
Based.
No, I'm just saying God said that. So God said that, right? And it doesn't align with biology. That's nothing to do with the argument. God said that and it doesn't align with biology.
It
So
does
What doesn't
align with
align with
biology.
biology?
Women do bleed. Not always, but they do bleed when having intercourse for the first time.
okay, so if we could perform a thought experiment, right? According to this verse, innocent
Which
women
verse?
would be murdered. So your argument would be that it didn't happen. You see? That would be your-
What's the verse, Danny?
You want to know what his wait? Hold up. You want to know what his argument is? Is that it didn't happen? Because
Bro,
if
but
it
what's
did
the verse?
happen,
I didn't make that argument.
I think it's 21. I think it's Deuteronomy 10:21. I'd have to look at it. It's something 10:21 something. It's just in Deuteronomy. I'd have to refresh my memory. But what I
Again-
can tell you is that
Again, the only way we can conclude that innocent women were put to death because of this is if that was the only means or mechanism to disprove it.
well, I just want to say something to the guy that commented that. See, his argument makes a lot of sense. He's using an example of a law that was never used, because the only way to go against this argument is to say it never happened. Because if it did happen, let's say a woman did actually pass away because of this law, then that
It
would
would hurt your
directly
feelings.
refute God and biology. No, you just
No, it would
say
hurt your
wouldn't
feelings.
happen. No, it wouldn't.
No, but it would.
prove
If it
that God-
did happen, it would hurt your feelings,
no,
right?
it would prove that God went against biology, human biology. That's all it would prove. It
How
proved
would that
that it's
prove that
fallible.
he went
It's
against
fallible.
How?
human biology?
Fallible. It
How?
proved that God is fallible.
How does it
But
prove
how
that?
would?
Because an innocent woman died. That's a mistake.
How do you know she's innocent, bro?
Fallible. Again, it's a thought experiment. It's a thought
But
experiment.
you don't know she's innocent. You're
Exactly.
assuming she's innocent.
Brother, this is why we're performing a thought experiment. We're
It's not,
performing
it's
a thought
not a
experiment.
thought experiment.
This is not a thought experiment.
Bro, yes, a woman that didn't
No.
bleed, right, but was a virgin, right? Under this
How do you,
law,
bro?
she might have been
Okay, so
executed.
prove she was executed.
Exactly. You'd have to just say it didn't happen. That's
No,
your
but
argument.
again, you would have to prove that it did happen.
Exactly. Look, we can say that it's not. The history is so long ago. We can say that it didn't happen. But again, if that law was accurate and it was used, then it would create an issue. That's why you have to say it didn't happen, bro. How do you not see the issue in your argument? You're just saying it didn't happen instead of proving why it's not what I just said. That's all you're doing.
You're
You're
real
just,
sentence.
dude. You cannot prove, right? You can't go against it without just saying it didn't happen. See, that's why he used the law that doesn't get used. He just used the law that doesn't get used because that's the only way to deflect the argument.
You haven't addressed my contention. I brought it up 4 times, and I'm not interested in re-explaining it. So God bless. Alex, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I don't remember, 21. Yeah, I just don't celebrate birthdays. I'm not Jehovah's Witness, just don't celebrate.
Oh
Yeah,
no, this
can
audio
we
is
speak
doubled for
about?
me.
It's doubled for you?
Yeah.
1 second.
Oh,
Is it
yeah,
doubled for the
sure.
chat or just for Fresh? Are you guys hearing this guy's of Alex's voice twice, or is it just Fresh?
Hello, chat. How are you? Love you, chat.
No, it's just me.
Okay, hold on. I speaker for co-host. Hold on. I think I just need to switch your thing around to what signal is he again? Just 1 sec, bro. I apologize for the inconvenience. Can you say something, Alex?
Yeah, trigger an ICA
Still doubled.
restart. Whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. It's 2 seconds, guys. I think I know what the issue is. You need to go. Speaker for co-hosting creators. During co-host or multiple guests live, allow other creators or guests to hear the background music playing on your computer. Oh, no. That turns off. Okay, say something now.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, we're good.
Good. All right, I figured it out. All right, man. Sorry, go ahead, Alex. I apologize for that.
Yeah, so I wanted to speak about evolution. Can we speak in good faith here?
Of course.
So, yeah, sure. So I personally, for like my life till 12 years, I was against evolution. I was fighting it. And after that, at like 17, I considered to it. And I wanted to show you why I did.
Okay.
So firstly, what is most important for me, I'm programmer, and that logical arguments for me is the most like nice. So the logical argument for evolution, I would say that, would you agree that adaptation is due to the changes in DNA?
No, I have no information or data on that.
Okay, do you think that adaptation exists?
I have no clue. If I was to make an educated guess, I'd say probably, but no clue.
I mean, adaptation, like if I go to the mountains, my lungs become larger. It's not changes in DNA, just changes in development. This adaptation exists.
Like you specifically, like if you go there, your lungs will.
Yeah, even
sure.
if I go.
But are you talking about your generation after you? Their lungs will be bigger.
No. They will change. It's only on development.
Okay.
But there are also
like,
adaptations.
So, but like your lungs are getting bigger, right? Just means there's more pressure and it stretches. Just like if I lift weights, my muscles will get bigger. I can agree to certain things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are also other types of adaptation we can see. For example, if we live long enough in some area. Okay, yeah, birds. Like this famous example of the moth in London that changes color due to the industrialization, or the beaks of the birds that Darwin no, it wasn't Darwin. He was citing some Christian guy, if I'm not mistaken, that birds have changes in their beaks due to the adaptation. Would you agree with this?
Well, if you're asking, so here's the problem. You're bringing up an argument that you're asking me to just like have a bunch of preconceived notions already for. Right. Yeah. I've heard the story that he went to the islands and witnessed that generations, their beaks would change and do things. So I've heard the story. That's all I can say. I can't confirm or deny it, man.
Okay, let's try another. I just collected a bunch of citations that I can show you. So first one, it was a recent one for me, about C vitamin digestion. Do you know that vitamin C is like really important for us, and even pirates in like before years have the illness due to the deficiency. And it's what interesting. We some little group of animals are the only animals that don't have this nice generation of vitamin in our bodies. And what's more interesting, that these specific animals that don't have are, for my mind, it's bats, some kind of hamsters from Australia, whatever, and the family of the big monkeys. So it's not the full example because I understand that God might made us this way from creationism.
I
but
don't even
this is example.
understand how that even remotely comes to us, make us think about evolution. That some of us have the ability to produce vitamin C, some of us don't.
Yeah, that's about that we can track that sometimes before monkeys diverge, before some monkey died in case of creationism, monkeys could produce the
Okay,
vitamin.
monkeys could produce it, so what?
Yeah, but then in changes they couldn't.
Well, no,
and
see, that's the issue I have. Is like there's this always this big assumption that happens. It's like we have this one species that could do this thing, and then through changes, then they couldn't. Right? Like the changes is the thing that's in question. That's the thing that you have to substantiate and prove.
Okay, let's get to this example. So we have the chromosome 2. The chromosome 2 is specific because it is a fuse of 2 chromosomes. It's bigger than other chromosomes, and you can see, just take any pictures of chromosomes like that in the labs from your blood. You can go to the local clinics and check that the second chromosome is looking as if fuse of the 2 other chromosomes. And the great apes are different from us because they have 1 more chromosome than we do. And this specific chromosome look really similar to the other 2 chromosomes in great apes. And from my point, I think that it might be due to that the God wanted us to not procreate with great apes. Is it something you would agree with? I'm sorry, really, guys. The people are disgusting. I hate them. Am I as well? Myself.
No, you don't, dude. Don't say that about yourself. You seem like a nice guy. Again, I don't know how I just don't know how we're getting to evolution. Like I just see a correlation as causation.
Yeah.
I don't even know if these chromosomes exist. You're saying they have 3 chromosomes, we have 2, and they look similar to each other. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But that's like saying, like, Fresh has a nose, I have a nose, therefore he's my dad.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, for example, the specific one is really hard due to the presumptions we have in dialogue, but we can track the similarities of the genes. There was like debate between creationists and evolutionists about how big the percentage of the similarities of other genes with genes of the chimps, with genes of the gorillas and other. But the fact is that our similarities to chimps are really high compared to the other big animals.
Sure.
And with what I think is the best assumption is like 60, maybe to 80%. So
yeah,
from these,
but the problem, the big leap of logic I have, like this mentality, right, is okay. There's similarities between us and monkey. We're very close. One sec.
Caller, how do they know that the genetic material already has the ability to express new phenotypes? Or that phenotype differences are not the expression of genetic degradation?
I would say yes, you're right. Just yeah.
Okay. So I forget what I was saying there. Oh yeah. So we see similarity between us and a monkey. All right. Well, that's fine, but we also see similarity between us and a banana. We also see similarity between us and the entire cosmos because we're all made up of the same 4 building blocks, right? The same 4 elements are in all things in the cosmos. So it's like, where do we draw this arbitrary line to say that we are and are not related? Because that seems to be, if it is the case that we're using this thing, that if we find similarities, therefore we are the cause of the same thing, then by definition, literally everything in the cosmos, we're just all related to one thing, and then we all just go back to the singularity. And I think that's just a big leap of logic.
I see, but I don't really disagree with you that if we can say that we are relative to everything, even to the stars, because we have one creator. And yes, for example, we are similar to bananas, but we are less similar to bananas than we are similar to chimps.
Yeah.
And sure, but we're as similar to dogs as we are to cats, right? Like we're 90% similar to dogs and cats.
No, I don't think so, because cats are similar to each other.
That's the stats.
That's mean that
our DNA is 90% similar to cats and 90% similar to dogs, but we wouldn't say that we came from either of those.
Yeah, so I just did a quick Google search, and this is just the AI overview, so take it with a grain of salt. But it says scientists estimate that humans and dogs share roughly 84% of their DNA. Both species have over 17,000 similar protein coding genes and evolved together for 1,000 years, which is why they're susceptible to many of the same diseases. Susceptible, sorry. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a point about similarities, but it's also the problematic of what kind of arithmetic we use to calculate this similarity percentage.
Bert, we're
'Cause-
90% the same. Me and you, we're the same, buddy. I mean, it's my cat's my cousin. Bert, we're cousins.
That's really cute.
He's
so
snoozing. Sorry.
yeah, the problem is that different methodologies give you different percentage. The one I agree with the most will give you like 60, 70 percentage. This one gives you 90. There are like 5 different ones, but it's not the point that in each of the methodologies, your similarities to the chimps are bigger than similarities to the cats in the marginal way.
Yeah. Again, man, I don't find this very convincing.
Okay, let's forget this. I will get the last example, and I will get to try find better ones. Yeah. So, which one would this be? You won't agree with this one. That's for sure. Okay, this one. That's a bit gross, but sorry. So there are different kind of genes in our DNA. There are genes that regulate how we get our proteins, how we make the synthesis of RNA and different ones. There is a specific gene that's called HOX gene, HOX. These specific types of genes, they regulate how your genes express. And we have studies that show that if we influence how these HOX genes are, we can influence the body parts of the organism on which we influence the HOX genes.
Okay.
There is a famous example that fruit flies, if we influence the genes, HOX gene, we were able to change the antennas into the legs. So it was just legs from their heads.
Okay.
That's really gross. Yeah.
Would that just not be like disordered?
That's disordered. That's bad. I don't say that's good. I just say that there is mechanism as a programmer, that's code that you can influence,
right.
and this will change how it's work.
Yeah. So, but if I chop off your arm, I've changed how you look.
Yeah, that's about how you develop in a womb, or whatever flies have. Eggs. How you develop in eggs.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just saying if you go ahead, Bueller.
Well, if we were born, like say, without a certain part, or a certain part is mutated, we're not less human though, right? So that fly didn't become less of a fly because its antennas were legs. It's just, it wasn't coded correctly.
The problem is that there is distinction.
Just before you go. Like here's the thing with Gabe. Like we'd have to say that Gabe is just the next step in evolution because of his disorder that he has, right? Which doesn't make any sense either. The backstory is we have a friend Gabe who has a disease who keeps him in a wheelchair, right?
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, but we'd have to say that's just evolution.
Yes, evolution, it's not about getting better. It's just getting differences. So if in some way his
there you go, Gabe.
Would be...
There you go, Gabe. You're not disabled. You're evolved. Put that on a
Yes.
T-shirt. I'm not disabled. I'm evolved.
That's a nice way to put it. Yeah, okay. I won't take your time more. I will try to find better arguments for the next time. Be safe, guys. Be safe, Chad.
Have a good one. Thanks for the great
God bless.
conversation. God bless. Nice guy. Really nice guy. W in the chat for him.
Really nice guy.
Yeah, we're going to give him this one.
Yeah, that's right. Dude George is awesome. What a great guy.
While we're doing that, we'll do some super chats.
Don't let that Anglo guy say anything. Mute him.
Somebody raise you right, and it shows.
Imagine thinking just any amount of mutation proves you can change from one species to another without any evidence. I know, right? He's conflating evolution with adaptation. Is there any evidence that a cold-blooded animal has spontaneously become a warm-blooded animal? I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm asking. You should watch the Taco Talk short about evolution. I'm still researching it, but he has good points against it. I don't trust Taco Talks as far as I can throw him. Amazing how worked up these atheists get when you say I don't care about evolution. It's their religion, man. It's their religion, and they get mad. Even what's his name? What's his name? Tom Green, Hank Green, something like that. Anyways, I went to watch one of his videos on evolution, and the whole video just started off with like 2 minutes of insulting people who don't believe in evolution before it got into the evidence of evolution. So right off the bat, it just came with like, hey, I'm going to insult you a whole bunch before I teach you. And it's like, that really incentivized me to learn your religion. We went through these ones. I feel this is a conversation. This is more for Orthodox Christians with their fascination with bones. LOL. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hey, man, I saw some Orthodox Christians worshiping a foot once. I wouldn't say worshiping, venerating.
Listen, that foot is used to make some holy water, too.
Yeah. Sorry, John. Evaluation is true. I saw Magic Carp become Gyarados just the other day. Pokemon proves it to be true. Oh, there you go. This guy is actually making me have less confidence in macroevolution. That's literally how I started my agnostic journey. Is I just started listening to people who believed in evolution, and I realized how little evidence or data they have personally. Not that it doesn't exist, but that they personally have for evolution. What's a woman? How many autistic kids are suffering from pointless amputations because of... I'm not reading that last part. You're going to get me banned. Caller is ignoring the eternal logic that the laws Moses gave were because of hardness of the heart to reform or set apart a nation of the Bronze Age. They don't ignore that fact. They just don't care. What ED meds do you take? Send us a discount link. It's called Get a Sexy Wife. So, if we're all built the same, stuff by the same creator, some species are going to be closer in similarity to others. You can't draw a conclusion. You're absolutely right. It's just leaps in logic, man. Leaps in logic. When you presuppose naturalism, those are the conclusions you come to. Let's do an update of the Dono bar, and then we can take the next guest. Hey, look at that. Wow, that was great timing. Whew. Let's go. That foot video is not orthodox. They're schematics. Look at you coping.
Schismatics.
Look at you guys coping. You got a bad look and you're like, that's not us. No true Scotsman fallacy.
My
Rick,
friends are saying that I'm gay and the music's too loud.
Yes and yes. Rick, I love you, man, but we can't do a Phil Bro conversation. I had so many complaints last time we did it. Are you there, Rick? All right, he's not there this time. Oh, Snows, there's crazy loud music. Yeah, there was. I was keeping you guys entertained while I was reading super chats with the fun music. That Reddit atheist guy cannot be a real person. They are a real person. Notice that they hang on to one thing. The one thing. I called Tiny Daddy. I also called Than Daddy. I've called so many people. Hey, Fresh.
Don't do it, man.
How you doing, Daddy?
Oh, my goodness. Clip that, chat. Clip that.
There you go. There's
John Zio confirmed now.
There's enough evidence that I got cooked by Fresh.
Mm-hmm.
LMAO, abiogenesis violates entropy. Abiogenesis is another thing that a lot of people have to take a huge leap in logic. I'll give a lot of people credit who argue like the evolution perspective. I don't know how this became an evolution debate, but is that if they really are honest, when they get to abiogenesis, they kind of like say, I don't know. They kind of say, I don't know. We need a song for Rick. There's a whole bunch of things I got to do. First thing I got to do is I got to get a new button thing because I'm out of buttons. So I'm saving up for that right now. There's a bunch of things I'm saving up. Saving up for a new button thing and saving up for a new graphics card. Those are two things I need to add so that way I can get better streaming, better recording, all that, because sometimes my computer gets overloaded because it's only got one codec or something. One something. I forget what it's called. It's like you only have one, so you can only do one. Rick is the all-time golden goose. True. It is true, but I had a lot of complaints about him because we got too Phil Broy when we had our conversation. Let's ortho bro the chat. No, for love of God, no. Listen, hey, Bueller, love you guys. But the ortho bro culture is getting pretty gross right now. You guys are getting
And the priests are calling out the ortho bros too, right? It's
good. Yeah, good. A lot of the ortho bros are falling into that category of like red pill culture almost. No, I'm not going to get an RTX 5090. I figure a 5080 or 5070 Ti. I would love a 5090, but my goodness gracious, I don't need that kind of power, and nor should I spend that kind of money on that kind of thing. Right? I would love to have a 5090, but if I got a 5090, I could buy a 5070 Ti or a 5080. I think a 5080 for a little future proofing, and then use the other money for other endeavors that are more beneficial and fruitful. But 5090 though, my goodness gracious, that's like what, $6,000? You got a 5070 Ti? Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
21.
Also, everybody who said the 4070 is not a 4K card, it absolutely is a 4K card. Just use the DLSS, and it looks way better in 4K with DLSS than it does at 1080. Anyways, sorry, man. No good reason to be Muslim. Convince us to stop worshiping Jesus. Win a taco. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Do you think that Genesis takes creation literal and its days?
No, I think it's talking in hyperbole.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
do women ever get allowed to speak up there?
Absolutely not.
Nah.
No.
Nah,
Second
bro.
Timothy. For the grift, thank you. Appreciate you. Going straight to the 5090. Runs super hot. Not oh my god, I'm trying to get rid of that. Not only would a 5090 be way too expensive, I'd also have to upgrade everything. I'd have to upgrade my power. I know I'll have to upgrade my CPU to make sure it doesn't bottleneck. It'd be way too much.
What's the price difference in the 5090 and the 5080?
I didn't even look at the 5090. I think it's literally $6,000. The 5070 Ti and the 5080 are so close, it's almost not worth the upgrade, but I want to future-proof it a little bit. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? It's over
Hi,
3K.
my name is Kara.
What's up? Sorry. What's up, Brother Maverick? Good to see you here. Sorry, Kara, I didn't mean to cut you off. How old are you?
I'm 33.
All right. No good reason to be Muslim or convince us to stop worshiping Jesus? Your call.
I'll take the convince to stop worshiping Jesus.
Okay, go ahead.
So, I'm all for having faith in something. I think that's important. But I feel like as people, we've started to kind of like push too far outside of our own selves instead of kind of introspection and finding those qualities within our own selves that we can worship. I feel like that would kind of bring it closer to society and make more sense for people in society to look at those qualities within themselves that they already had, and worship those rather than pulling it outside of this big space and bringing like a larger outside force that we don't see every day. We don't necessarily, not everyone can relate to, but we can each relate to our inner selves and those qualities that we like in ourselves.
Sure. So let me ask you this question. Why are you convinced that there's anything, and not just you specifically, I'm talking about the human populace, but I'm just going to use the word you because you said in ourselves. Why do you think that there's anything inside of you worthy of worship?
Sorry, can you repeat that last part?
Yeah, why do you think that there's anything inside of you that's worthy of worship?
I think there's plenty. I think there's plenty that I've seen in the Bible that is already innately in myself. I also think a lot of those values are given by mothers, honestly, and given by kind of this like feminine divine power. In my opinion.
Let's focus on that, right? So, does it follow that we should worship everyone that's a mother?
No.
Okay, so then why should you worship in yourself because you are a mother?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know. Can I bring up this conversation I had with my husband last night? We were kind of just talking about like the teachings of the Bible and how there are good morals. But there are plenty of people that don't grow up even listening to the Bible, and they already have those morals. Kind of just treat others how you want to be treated. So, I mean,
So
I think it's
that sorry to cut you off, but that is the Christian worldview. The Christian worldview is that we all inherently have God's law written on our heart, intrinsically.
okay. Yeah, I just tend to believe that it's not really necessarily a male God. Just I do believe in some larger force, but
yeah, I don't think that's relevant to what we're talking about, though. Whether God has a gender is like a bit of a side topic. Right now, you kind of brought up this point that we all have aspects of ourselves that if we look internally, that's what we should worship. Why should I even think there's anything remotely inside of me at all that's worthy of my worship?
I mean, I think even having that thought can pull those things out. I feel like there are so many people in this world that kind of just go along. They don't even do that thinking within themselves. So they might not even notice that. But I feel like the people that kind of sit in themselves and listen to their own minds and how they're feeling and connect with others. I mean, I think that's where that gets you those kind of moral values and understanding other people and other perspectives.
Okay, so then should it follow that I should worship everybody who doesn't think that they're worthy of worship?
No, I mean, I'm kind of just saying I think maybe we worship other people less and focus on worshiping those qualities in our own selves. I mean, isn't that what?
Why are we only worshiping the qualities when it's in ourselves and not in others?
But it is in others.
Okay, but so then it follows that if I have quality X and Fresh has quality X, I should worship myself and I should also worship Fresh.
No, I don't say you should worship Fresh. You don't need to. I don't like. No
Why
one
not?
needs to be worshipped.
Well, now you're saying no
what's
one
the
needs to be
difference?
worshipped. So.
Well, no one outside of yourself. I mean, I don't know. Just this whole like worshiping others. Like,
right.
I feel like once you look internally, see those values, then you start to see those in other people, and then you decide, okay, like, yeah, these are the kind of people I like to hang around with. These people have the same,
okay,
like.
I'm going to pause you because we're kind of going full circle here. You're saying, hey,
yeah,
worship yourself, and I'm asking why, and then you give me X reason, right, or Y reason why. And I say, well, I also see that in Fresh, and I also see that in other people should worship them. And you say, no. And so this is what we would call special pleading, right? You're just saying, hey, there's this like arbitrary reason that we should worship ourselves that isn't like sufficiently explained. I don't see why I should worship myself. I don't think I'm a person worthy of worship.
Not yourself, just the qualities which make up yourself.
How do you worship?
I don't know. I'm kind of going on. Okay, maybe worship's the wrong word. Like see those qualities, like think about those qualities more. I feel like so many people don't do enough introspection when I feel like so many of the answers are inside of ourselves.
Well, sure, but we should have self-worth. Sure. Like we're not saying you should be like self-deprecating, but that's different from worship, right?
I guess so. I mean, personally, I don't think. Okay, I'm probably gonna get out of here. I'm just starting to read the chat. I don't think humans are inherently evil.
Don't worry about the chat. The chat.
Okay.
The chat is full of literally the latest stage of evolution. Right? They're just full of little monkeys that just got out of the zoo. They're trying to put their brain cells together. So don't worry about them.
Okay.
And yes, I'm referring. If you thought I was talking about you, it's probably true.
My favorite thing with
but if you want to go, I
understand.
I'm not going to keep you up here. That would be
substantiate evolution by using studies where intelligent scientists had to design something to get the result they wanted.
I feel like I've been having a really hard time lately because I am a somewhat new mother to two children, and my biology did change. Thank you. And like my biology really did change, and I'm finding it hard to be in a society where
Okay.
I don't know. It just seems like
Let me
these
ask.
things aren't.
Let me ask
you
you
know.
this. You just had 2 new children. Would you want those children to worship you?
No,
Right.
I
But
mean,
do you,
like,
right. Well, hold on. Let me get you through this chain, and I'll let you speak. Right. So you wouldn't want those children to worship you, but do you want the best for your children?
of course.
Right. Do you want the best for yourself?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
I
So
want the best for
yeah.
everyone.
So if it's not the best for your children to worship you, then why does it follow that it's the best for you to worship you when you look internally?
Um, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it worship. I just think that like, if we're not going to look inside of ourselves and see positive things and things that we like, then then that's pretty sad. And I think that kind of takes
I agree.
people away from their own humanity.
Yeah, like Fresh was saying, we're not meant to like self-deprecate, right? I'm not like I'm an expert at self-deprecating. You're not going to find anybody more experienced at that than me. But that's not something we should do. But there's a difference between just like recognizing, right, the positive qualities we have and worshiping it. Worship, when we're talking about worship, we're saying that that is it. That is the highest point. This is what we want to achieve, right? This is what we want to be in unison with. And as us as Christians, we say Jesus is that standard. Jesus is the good we all strive to be, right? So that is the standard we should all strive to be. When you say something like "look in yourself and worship yourself," well, I'm a broken, sinful person. That's not me self-deprecating. That's just me recognizing my nature. I will never have the quality of God. So I align myself with God and I align myself with His nature in hopes that one day I get to participate in it myself.
hmm Yeah, I don't know. Lately, I've just had this feeling that like that it's kind of these more feminine qualities that are divine, and everyone has, even men have feminine qualities that have kind of been shut down, and I think that's negatively affecting the society. And yeah, I don't know. I just think every person needs a little bit more introspection. That's pretty much it.
Yeah,
What
I'm
do you
not
mean by
And less
feminine
outward.
quality?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's relevant to what I said. But sorry, go ahead, Fresh.
What do you mean by feminine quality?
Everyone has. I mean, everyone has an X chromosome. I think that carries feminine qualities.
Yeah, but what are
I
those
think
things?
nurturing, kindness, treating others with respect. Like, I don't know. Just
It sounds like Jesus.
Yeah,
it sounds like women. It sounds like mothers.
Well,
not just mothers though, right?
yeah, yeah. Do you think that quality
What?
only falls to women?
No, of course not. That's why I said men included.
Yeah. So it's like this thing isn't like a woman thing, right? You're just talking about being more
Of course
compassionate.
not.
Yeah.
More, yeah, more. Like, I feel like society's kind of shut that down in men, which I think harms men just as much as it harms women in this society.
Sure, but that has nothing to do with the fact that Jesus has those qualities and He's the standard of what we worship.
But Jesus was like, I'm sorry, but like I feel like that's just qualities that every good person has. Like, and I don't think they
Well,
came from him. I think they were existing
More
before.
self-worship will definitely fix society. It's definitely not the problem.
Not self-worship, it's introspection.
well, it couldn't have existed before God, right? Like considering God would be creating all things.
I don't believe God created all things.
Yeah, but I mean, but again, you're saying these things about Jesus, right? And it's like Jesus is God.
Okay, how do you know that?
I mean, Revelation, the death, burial, and resurrection.
So different articles written by men.
Sure.
Okay, well, it seems like it's missing a whole lot of perspective then, doesn't it?
What perspective is it missing?
The perspective of women. 50% of the population and the people who literally create every day. Like, that's a huge perspective.
I don't know why you're hyper focused on someone's like sexual, what their sex is. Like, why is this relevant?
Um, uh, I don't know. I think it's all connected. I feel like it's very relevant.
Sure, but how?
Women go through these cycles that men don't go through, and a lot of cases, like female women are looked at through the male perspective, and
Okay,
the
sure,
female
but
perspective
that's like a
is not.
societal thing, right? So again, to the standard of us worshiping Jesus as he's the highest possible good that anybody could achieve, what does sex have to do with it?
Well, I think we're worshiping Jesus because men were scared of women.
How does that follow?
Yeah.
Because men try to put themselves in the mind frame of a woman with the ability to create life from his own perspective instead of in the
Okay, well,
instead of from the feminine
yeah.
perspective.
So your argument is that Jesus is made up then.
Sure.
Okay, then that's something you got to argue for, that he's made up, because we believe he actually existed in history. He did come down as a man, sure, but you simply saying I don't like the fact that he's a man doesn't change anything.
It's not that I don't like the fact he's a man. It's that it seems to line up with the time period where women were pushed down.
Okay, so the God of the universe came down and chose to take on the flesh of a man so he can integrate into a society that understood men as more as authoritative figures. And why would that be a silly move for him to do?
Sorry, I have to go. But
Okay.
thank you for this conversation.
God bless.
God bless.
That just felt like man hate.
Yes.
Let's try another.
I've never wanted to talk to a Muslim so bad in my life.
There's none coming up now all of a sudden. As soon as it's the same thing that happens. If I have a topic that's like no Muslims, I will get nothing but Muslims and show me where Jesus is God. As soon as I put up a topic that's Muslims, they don't come up. Right? And it's as you see the same thing on like God Logic's live. If he puts up a topic, a specific topic around Muslims, they all come up and argue different topics. And then he'll go to that topic another week and they won't argue that topic, they'll argue the topic before. They just refuse to engage in the actual thing that's up there. Rick.
How's it going?
Good, man. No Phil Bro stuff because like I got complaints from boredom last time. What's up,
don't
man?
worry. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Inshallah, we shall convert you to Islam today. Something, assalamu alaikum, police be upon him. Do I need to get my keys out too? I've got some colorful keys for some sections of your audience who don't like it.
Rick's a walking W.
But yeah, I'll say part of your prompt is convince me to not worship Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would just say that you don't have good reasons to worship him.
Okay.
So what reasons do you have, I guess?
Yeah, through the historical testimony.
Okay. How do you know that the historical testimony is legitimate?
Yeah, through the things like undesigned coincidences and textual criticism and automatic congruence, right? There's a whole bunch of data points that we look at to say that the authors are trying to record honest and truthful information. And we simply just put hypotheses on the table. If they're trying to record honest and truthful information, what do you do with the fact that they talk about a death and resurrection? Seems like the most parsimonious explanation is that they were recording something that actually happened.
How do you know that the authors of the gospel were around at the time to see Jesus?
The authors, well, Luke wasn't, Mark wasn't, right? They didn't see Jesus, but Matthew and John did, and this again would be through the testimonium.
Okay. How do we know that? And this is John the Apostle is the author of the Gospel, John?
Yeah, that's what's widely attributed to, and so the reason we look at that is because the church culture and the church history has widely attributed authorship to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? The apostles and the followers of the apostles is some of the earliest information that we have of that. As a matter of fact, we don't actually have any argumentation against original authorship until I think like between 1800s and 1900s in that area. So it's
Mhm.
really late that we actually get arguments against original authorship. It was just like the unanimous consensus. We see the churches all agreeing, even though they were over 2,000 kilometers apart, each individual church. And we know we would expect to see if they had disagreements because they disagreed about who wrote Hebrews, and they argued about that till they were blue in the face. And attributing things to like Luke and Mark would actually make no sense if they were just making things up. So the biggest steel man of like the perspective of like against original authorship would be like Justin Martyr invented it. So it would be like Justin Martyr came up with the perspective that those who wrote it because he was an apologist, right? And then other church fathers just unanimously accepted it. Nobody argued against it.
Okay, so how do we determine if like even Justin Martyr was like the one who made it all up?
Well, I don't agree that he made it all up. That's the steelman position of like the authorship was just made up by the church, is that Justin Martyr invented it and other church fathers just accepted it. Because in the earliest church, we don't see them actually attributing names. We have, what the heck's his name? Bueller, the earliest guy, starts with an A. We don't actually have his writings. We have quotations of his writings.
Athanasius?
Yeah, we have Athanasius that says we have the apostles and their followers, right? And then
Is that
it's
written
not.
document or
What's that?
is it a written document or is it word of mouth?
Sorry, Papias? No, Papias.
Athanasius.
One of the two.
Oh,
Anyways,
okay.
early guys mentioned it. Word of mouth or
Irenaeus.
written?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
So like, you said that there's like a bunch of churches that attested through, I'm assuming word of mouth, that the gospel authors were who that they were claiming to be, correct?
Yeah.
So people sometimes, they're just simply mistaken about things, and I think that people being mistaken about stuff is an entirely unlikely thing.
Yeah, but we don't have any reason to believe they're mistaken, especially considering when they were mistaken, we see what happens. Like what we saw with Hebrews. They were mistaken. It was like attributed to Paul, and then they argued about it, and then they fought, and they don't know who it was attributed to. So it's up in the air. We have no idea who wrote Hebrews. And so we see that happen.
Wouldn't that be an argument from silence that you're saying we don't see these things, so therefore they weren't arguing about it?
No. What we're saying is what we know what we would expect to see if event X took place. So, for example, we know what to expect to see if a volcano erupts. We would expect to see destruction around the volcano. Right? We don't see destruction around the volcano, so therefore it's less likely that a volcano erupted. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't think that should raise your credence enough, because there's no as far as like historical documentation goes, like it's not exceedingly robust,
No, it is exceedingly robust.
We're not even sure about you don't even know if the documents that you have are from that time period.
Well, we're pretty high confident on that. So yeah,
okay.
From the historical perspective,
yeah,
hold on, but just from the historical perspective, it's exceedingly robust, right? It doesn't seem robust to us because we have this unrealistic expectation. But when it comes to like history, having 4 individual biographies of a specific person that have attributed authors is extremely rare.
I would agree that it's pretty rare. But I mean, we're not sure that do we know what year that the texts that we have are from?
Yeah. So this is where we look at textual criticism, right? The authors almost unanimously attribute Mark to be 70 AD, as even though the authors the scholarship is now fighting with each other, they're actually beefing about it being an earlier date to the point where the consensus is actually switching now to earlier dates, more like 50 AD. And now they're having to argue about how Jesus had these predictions. But anyways, beside the point, I regress. They attribute to the 70 AD because of the textual criticism inside the documentation talking about the Jewish war. So everything in the documentation is before the Jewish war, but then it also predicts the destruction of the temple that happened at the Jewish war. So they say the earliest date that it can be is 70 AD because that's when the temple was destroyed. The problem with that is that it presupposes naturalism. So some people are actually arguing for an earlier date. I don't know what their argumentation is. I haven't looked at it. But they're arguing for an earlier date because the textual criticism shows nothing that you would expect to see if the documentations were written after the Jewish war. We see inside the documents internal critiques or internal understandings of Jewish culture, Jewish literature, Jewish practices, all things that were lost after the Jewish War, after the destruction of the temple. So this would be very unlikely for these authors to know this if it came at a much later date.
Well, it could have been, after the fact, somebody had written this stuff and they had a document, and it just so happened that it looks like it's from 70 AD or so, right?
Well,
Like that's a possibility as
it
well.
could be the fact, and reason to believe that's the fact are two different things. Is it possible that an alien actually recorded it on their camcorder and gave it to them? It's like, here's what happened. Yeah, that's a possibility, but we have no reason to believe it. So again, them having a deep, intimate understanding of the practices, the culture, the geography, to the point where they literally understood that if you went from town A to town B, that you were heading downhill. Like, these would be things that'd be very difficult for them to know unless they were there at the time and place.
I agree that it'd be difficult for them to know that, but if it's perhaps somebody afterwards, like say, I don't know, perhaps like a European or something, or let me think for a second. I don't know, I'm actually curious to know how we know these things are from certain dates and they're not from others. Like, couldn't somebody who has knowledge, just anybody with the knowledge that these things happened at certain Jewish practices at the time, couldn't anyone who has that knowledge have written such a document?
Again, how would they? The question remains, right? And nothing is perfect in history. History works on probabilities and what's more likely, and using the principles that are implemented in the historical method. For example, the principle of charity. When we're looking at the history, we see that, for example, John has a very deep knowledge of Pharisee and Sadducee practices. Again, all things that were lost after the Jewish war, because Titus comes in, he destroys the temple, he destroys Jerusalem, he unalives everybody, he throws all the books in the fire, right? This is all recorded by Josephus. So we see all these events happening, right? How would it be the case that, for example, John knew the exact road that people traveled to when they went to Passover, the exact road that they would go down to, and the exact cities and geographies? It'd be very difficult for him to know unless he actually traveled there himself. He doesn't have Google like we have Google. Also, you got a lot of background noise, man.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We could, I'm playing Smash Bros.
It sounds like a bathtub and an airplane at the same time.
Damn, I'm on my laptop right now. Perhaps I could go get my earbuds really quick, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Have whoever else is up there just say stuff in Arabic.
Man, this sickness is killing me. I was too cold, so I went and put on some pants instead of shorts. I was wearing shorts. Don't get your head twisted. And now I'm too hot. I can't breathe, and I want to go change back into the shorts. Christians always lie about Josephus. What did I lie about? P.S. The gospel authors were named by Irenaeus of Lyons.
All right, I'm back.
I don't think that's...
Does it sound better?
Oh, that's way better, yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Gotta turn my sound up a little bit. Okay. So where were we?
You were trying to say that some people just figured it out later, and that's more likely.
Yeah, I would say for any supposed explanation of it, I say my priors for anything that's immaterial are very low, and I think that any reasonable person generally will say that that's the case based off of an inductive case, other things that happened in my life. I would say 99% of them. 99% of them are based off of material explanations, material causes. As far as supernatural causes, it'd be 0 or %. Therefore, through that induction, which is that the priors for supernatural explanations are low.
Yeah, you fell into my trap. That's actually my trap.
Oh,
no. So the trap actually is to get people to confess that the only reason they don't believe it is because of priors.
Can you say that again? You cut out for a second.
The whole argument is centered around and designed to make people admit that the only reason you reject it is because of priors, not because of the data.
Well, I would say it is because of the... Well, it's the same way for both of us, right? And I would say that, as evidenced by my argument right there, my priors are more reasonable than would be yours.
No, I don't think your priors are reasonable. You said it's 0 for immaterial things. Make the argument for a 0, right? You're saying it's...
Well, I said it's 0.
Logically impossible.
I would say 0 or question mark. It's being a little hyperbolic, you know. That happens sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, but so what is it actually? What is your prior to like an immaterial interaction?
It's question mark. So when anything's undefined, so as far as things in my life, it's like 99%. Sure that I have a reasonable belief that 99% of the things that I see causes for in my life, like movements, picking up a mug, putting it down, like 99.99% of the stuff that happens in my life caused by material stuff. There's maybe 0.0001% where I'm like, I don't know what the hell's happened right there. And so if we take number of things that happen in my life and we say what percent is material, what percent is unknown, material is 99.9%, unknown is like 0.001. Then we say, what's the reason for the 0.001? And based on the induction, you apply that same principle to the question mark, and you say there's a high likelihood, like 99.9 repeating percent chance that it's natural.
Yeah, so even if I grant a low prior, why isn't it sufficient enough data to be convinced that it's more probable? Because if you're arguing for 0, you actually have a burden of proof. If you say it's like a 0.0000001, if we start incorporating the data and we start updating our knowledge and we start looking at what's more parsimonious and we put in hypotheses on the table, why isn't it enough data for me to say that this is a good justification? That I could say as a Christian, I have a 0.7 to say that the resurrection actually happened.
Well, I would say each person starts their life, and in your life, there's 99.9 repeating percent of things that happen in your life because of a cause that causes material, correct? So the same induction principle applies to your life.
You're arguing for priors. I'm granting the priors.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm granting the prior. I'm talking about updating our knowledge now. So as we start incorporating data, we start putting the data in, we need to upgrade our knowledge. We need to put hypotheses on the table, right? I have hypothesis resurrection. You haven't presented a hypothesis. You're just saying it's some sort of naturalistic thing. Well, if I start updating the information and it becomes more parsimonious to say that the resurrection actually sufficiently explains the data and there is no naturalistic explanation, why do I not have enough information to update my priors so much now that I could say that I'm justified to believe this?
It would be because you have significantly more assumptions with immaterial thing, because essentially, so when you're doing like a theoretical,
I feel like you're kind of maybe put the Smash Bros down because you're not listening to me as intently as you used to, right? There's no assumptions here. The argument is that we have the data, we have the data that supports the hypothesis resurrection.
The datum is also, I would say, supports any sort of what's called a stalking horse objection in the literature. So essentially what you do is you propose 2 possible hypotheses that explain some set of datum. The explanandum, which is what explains the datum, that thing we can have several assumptions based on it because we don't have certainty for what it would be. So we have these 2 contrastive hypotheses. And in our case, there's the question mark for supernatural because we can't apply any frequentist methodology of analysis to it.
Well,
so you have to do some sort of Bayesian analysis.
First off the bat, and I feel like I've told you this before, I reject the term supernatural.
Sure, yeah. So just replace it with immaterial. I'll misspeak for sure.
An immaterial reaction is fine. Yeah.
So you have to do some sort of some sort of other analysis other than like a frequentist method. So then what we do is we get into like an assessment of contrasting the 2 hypotheses on the basis of theoretical virtues and on the basis of a materialist explanation. Essentially, the theoretical virtues say that any materialist explanation is going to be more likely.
Yeah, but I feel like we're just going back to priors again. So you got to present an hypothesis, right? When we're looking at this event, we have event X, right? We need an explanation for event X. You need to provide a hypothesis that is more parsimonious than the resurrection hypothesis. Because if it's just simply that is immaterial, therefore I reject it. Well, the problem is going to be you're kind of falling into a dogma about like how much data actually is going to show us an immaterial thing is true.
Sure. So I'll articulate a stalking horse objection. Common stalking horse objection for this is the aliens one. That's a little overdone, so I'll do Jesus was a wizard. So there's a set of datum that we're trying to explain with an explanandum. The explanandum wizard has fewer assumptions.
The argument here is Jesus resurrected. Are you granting that?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, okay. I win.
Well, no, you don't.
I win because that. Hold on. I win because would a person resurrecting from the dead be a good justification to be a Christian?
No, not at all.
No. So if you personally are standing there and you witness Jesus Christ get crucified and resurrect from the dead, and then he claimed that yes, he is the Son of God, he is the Messiah, he did all these miracles to prove it, you would not say that's a good justification.
Man, you're really pushing me into Philbro territory, and I made a promise that I wouldn't.
But you already went Philbro territory like 3 minutes ago. I actually put a timer on
You're
the
right.
screen. Yeah.
Oh, how long is my timer?
We got 3 minutes left.
Okay, we'll step out of Philbro then.
No, keep going. You might as well finish. We already started, right? So we right now have this perspective where you concede that there's a resurrection. I'm not even conceding that this proves that God exists. I'm talking about a justification for a Christian.
So we have a set of datum. We have an explanandum on the basis of theoretical virtues. The materialist explanandum that Jesus was a wizard and that's why he resurrected explains all the data points with fewer assumptions than the explanation for the phenomena that it was some sort of immaterial God.
But
because there's via Occam's razor, there's more assumptions.
You're kind of jumping from the question I asked you. I'm going to push you on this now.
Sure.
Is an individual person justified in becoming a Christian because of witnessing the events of the crucifixion?
If they understand certain principles of philosophy, no. If they're just a regular Joe Blow, perhaps.
So then Christians are justified. And so now you're stating that they have to understand aspects of philosophy. But I could just do like an appeal to here and say that there's many Christians who have deep understandings of philosophy, deeper than both you and I put together. And they would say that they believe that Jesus Christ is God and the resurrection is an aspect of that.
I would say that they're not actually justified. And I would say that we'd have to. That's an appeal to an authority.
I feel like we're maybe. Yeah, I agree. I just said it. Yeah, I said it was appeal to authority. Yeah. So you're a smart guy. You know what a justified true belief is, right?
Yeah. There's some cases. I think they're called like some. I can't remember the name for it, but there's some cases. I feel like if there's 3 minutes left, I might as well just start yelling stuff in Arabic. You know, I'll put some keys on there.
You really need to go talk to Than, by the way. Next time he's live.
Yeah. Could you link perhaps in the chat I would have preferred to run the argument that I had last time, but I figured you wouldn't want that.
No.
And I even had some adjustments that maybe we could bring clarity to it. I don't know if you'd be interested in receiving those, but if you have a link to the video that this Than individual has on it, I'd be interested.
Well, not at what he talks about. He goes live like I go live, and this is their website, and you need to talk to him because his understanding of philosophy makes both of us look like we just read it off the back of a Cheerios box.
I don't eat Cheerios.
Oh my God. Now I'm kicking you. We love Rick, but that got him a boot. I got him a boot. Intentionally disingenuous right there. My goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. No, we love Rick. We always appreciate somebody who wants to engage in good faith. Why didn't my thing update? Failed to save session. Why? Uh-oh, is my internet disconnecting again? Is it doing that thing? No, we're still connected.
Are you talking about the Dono bar?
Yeah, Dono bar won't update for some reason.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring up the next guest. That person was in before. I don't like doing repeat guests in the same live. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, yeah, I'm good, thanks. I'm 39 years old.
All right, man. No good reason to be a Muslim or convince us to stop worshiping Jesus. Dealer's choice.
I think we've done convinced me to stop worshiping Jesus enough, so you got a new prompt. No good reason to be a Muslim. I'll choose that one.
You're Muslim?
Sure.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Do you have an argument, or do you want me to put mine across?
Do you want to go?
Yeah, sure. Do you have any good reason to be a Muslim?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Sure. I'm not sure. Can you hear me? Okay, is my reception okay?
Yep.
Yeah, you're good.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. I'll talk. So when Jesus was asked in Mark 12, what's the greatest commandment, he echoed the Shema.
Yeah, okay, bro.
Moses also
You convinced me to not be a Christian. Why should I be a Muslim? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting there. You need to allow me to land the point. So when again, I'll start again because this is quite important. Okay. When Jesus was asked what's the greatest commandment, he echoed the Shema in Mark 12. Moses also said the Shema is the greatest commandment. The Quran and Islam is a super emphasis on the Shema. By being a Muslim, you're following the purest form of the greatest commandment of Jesus and Moses.
I just want to do one thing fresh. Sorry. How do you know that they actually received that commandment?
How do we know? Because all of the prophets within the Islamic paradigm, all of the prophets received the commandment to convey to the people the message of one God.
Okay, so then you don't need to use the Bible, right?
We don't need to use the Bible, no, but the Bible does affirm this message.
Okay, so how do you know the Bible is trustworthy?
I don't.
Okay, so don't use a source that you don't find trustworthy. Go ahead, Fresh.
Yeah, so again, go ahead, convince me to be a Muslim.
I just did. So by being a Muslim, you will be following the pure.
Ain't no way.
Wow, that was demonic.
Did you just hear your own laugh? There ain't no way you're going to say his laugh was demonic, and then you're going to literally do a Disney villain laugh right after.
No, I'm sorry. That was just a bit demonic. Okay,
I'm just saying, he laughs, and then you would do it, and you say that's demonic, and then you do it. You said something, we thought it was a little silly, like, we're not trying to insult you. So we laugh, and you're like, oh, that's a little demonic. Hey. Like, you see the irony in that?
No, so his laugh was just random. Mine was a reaction.
It's not. Anyway, it wasn't random. It was a reaction to something you said. I didn't just start laughing out of nowhere.
Yeah, so I'm giving the argument. I'm saying, look, by you being a Muslim, you would be following the purest form of the greatest commandment. I mean, you can't get any better than that.
Bro, you're saying a whole bunch of nothing. Do you want to give an actual argument?
I'm literally saying one thing. I'm saying the greatest commandment in Christianity and in Judaism and in all the Abrahamic faiths is the Shema, is the worshipping of one God. Islam invites you to the purest form of practicing that, because even though all the other religions claim to be worshipping one God, they fall short, either by saying three, either by actually not worshipping God, either by associating partners with God. So the Quran makes a super emphasis on the Shema.
So if we look at these religions, these other religions, through the eyes of the Quran, they're wrong.
Correct, because they fall short of the Shema.
Okay, so do you have an altar that you worship this one God at?
An altar? No, we don't have an altar.
Oh, so then you're not actually practicing the purest form of worship to the one God? Is that correct?
So I didn't follow the argument you was making. So can you repeat that?
Do you have an altar that you use? Yeah.
No, literally, the whole of the earth is our altar. We can literally just stand up anywhere randomly and just start praying to God.
Well, are you saying that prayer is worship? Like, worship is sharing a meal with your deity, right?
No, so worship can be in many forms. You can be in perpetual continuous.
Yeah, but
worship.
you're talking about the purest form of worship, right? Like, we're not just talking about like, hey, I'm praying to something. Like your argument is about the purest form of worship to the one God, and how Islam does that.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I got you. So I understand your question. So just to strongman you, when you say worship, you're meaning a physical action of prayer, right? That's what you're saying is a worship. But within the Islamic paradigm, that is worship.
But why am I granting your paradigm? I don't understand. Like, you're convincing me to be a Muslim, and you want me to grant your paradigm in order for you to convince me? That's not how this works.
No, I'm not granting you the
Toronto
paradigm.
accent.
I'm explaining the paradigm of a Muslim. I'm not asking you to grant it. So what I'm saying is, within the Islamic paradigm, worship is not exclusive to physical action of bowing and prostration. Worship, I can be sitting here worshiping. For example, me talking to you, if I do it with the intention of pleasing God, it's an act of worship. By me sleeping is an act of worship, because if I'm fasting and
Yeah, but your argument was about the purest form of worship to the one God, right? This is what you said.
Yes.
Your argument. So this prostration, prayer, all this stuff, that's irrelevant, because we're talking about the purest form of worship to the one God.
Okay, so it all comes down to intention. Is to who are you doing these things for? Are you doing it for other than God? Are you trying to please other than God? Are you obeying other than God? If you are, then you're falling short of the worship of one God.
No, are you doing it at an altar, or else you're falling short? If we're just asserting stuff.
Just gonna pause you guys real quick. I just want to say hello to the 6 people watching on X. I appreciate you. And go ahead.
Yeah, I don't understand.
You don't worship. Yeah, you don't worship the one God at all, brother. If you don't have an altar where you're offering worship, sacrifice to the one God, then you don't, in fact, worship the one God at all. So it's irrelevant what you're saying. You haven't even convinced me yet to leave Christianity, let alone worship the Muslim God.
Sure, I'm not following the altar argument. Do you care to expand on that?
Well, is your faith a continuity of the Abrahamic faith?
It's a continuity of the Abrahamic faith, but it's not a continuity.
And how is that? And how was worship done in the Abrahamic faith?
I was explaining to you. So how worship was done amongst the children of Israel was at the Temple of Jerusalem with an altar. Yes, you are correct. However, Muhammad.
Also, the worship of how we worship God is now changing in Islam. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I think so. You're making a blunder here. So.
Okay, show me how.
So truth can not only be found amongst the children of Israel. So Muhammad was not a descendant of Isaac. He was a descendant of Ishmael. That's what makes it an Abrahamic religion. So we're not under the law of Moses.
So wait, what you're saying is the non-promise makes it an Abrahamic religion?
What's a non-promise?
Well, Ishmael doesn't have the promise, right?
The promise of what?
The priesthood.
I'm not following. I get.
I know that's why you're. That's why you're a Muslim.
No, so I know what you're saying. So you're talking from the paradigm amongst the children of Israel. Now we're not in that paradigm. We're outside of that paradigm. We're not under the law of Moses. We're not continuing from the law of Moses.
So then why should I follow your religion if you guys are not in continuity with the God of Abraham, with the law of Moses, yet you claim to be worshiping the same God? Why should I follow that? Why should I leave what I'm doing and follow what you're doing?
Yeah, because we are in continuity of the Abrahamic faith, but we are not in continuity with the children of Israel from the descendants of Isaac. That's the difference. They had a personal covenant with God. They were under the Mosaic law. They had to follow the 613 laws of Moses. When Muhammad came, he had nothing to do with the children of Israel. He was given a new law. So we're now following the new law. We're under a new law. It's separate from the children of Israel, the laws that they had to follow. And therefore, the practices and the rituals will be somewhat similar, but different. But the core belief and the oneness of God remains the same. Because that's the objective truth.
Can you show that there's a new law?
Show you? Oh, new law. Yeah, of course. It's the new law is the commandments in the Quran and the instructions and.
But why should I follow the Quran? Like this is the whole point, right? Why
Yeah.
should I be a Muslim, bro? Like, you're not giving me a good reason to be a Muslim at all. You're saying it's not actually in continuity with the law or the prophets. It's not in continuity with that. But trust me, bro, we have the new law in this new book that we got.
Yeah, I'm explaining to you because the revelation that we have that was given to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was the Quran. The Quran is a revelation for the whole of mankind. It doesn't exclude anybody. It's not focused on a particular group like the children of Israel. It's for everybody. And the message within there, the core message within there is a super emphasis on the concept of the Shema, which you have in your Bible. So Islam invites you is a continuation of the core message, but it's resetting back to the purest form, which Jesus taught the purest form. Moses.
Bro, so you claim, bro. So you claim. Can you show me that?
I just did. Mark.
No,
12.
you didn't.
I think we need a
Bro,
2-second pause here for me to just say, Abby, I miss you. I love you. Have a good trip. Anyways, go ahead.
And he's being very good. He's being very good today.
I'm being very well behaved.
Yeah, so you've asked me to show you in Mark 12 when Jesus was asked.
Wait, hold on. You already said you don't trust the Bible. Why are you going there?
But you do.
It's irrelevant. You're proving it to me from your sources, not from mine. Why are you going to the Bible? You don't trust it.
No, I don't.
So don't appeal to something you don't trust.
No, so I don't trust it in its. I don't trust it in its entirety. At the same time, I don't throw it all under the bus. When it comes to
what's
the Bible,
what's the rubric that you use to see what is true and what is not?
So we're agnostic. So when it comes to the Bible, okay, look, this is how I view the Bible, and this is how I trust it and don't trust it. When it comes down to reading the Bible, we know that how the Bible was compiled. It's a mixture of historicity. It's a mixture of historical reports. It's a mixture.
But the Quran is ahistorical, bro. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, dude. Allow me to explain what I think the Bible is, and then you'll get a bit more of a better understanding of why I'm saying what I'm saying. We know what the Bible is. The Bible is a mixture of what Jesus spoke, and it's a mixture of historicity, and it's a mixture of theology of the scribes. Now, if you're going to read it as a continuous script, as an inspired word of God, as you do in the Christian doctrine, we as Muslims don't do that. We would hold more weight to what Jesus supposedly spoke. So what Jesus supposedly spoke, if you just take that alone, it's more in alignment with the teachings of the Quran and Islam. So in Mark 12, it was Jesus himself speaking from his own mouth, saying the greatest commandment is the Shema. It's not a historical report of somebody else saying it. Oh, this is what I've heard Jesus say. It's not a theology somebody's pushing.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. It's Mark saying what he heard Jesus say, bro. What are you talking about? Jesus didn't grab Mark's pen and write it down for him.
No, but he's quoting him verbatim. That's the difference.
How do you know that? You don't trust the Bible. How do you know that?
No, we give it some weight. We're agnostic on its entirety, but we give the words of Jesus weight because it's coherent with the teachings of Islam. If you take just Q alone, Q is a theory.
What is Q?
So Q is like a theory gospel created by the scholars, derived from the synoptic gospels, just to collate what Jesus spoke. Okay, if we take only what Jesus spoke, it's coherent with the Islamic.
That's not even what Muslims say Q is. So now you're just changing what Q is as well.
Also,
what's Q then?
Well, so just real quick, you're confirming that everything that is red letter is affirmed in Islam?
No, I didn't say that. I said we give it weight.
Okay, so but
what does that mean?
You're relying on this Q document, which is supposedly a sayings of Jesus, according to scholarship, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you're giving that weight. Why?
We're giving it weight because it's supposedly verbatim what Jesus spoke. So it's the purest form of Jesus' teachings.
Okay, so are you under the assumption that the Q document is going to affirm Islam?
Am I under the assumption that not affirm Islam, but more coherent with Islam than the Trinitarian doctrine?
Okay, so why are you bringing up the Q document?
Oh, that was an example.
Okay, so Q is completely irrelevant to any argument then?
No, the question was why do you trust the Bible? And I was explaining I don't trust the Bible in its entirety. When I read the Bible, what parts of the Bible do I trust, and what parts of the Bible do I don't trust, and what's my methodology in that approach? That's what I was explaining.
Yeah. So then why'd you bring up Q?
Because Q is the sayings of Jesus.
Okay, but why did you bring it up? Because you're trying to confirm which parts of the Bible you do and do not trust. Why is Q relevant to that?
Because Q I think is a no, I'm just explaining. I was giving an example. Q, I would hold more weight with Q than I would with John. I'm giving an example.
You're just kind of going in a circle. Why is Q relevant?
Q is relevant here because I'm explaining what parts of the Bible I hold more weight to because they're the direct.
Yeah, why is Q relevant to that?
Because Q is purely the direct sayings of Jesus and has no theology inside it.
Okay, so then you affirm all the red letters?
I give it more weight. Yes.
Okay, so then why is Q relevant?
It's not relevant in a sense where it's separately relevant. Like hold is more superior, but they're both equal, isn't it? The red letters and Q is equal, I would say, isn't it? But Q is more relevant because of the
Q is hypothetical. Q is hypothetical. The red letters we can see.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so if Jesus said it in for example, I think it's Matthew, and I'm not expert on this, but I think if Jesus said something and it was in both gospels, then it would end up in Q. Okay. But if it was only in one gospel, it wouldn't end up in Q. So it's the most likely saying of Jesus.
Great. So then Jesus is the fulfillment of the prophecy in Daniel 9.
I don't see how you're following them from conversation. That's what
because you're affirming that anything that is said by Jesus, right, is most likely in the sayings that is in Q, and if we find it in multiple gospels, then it has to be true. Well, in these multiple gospels in the red letter, Jesus constantly affirms that he is the fulfillment of Daniel 9, that he is the one like the Son of Man, right? Especially in Mark, where he makes a direct verbatim case that he is that person, right, riding on the clouds. So if we have multiple confirmations of it, it's also most likely to be in Q. Then you have to affirm that he's the fulfillment in Daniel 9, which means that Muhammad's not the fulfillment of the Daniel 9, and you just debunked Islam.
I don't know about the riding on the clouds part. I need to look into it. But sure, I mean, if he says in Q that I'm the one riding on the cloud, then I would, like I said, I'm not going to backtrack and I'm not going to be double standards. I would give it weight. I would look into it.
So you're going to take your Yeshua Hada now?
No, not necessarily, because Christians don't hold weight to the law of agency, whilst Muslims do. That's the difference.
But you disproved Islam. Your argument disproves Islam.
How?
Because you're saying we affirm. I'll re-explain it. You're saying you affirm Jesus's red letters if you can find it in multiple gospels, and it's most likely to be in Q. So this would include Jesus claiming to be the messianic figure in Daniel 9. Islam relies on the fact that Muhammad is a messianic figure in Daniel 9.
No, Muhammad is not Messiah.
The messianic figure. No, I didn't say he's Messiah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
sure. He's the messianic figure. We got no issue.
Yeah, so both Jesus and Muhammad cannot fulfill Daniel 9 at the same time. That's a contradiction.
What is Daniel 9 then? Tell me what's the prophecy?
Yeah, Daniel 9 is like when the fifth empire comes, or the fifth kingdom comes after Rome, right? The one will come and conquer Rome and be the leader. You guys say that that's Islam that did that, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we do.
Okay,
yeah.
But Jesus claimed that he's that person who did it.
Can you show me?
Yeah, he claims himself to be the Son of Man all throughout the Gospels.
Yeah, of course. So it depends on what context he's speaking. So when he says he's the Son of Man in one context,
in Mark 14, he says, "I am the Son of Man riding on the clouds, coming to I forget the rest, but the gist of it is he's fulfilling, because right after that, Caiaphas rips his shirt and says, "Have you not seen? Do we need any more? He's committed blasphemy."
Sure.
Right? So he's not just talking about being a human.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not well versed on that, so I can't. I'm not going to ad hoc answer.
But that's the entailment of the argument that you're bringing to us to go to Islam, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, you want to take your Yeshua Hada, you can repeat after me.
No,
I believe in one God, Father Almighty.
Yeah, no, that's all right, mate. Yeah, sure. So I'm not gonna give an ad hoc answer. I'm not
I
well versed
appreciate
on
that.
the.
I respect that.
I've heard about the riding on the clouds, but from my background knowledge, I believe that this could be in relation to the law of agency. I will need to look into that and confirm that. So maybe go. I'll go away and do that, and maybe come back another time. Then.
Hey man, I'm gonna give you a W, man. That is like you've engaged in good faith, and when you ran into something you're unfamiliar with, you're like, I'm gonna go look at that and update that, and I appreciate that and I respect that. So I look forward to see what you come up with.
All right, mate. No worries.
All right.
Thank you.
God
All
bless.
right, Fresh. There you go.
God bless.
Let's. This is gonna be a rare day. W in the chat for a Muslim, guys. W in the chat for a Muslim. We respect that kind of mentality where they don't just make things up and lie. He says, I don't know. I'm gonna go look at it. That's
We asked for a Muslim and got a good Muslim.
yeah. Yeah, the Lord is good. We also have no one else in the queue right now, but hey. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. W's in the chat. Thank you. W. Yeah, W for him. 100%. W Muslim. W. Awesome. Awesome. We love that. We love to see that. And if more Muslims engaged in good faith like that, I would be more than happy to engage with more Muslims. More than happy to do that. What is W in the chat? It means win, right? It's a win. So what we're saying is that person did a win. We're basically we're celebrating good behavior. We're celebrating good mentality. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Music. Which song? Which song?
Yeah. That's right. Dude George is awesome. What a great guy. An actual human being. What a concept. You're a breath of fresh air in a room full of smoke. Somebody raised you right, and it shows. You remembered how to be a decent person. You showed up with a smile, and that was enough. No agenda, no nonsense, just genuinely lovely. Where did you come from, and can you come back? You know, talking about you makes me smile. And every once in a while, I gotta deal with the trolls, gotta deal with the fools, gotta deal with the goblins and their basement-born views, the liars, the snipers, the chronically online. So when you show up like this, man, you genuinely shine. I'm usually drowning in morons, but occasionally I get to talk about you. I wanna talk about you.
All right, let's bring up the next person. Oh, where's my freaking mouse? There we go. Shake GPT. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Shake GPT. Going once.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Wow, John, it's so good to be back. I just wanted to say that the bones are not proof of evolution. It is proof of my destructive reign millennia ago.
How did I not know? It literally has his name in the title.
Wow, John, you may not be the sharpest crayon in the knife box, but you're a great guy. We love John, and we love Fresh. He is so fresh, so clean. Frankly, I just wanted to say congratulations on finding the one good Muslim. Take a picture, it'll last a lot longer.
How do you take a picture of an audio conversation?
It's because that's why.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Mo, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How old are you? Abby, you should see Bert right now. He's in his bed with his whole face just squished into it. So cute. Sorry, how old are you?
I'm 27.
All right, man.
Why are you?
There's no good reason to be a Muslim or convince us to stop worshiping Jesus. Which path you want to take?
What? What's the second question?
Convince us to stop worshiping Jesus.
I tell you how to stop worshiping Jesus.
What?
What's the second prompt?
Convince us to stop worshiping Jesus.
Okay. I don't think that the Trinity is logical, so that's why you stop worshiping Jesus. It doesn't hold up. It doesn't follow that the three persons.
Let me grant that the Trinity is illogical. Why should I stop worshiping Jesus?
Because he's not a divine person.
Does Jesus, must he be a divine person? Or sorry, must he be a triune God for him to be divine?
No.
Okay.
I'm claiming that
so
he's
again,
not divine.
let's say the Trinity is illogical, why should I stop worshiping Jesus?
Because he's not divine.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the Trinity? Because you just said somebody can be divine without the Trinity being true.
I'm saying that the Father is the one worthy of worship, so
My
you
Lord,
shouldn't
my
worship
goodness
him.
gracious, my goodness gracious. Okay, there's a question I asked you. I'd love it if you could answer it. Why should I stop worshiping Jesus? Because the Trinity doesn't make sense?
Because you should worship the Father. What's the hard part here?
Yeah, let's say
Wait, are you a Muslim?
let's say for example, modalism is
I
true.
am.
Let's say modalism is true.
Bro, can we focus that the Father is the one you should worship, not Jesus?
Yeah. If hold on, listen, Linda, listen. If modalism is true, me worshiping Jesus is worshiping the Father.
Yeah, if modalism is, yes, I agree.
Yep. Okay. So why should I stop worshiping Jesus?
Because I don't believe that Jesus is an incarnation of God either.
Okay.
He's not a mode that God operates in either.
Okay.
Jesus is just a messenger that
Okay.
alludes to
So
worshiping
none
the
of that
Father
has to do
and
with the
God.
Trinity, right?
You can say so, yeah.
Okay, great. So what's the argument?
We can start with the part that in the gospel Jesus does not claim divinity.
Okay. Have you ever watched Game of Thrones?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you saw the scene where the what's his name? The Lannister, the heavy Lannister. He looks at the kid Lannister. Hold on.
Congratulations, caller. You just left Islam. You committed shirk.
I don't think he's talking to you. I think he's talking to the last guy. But yeah.
Yeah, I was good.
Okay, so anyways, yeah, you saw the part where he says, any man who has to say he's a king is no true king. Have you ever seen that?
Any man who has to say a king, he's a true king.
Any man who has to say he's the king is no true king. Did you ever see that?
Yeah, I know that part.
Yeah, right. Awesome.
Yeah.
So is it the case that one must claim to be something to be something?
No.
Okay, great. So what's your argument?
I don't think that's analogous because when Jesus is expected to be worshipped, and it's like in Christianity is like a main belief, it needs to be clear that Jesus is God. We don't have to.
Yeah, you're just making that assumption. Why is that the case?
Why I am expecting Jesus to
it was
say
for
that
him.
he's God?
It was for you. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Why am I expecting Jesus to say that he's God?
Yeah. So you're making the claim that one must say that he is God to be God. Why is that the case?
Or show signs that he is God at least.
Okay, so it's not the case that they have to say that they're God? Because you kind of keep changing the standard. So which standard
No,
are we going off?
I'm saying that the Gospels do not show that Jesus is God. That's my main claim.
But it does. So it's not
saying
claiming to be God. That's no longer the standard, right?
Okay, we can go.
It's showing now, right?
Okay, great. Who can forgive sins?
Anyone that God gives the permission to do.
So anyone can forgive sins. That's your argument?
If God gives the permission to do so.
Yeah, but logically, anyone can forgive sins.
Logically.
Okay. Who controls the storms and the weather?
God. And anyone who God gives permission to do so.
Okay, so anyone who God gives permission to do so. So is your argument here that Jesus can do all things that God can do, except he's not God because God gave him permission to do so?
Yeah.
Okay, so then what is the necessary conditions that we'd have to see to conclude that someone is or is not God?
I don't know. You give me the criteria.
Well, I'm just saying we have all these credentials. We have all this criteria. Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me finish. You said we have all this criterion. that would confirm God, right? All these so-called
Mhm.
attributes or abilities. And we
Mhm.
see that with Jesus, but you're just saying he could do it because God said he could. So is it the case that God could just give all his attributes to any individual? And if that's the case, is there actually a mechanism in determining if somebody was God?
The issue is according to you, Moses can be God too,
You're
because you
not answering
say
my question.
since
Is there a
I
mechanism?
am answering.
No,
I am
no,
answering.
you're not. It's a true
Why,
dichotomy. It has
why
nothing to
are
do
you
with
tense, bro?
Moses.
Give me a minute to answer.
Don't run. Right? It's a very specific
I'm not wrong.
question. Right? Is
Mhm.
there a mechanism, a methodology in which we could use to conclude that an individual is God?
Uh, through just actions, I would say maybe not. Through just actions, maybe not.
Okay, so then you
But
have an unfalsifiable argument.
unfalsifiable argument, I'd say no. That's
Yeah,
not the case because
it is the case.
that's why maybe I said
It is
first of all
literally the
Jesus
case. You
needs to claim.
literally said there's no mechanism or methodology that could disprove me. So it's an unfalsifiable
Okay,
argument.
so put yourself in my shoes. When you say that he doesn't need to claim to be God, and only through actions can we have a discernible way to say that he is God, that's also very vague and not
It's not vague.
But what if
identifiable.
It's not vague.
what if I could
Hold
show
on,
it
let me
to you?
land this plane.
What
Let
if
me
I
land
could
this
show
plane.
it to you?
Let
Because
me land this plane.
just let me land here.
Well,
Because if I do
it's
the
not vague.
same
Let's not vague. So here's your
method,
issue. Here's your
just
issue.
let me finish.
No,
If I do the same method
here's your
to
issue.
compare Moses to Jesus,
Again, here's your issue, right? You're basically saying, hey, if I look out the window and I see a duck and it's walking like a duck, it's acting like a duck, it's quacking like a duck, it's swimming like a duck, I shouldn't conclude it's a duck because God could have made a pig a duck.
no, because we know how the ducks works, how the ducks operates generally. But when we see in the Gospels that Jesus does this and does that, and then interpretations come that Jesus is God, that Jesus himself did not make, that raises the questions whether we should accept the fact that
So
he's God or not.
now you're changing the criterion because you originally said that Jesus could do all things that God could do and it wouldn't prove that he's God.
On earth he could do everything because he can revive the dead, he could heal the sick,
Jesus,
and still,
so your argument is Jesus could do all things that God could do, but it wouldn't prove that he's God.
and do you know why I said that? Because we already have preceding instances where actual people made those things and were not claiming to be God.
Yeah,
like
that's
Moses.
fine.
That's why
That's
I have
fine.
that.
But you have an argument that is unfalsifiable because just like that, I can look out the window and say I have all this criterion to determine something is a duck, but I can't conclude it's a duck.
Okay, so if we have an instance where a duck acts like a duck in the past, but still is not actually a duck, we actually view that it was not a duck. Yeah, if we have an instance in the in history where a duck acted like a duck and was not a duck in the end, it proves my point. That's why I'm saying Moses acted like God in some instances, but he was not God. You agree, right?
So if it's the case that in the past somebody dressed up a pig as a duck and somebody at a distance looked at that pig and concluded it was a duck, then logically follows that every duck that we see in the future, we shouldn't conclude it's a duck.
No, it doesn't logically follow, but
That's your argument.
It gives me like the possibility to think like that, right? If we have a preceding,
bro, because we use the principle of sufficient reason,
like
bro.
I'm not wrong.
Like this is the whole thing. We don't say that because we use the principle of sufficient reason, bro. The reason a duck is not a dog, like you understand why a duck is a duck and not a dog?
Mm-hmm.
So apply that to God.
What?
Yeah, so your argument is if it's the case that anybody was ever looked at a duck and thought it was something else, then we have good reason to believe that every time we see a duck, we can conclude it's not a duck.
Yeah, if we have an instance in the past where a supposed duck was discovered to be not a duck, I'm not wrong to think that. That's absurd because in reality, no, that's an absurd because in reality we can agree that a duck cannot be something else. But in scriptures, we have instances of humans doing superhuman things and not being God. That aligns within my argument.
Yeah, in reality, we have instances of people acting like ducks and not being ducks.
Bro, you're just not making any sense. What's the analogy with the duck have to do with anything?
Right. So
in
the
Scripture?
idea here is that we look at Jesus, right? If it walks like a duck, acts like a duck, quacks like a duck, it must be a what?
A duck.
A duck, right?
Because
Now you're
in
saying
reality,
you're saying it's possible that God made Jesus have all the attributes of a duck, but that wouldn't mean that he's a duck. So I'm saying you have an unfalsifiable argument because I could bring you all the evidence and you just say God made it be so.
you don't see the false dichotomy in your analogy.
No, provide it.
I told you we have instances of humans doing things that alludes to them being human.
Right. So when I teach my martial arts class, hold on. When I teach my martial arts class, I tell my young kids to do a duck walk, and they all squat really low and walk and waddle and quack like a duck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so therefore we shouldn't believe that any other duck is a duck because they showed attributes of a duck.
Do they look like ducks? Your analogy doesn't make any sense because humans don't look like ducks, bro. So please track and stop using stupid analogies. We know that Jesus looks like a human. He sleeps, he eats, he shits, he pees. He cannot be God. God says in his own scriptures. God says in his own scriptures that God doesn't sleep. God is not dependent on anything. So what's your analogy have to do with anything? So please track. If you can't answer,
so
just say.
Here's my analogy. If I show you that Jesus has all the qualities and attributes of God, you're just going to say, nah, God made it be that way. Which means Jesus you have an unfalsifiable argument, which means that there is no criterion that would convince you, which means I have a better chance of talking to a wall.
Okay. I'll make it easy for you. If I see attributes that God cannot have in Jesus, does that make Jesus not God? Is that easy? What?
No, that doesn't.
If Jesus has attributes that God doesn't have, or should not be having, it doesn't make Jesus not God.
Who are you to say who he should not be having? Right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Right. What is the hypostatic union?
The hypostatic union is that the three persons are not the same in
no
personal attributes.
The hypostatic union.
The hypostatic union.
No, that's the Trinity. No. The hypostatic union is that the person of Jesus, right, subsists, which means he exists in two natures. One nature that is fully God, one nature that is fully man.
Mm-hmm.
So he would possess both the attributes. So if he possesses all the attributes of God, he walks like a duck, he acts like a duck, he quacks like a duck, he must be. Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, acts like a duck, he must be.
Go on with the argument.
He walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, acts like a duck, he must be.
Can you stop with the stupid rhetoric?
No, I'm not to answer the question. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, acts like a duck, it must be a what?
A duck.
A duck. Great. So if Jesus walks like God, talks like God, acts like God, then he must be what?
Does make him God. God walks, by the way, guys. God walks. Wow. I've never heard that before. Does God sleep? Does God sleep? What does God in the Old Testament says about sleeping? God doesn't slumber. Jesus slept, guys. Wow, he can have contradicting attributes.
God poops, you see? You believe in three gods, you see?
No, he believes in a contradicting God.
What's the P and not P in the same sense? Go ahead. What's the P and not P in the same sense? Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll give you the P and not P. Jesus is all knowing
in the same sense, right?
That's the P and not P. I gotta give it to you. The dark energy is the most stupid energy. If I walk like a tiger and sleep like a tiger, I'm a tiger. Wow. Is this how smart you are?
Yeah, so if something
Hey, brother.
possesses
if I
all
want,
the
if I,
qualities of God and all the attributes of God, and you conclude it's not God, then what is your criterion to confirm something is or is not God?
if Jesus has the essential making properties of God, then he is God.
Okay, so Jesus possesses those properties.
No, he doesn't. He's with limited knowledge.
In what way? In what sense?
He does know the hour.
Oh, but he does. I can show you a verse where it literally says he does.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Now we can have an actual productive conversation instead of
Wait. So
stupid
if I show you a verse where it says Jesus knows the hour, you're going to confess that he's God?
From the Gospels, yeah.
You're going to confess he's God?
Yeah, of course.
Amen. Hallelujah. Do you know the one I'm talking about, Bueller? I forgot it.
Where he says he's God?
No.
Chat GPT, guys.
I'm not using ChatGPT.
Chat GPT.
Not using ChatGPT. I'll show you. Right here. See?
Oh, where he knows the hour, sorry.
That's still AI, bro.
It's Google.
Yeah, Google works on AI, bro.
Yeah, I'm not using the AI overview. I used this verse the other day. Where is it?
Damn.
Frickin', what the heck is that verse, guys? The one where he says very specifically. I have a different one if we can't find it, but the one where he says he knows all things that will happen to him.
Is it John 18?
I don't know, is it?
John 18:4, I think.
Tick tock on the clock. Tick tock on the clock. You gotta be ready, man.
I know the book is a lot bigger than the Quran, so we don't have it memorized. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, because you keep adding chapters.
We're not perfect.
Great. Yeah, you keep adding chapters, guys. That's actually
show me
great.
where that's true. Show me where that's true.
Which version
show
of
me
the
where
Bible
that's
should I
true.
follow? Which version of the Bible should I follow? The 66
Which Quran should I follow? Which Quran should I follow? The Hafs or the Warsh?
The one Quran.
Oh wait, they're different. Wait.
Warsh is just
They're the same but different. They're the same but different. That's crazy.
You lack information. Warsh is recitations are not adding chapters. Smartass.
Yeah, so they're not exactly the same, right?
If they differ in pronunciation, it makes them not the same book.
Yeah, bro. If the words are written down differently, then it's not the same book.
Exactly. Yeah. If I add 30 chapters to the Quran, then you can argue about it.
No, it's not like some arbitrary amount you have to add.
Sure. I mean, where's this verse, man? I want to become Christian. I want to become Christian. I want to worship a pagan god.
Is it not John 18:4?
No, there's one where Jesus says that he knows all things that will come upon him. John 16:30 is another one, though. We could use John 18:4. It's still good.
Knowing all that was coming upon him, went forth and said unto them, who seek you?
All right, so John 18:4, Jesus, knowing all things coming upon him, stepped forward and said, whom are you seeking? Okay, so is the final hour one of those things that will come upon him?
The final hour, no, it doesn't need to be.
Really? What is the whole parable of the, not knowing the hour? What is the whole point of that?
I don't know the entirety of the parable,
Oh, crazy, right? So the parable of
but
the
I know
wedding,
that Jesus said, "I don't know the hour."
the part where he says, "I don't know the hour," is for what? To what end? The hour of what?
The judgment day.
No, you freaking
The
idiot.
wedding
There's
feast.
no way. The wedding feast. Who's the bridegroom at the wedding feast?
Yeah, what's the parable alluding to?
Who's
When
the
the disciples
bridegroom
speak
at the
about
wedding feast?
no, just to clarify,
Who's the
when
bridegroom at the wedding feast?
just to clarify, what's the disciple asking about Jesus when they ask about the hour? Aren't they not asking about the judgment day?
No, it's not specifically about Judgment Day. It's about when we be
Okay,
unified. When
sure.
it'll be
Okay, go ahead.
when we will be unified to Christ,
Go ahead.
united to Him. So, who is the bridegroom?
Jesus, you would say?
Right. So, if Jesus is the bridegroom, and that whole
Mhm.
analogy was not knowing the hour when He was supposed to come, how is it the case that He knows all things that will come upon Him?
It's speaking about all things that will happen to him on earth. Doesn't mean that.
Oh, it doesn't say on earth. You're
No,
making
it
shit
doesn't.
up.
No, I'm making shit
Okay,
up.
how
It
about
speak
this?
about
How about
the
this
things
one then? How about this
that
one?
will happen
How
about
about this one? John 16:30. Now we understand that you know all things and have no need for anyone to question you. Because of this, we believe that you came from God. Why do they believe He came from God?
Oh, so he's not God. He came from God.
Why do they believe He came from God, you freaking baboon?
Baboon, because he said that he knows all things. Does it prove that he knows the hour?
So he doesn't know all things, and he does know all things.
At the same time.
Why did he say, "I don't know the hour"?
You said
Explain to me.
if I showed you
Explain
any
to me.
you said hold on, you said if I
Okay,
showed you
okay,
any
so
verse that
according
says
to
that
you, he
hold
said
on.
two contradicting things.
Hold on. That's fine.
He
It's
said two
contradiction.
contradicting
It's a
things.
contradiction. That's
Okay.
fine. But let's see if you're a man of your word.
Okay.
Let's see. Hold
Okay,
on.
the
Shut
Bible
up for
has
a second.
contradiction,
Listen.
guys.
Listen,
And my
Linda.
job is
Linda,
done. You
Linda,
conceded to
Linda, Linda,
contradiction.
Linda, listen.
You conceded to
Linda.
contradiction.
Listen. Don't run. Don't run. Let's see if you're
I'm
a
not
man of your
running.
word.
You conceded
Then
to
shut up and
contradiction.
listen. Shut up and listen.
No, I'm
Even
not
if it
shutting up.
even if
You
even
conceded to
shut up
contradiction.
for 5 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Even you conceded, right? You said if I show you just about one verse where it says Jesus knows the hour, you will concede that
Okay.
He's God. Even if it is the case that it's a contradiction, that is what you said. Now, are you willing to keep your word?
No, I cannot believe in a contradiction. What the hell?
Without lies, Islam dies. Without lies, Islam dies. Without lies, Islam dies. Without lies, Islam dies.
Someone opened up their mouth today. He's running, you see. Just had a little something to say. He's running, you see. Not a fist, not a threat, not a sword. He's running, you see. Just a word, just a word, just a word. He's running, you see. He's running, you see. He's running, you see. From the most harmless things that could ever be. He's running, you see. He's running, you see. Just syllables floating, but John disagrees.
Hold on, just 1 second. I want to see if somebody's got the cojones. Let's find out. Why aren't you coming up? Why aren't you coming up? Talking trash in the chat. I sent the invite. Why aren't you coming up? Just curious. What's the password? It's literally pinned, bro. But it's 1 2 3 4 5. Literally sounds like I'm gonna get banned from Latino YouTube. What? What? Yeah, how to join.
Who are you inviting?
Don't worry about it. Just somebody talking trash in the chat. So I just sent them a quick little invite to come on up, and they haven't accepted. Also, John was in the queue, but then he left. What happened to him?
I seen him dancing.
You saw him dancing?
Yeah, he was dancing in the comments when you were playing some music.
I did see that too, actually, yeah. I saw that too. All right, folks, we got no one in the queue. This is usually the time I end it anyways, but we're unsupervised, so I figured we go longer. Depends on what if you guys want to see it or not.
He's running, you see?
He's running, you see? Where's Abby? She's gone to a wedding. It's her cousin's wedding, so she's left. She'll be gone for the weekend, so you know what that means. Party. It means
video games.
That means I play video games even when she's here. She's actually very supportive of me playing video games. She encourages it, which is nice. Can I join the chat from YouTube? It's literally pinned. It's pinned in the chat. Literally right there. Pinned there.
Oh, read
the
super chats.
Oh, thank you. Good point. Let's do some soups. More for the grift. We appreciate you. That one. More self-worship.
That's old.
Definitely. Yeah, that's really old. Wow, we haven't done soups in a while. Now, the only good thing about me is Jesus. I suck. Amen.
Amen.
If they see you prepared, they don't want to talk. You can't claim to be an expert in self-deprecation. Watch me. I just did. Thank you. Appreciate you. Just showing the channel some love. What beginner books would you personally recommend reading? Keep up the good work. Glory to be God. As much as I hate it, the Christian Foundation for a Philosophical World, Christian Philosophy for a Christian Worldview by William Lane Craig. I don't remember what it's called. And then Can We Trust the Gospels by Peter J. Williams. Start there. Any recommendations for a book on logic? Literally Introduction to Logic by Sui, S-U-I. That'd be like the start. Those would be the two places I would go. Let's quickly update the dono bar, and then we'll do the next one. You don't have to stick around, by the way. You can leave whenever you want, but if you want to stick around, you're more than happy to have you.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'd be here on another panel.
Well, that person's not going to connect. Let's try the other person. Oh, they left. Why are you guys hopping up in the queue if you're not going to stick around? Sui Fan Lee. That's the name of the Introduction to Logic book. Very good. You could probably skip the first chapter. You probably don't need to know how to do Venn diagrams. The first section. It's a 3-part section. You probably don't need to learn how to do Venn diagrams. You could probably just jump right to section 2 and 3. You don't have a mic connected. Logic talks. Premise 1, you did not connect your mic. Premise 2, we cannot hear you. John doesn't know what to do without me. Well, I don't know how to do the dishes without you, that's for sure. Abby's going to come back to a whole bunch of greasy dishes in the cupboard. Oh no, John is getting... I'm not getting angry. You know when you cough and you can smell the sickness? You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just had that. It's gross.
That means it's not going to be a nice sickness too.
No.
It's like infection.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to give it like 5-10 more minutes. If we get no one else in the queue, we'll probably call it a day.
G. Lopez, it was John 18:4, I believe.
I'm positive there's a verse where Jesus says it himself. There we are. Logic Talks. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you. How old are you?
I'm 30 plus.
All right, man. Can you either no good reason to be a Muslim or convince us to stop worshiping Jesus?
Well, I will go for stop worshipping a man and Jesus.
I says what?
I will go for the second prompt. I mean, like, why are you worshipping the Jesus Christ?
I don't have to answer your question. You have to tell me why I shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting with this prompt. So the thing is, you should not worship
Oh, why does he
Jesus
have that
because
weird
Jesus,
noise thing going on?
Yeah, sorry, bro. Your connection is awful. You have to figure some stuff out and come back. Come back. Do your washing
it's got
up
that
before
demon
Abby
burp.
gets back. It's gonna. I will, but it's gonna be greasy dishes because I don't know how to do dishes. It was actually a rule she set before we got married, as I wasn't allowed to do the dishes because I was so bad at it. It weaponized incompetence. You are pathetic. Yes. I just need the necessary and sufficient conditions on how you determine if someone is pathetic, and then we can move from there. I wish I had that rule. I'm not allowed to do laundry. Fair.
Who doesn't know how to do dishes? This guy.
All right, bro. Did you fix your stuff?
yes, bro. Can you hear me now?
No, it's not better.
No.
Uh,
Demon burps.
yeah. He's lying. You just don't want to do dishes. No one wants to do dishes. But I've definitely done my own dishes. Abby learned this from coming over to my house before we were married and witnessing my dishes. I use soap. Sometimes I don't, but usually. Omen. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
Oh, wow, that was quick. I'm 41. Can you believe it?
I
Thanks for
can
asking.
believe it. I can believe it. All right, man. No good reason to be Muslim, and you can convince us to stop worshiping Jesus. Your call.
Sure, what a platter. Huh? So on the Muslim thing, I no good reason. I concede. I equally, and please, I just before we get going here, I don't have any animosity. I'm not trying to fight with you, so we can just let our guard down. Don't have to put on gloves and just have a good chat.
That sounds like something someone would say who wants to fight with me.
It does.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But I'm take my word for it. If I prove you wrong, then yeah, fair one. Yeah. So I think that when you say that you worship Jesus, does that mean that you attribute all the things that are going well in your life to him? Does it mean that you ask him for all the guidance that you get? What does it mean to worship him?
Yeah, it just means that he is the highest form of good, and we try to align ourselves with that highest form of good and understand that he is the purpose and meaning and behind everything. That is the point.
He's the Alpha and Omega. He's the start and the finish, and everything must be overlaid against him, as it were, or his teachings. And I think that's noble, and I think that you are perhaps missing out on all the other plethora of wonderful knowledge and insights and meaning, and just there's so much goodness out there that you perhaps might be missing out on.
Why?
And that's because, well, maybe, and that's a hell of an assumption on my side, that maybe you are looking at all of these other sides. I mean, are you reading other philosophers?
Yeah, I've read the Vedas, read the Quran. I have big books of philosophers in front of me right now.
I literally own every writing that Plato's ever written.
And and you've derived a lot of value out of that, right?
No, I haven't read it yet. I just own it.
Okay, you've owned it. Fair one. And there you go. That book on the shelf would provide you insights and knowledge and
but Omen, you do seem like a nice guy, but I don't know why this is relevant.
Well, because I think that you are misdirecting your energy. I don't think that there's good enough evidence to put everything that you believe, to put Jesus up on this very high pedestal. Well, the argument is, what is the evidence? What is the evidence? Is the gospel?
That's not an argument, bro.
It's not an argument.
Yes. Okay, so the evidence for worshiping and putting Jesus up on this very high pedestal, and I'm not saying that one shouldn't respect him or learn from it and follow the, get the gist of it from it, and live your life somewhat approximating the spirit of the teaching. But if you put it up on that pedestal, you believing in evidence that Jesus is the Son of God, that He rose from the dead,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
He
Why,
is the
why
last,
shouldn't I
etc.,
believe those
etc.
things?
Because the evidence comes from, okay, not before you bite my head off,
Mhm.
it comes from one source in
No.
terms of it comes from the Bible.
That's not
The
a singular
resurrection, it
source.
does. Where
It's
does
not.
it come from
Yeah,
apart from the Bible?
the Bible is not a singular source.
Yes, but it's a collection. It's a library, right?
Yep. So it's multiple
Of
sources.
writings.
Yeah.
Yes, but it all comes from. All of it comes from the one book. You can't pick up like a
No, it's
Roman
not a.
scroll
It's not a.
that
It's not a book.
says
So I'm gonna stop you, Omen. It's not a singular
it's
source.
a collection of books.
Yeah. So that
right?
even by that definition means it's multiple sources.
100%. But they all come from the same compilation. There's no book outside of the Bible.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
The Bible in itself didn't come into existence till hundreds of years after Jesus Christ. These documents existed on their own in circulation, and then eventually the church decided to compile it into one form. Right? That doesn't make it a source. That just means that's where we put them all.
Okay.
Because we use them for liturgy, right? So we have them in a single source so that we can access them for liturgical use.
Right, much like a psychologist might have a whole lot of writings from different psychologists or different people in the field in one textbook, something like this. Compile everything together. The collective
textbook is a
writings of these people.
I mean, sure, but not really, because a textbook again is not a library. A textbook is a single book with a single purpose, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I suppose there's not. I can't think of an analogy really of something similar to that. But suffice to say that is there anything in Roman writing that's like from the Romans or from the ancient the Pharisees?
Let me ask you. Let me just ask you a question.
Sources? Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Sure. Just like about the time period and about like what you would expect to see. So if somebody was there, they seen the death, burial, and resurrection. Would you expect to see them as a non-Christian source?
Yes, I would expect to see that there was like, say, Pontius Pilate of the time was the Roman commander.
Well, do we have other
governor.
Yeah. I mean, again,
I would expect to see him writing to say, "Listen, I executed this guy."
Yeah, well, we do see that he executed him, right? But again, if we have somebody who's seen the resurrection and is going to write it down, they've seen this person unalive, and now they're back. Do you think that person is now a Christian or just an unbiased source? Likely that they're a Christian now, right?
Probably would be a Christian, right? I get you. Yeah.
So then that's probably a Christian source that would probably end up in the Bible then, or adjacent, right? Like at least in church history, then, right?
Yeah, 100%. I don't disagree. I'm sure that I concede fully that the people who and even, let me give more. Let me buttress your argument further to say that those people were willing to die, or some of them did die for that belief.
For
and
example,
why would they not have died for that belief if they didn't believe
For example, the guy who stuck the spear in Jesus and he was going blind and the waters cured his blindness, right? Now he's a source for Christianity, not against Christianity.
Who is that?
Right? I've never heard that before.
Who is that? Who is that? What's the name of the person? I didn't know that.
One second.
Or which book was it in, or whatever? Is it in Romans?
It's not in the book. It's church history.
But here's the thing: you have this expectation that we need sources that are outside of the Christian paradigm to confirm it, and I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, because I think that, if you want to have such certainty to live your life with that.
I'm going to pause you there.
Narrow sort of view.
Yeah, sure, it's just like you should. So let me ask you this, and I don't want to get into a debate about evolution, but you believe in evolution?
I believe it's most likely the case, yes, but I wouldn't worship it. Yeah.
Yeah, not talking about worship. Can you give me a source from somebody who doesn't believe in evolution that confirms evolution?
No, I mean, you can't,
Exactly.
unless you are not from a person. No, obviously not. But I can give you a source from different people who have different belief sets. They're not staking their life, and they are willing to be changed with argument. They're
Yeah,
presenting an argument to
but
say, look at these fossils, and this
well,
is what they
hold on.
do,
You're
etc.
missing my point, right? My point is just like,
Okay.
hey, we need a source that confirms the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ from somebody who doesn't believe in the death and resurrection from Jesus Christ.
No, not necessarily. Just someone that says, even a report from the Romans, let's say, that says,
Oh, we have Tacitus, Josephus.
Well, let him
there's
finish. Go ahead, Elmer.
talk that there's the natives are rebelling because there was allegedly a resurrection, and they make notes of it and send it off to Rome or something. I don't know, just something that corroborates it.
Yeah, we have Pliny the Younger saying that, or is it Pliny? We have Pliny the Younger writing his uncle, I think Josephus, talking about what they should do with the Christians to force them to stop worshiping Jesus as if he was God.
And how long after the crucifixion was that?
This is really relatively early.
Yeah, like decade, 2 decades, something like this.
I don't know. I still think it's in the first century, something like that. Then we also have Josephus and Tacitus. We have Tacitus literally saying that the Christians worship Jesus if he was God. We have Josephus that talks about his crucifixion, and then we have this prisoner by the name of Mar who talks about how they had this Christian guy who was a king. We have a lot of extra biblical texts that talk about Jesus and what you would expect to see if he actually died and resurrected. Trajan. John's is Pliny to Trajan. Sorry, not Josephus. I get my names mixed up all the time.
No worries. So do I, man.
I can tell you. I can give you the names or the dates of all these people. Just give me a second. Go ahead, Fresh.
Well, yeah, it's Saint Longinus that was the Roman soldier who speared Christ. In the gospel, he's just an unnamed Roman soldier. But through history, I think it's the Gospel of Nicodemus, if I'm not mistaken, which is like it's extra biblical.
So then
his name
wouldn't
is Longinus.
that be an important thing to sort of annex to the Bible, and to the belief structure?
This is the thing, brothers. Like in modernity, we look at the Bible as like just this, rule of faith, and it's not that it's not, but it is a liturgical document. Right, it's what is used in the worship service itself. So it's not the wholeness of the faith. Like we believe that we were left shepherds, right? Men to shepherd us. This is part of the tradition that they use to shepherd us.
Okay, so here I have my extra biblical texts of Jesus Christ. So we have Flavius Josephus. This is 80, 93, 94. So this would have been in the lifetime of the apostles, right? Old apostles. He says, there was about a time Jesus, a wise man, for he was a doer of wonderful works. He was the Christ when Pilate had condemned him to the cross, for he appeared to them alive again on the third day, and a tribe of Christians, so named him, were not extinct on this day. And I think that is isn't that the interpolation verse? Fresh? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is some Christian interpolation there, but even if you remove that, you still get Jesus being crucified. Then we have Tacitus. This is 81:16.
Sorry, I don't want to stop your flow. I appreciate it. I'm not disputing that he existed.
Hold on.
I think that is it. But the resurrection is the problem.
I'm not arguing existence here. We're going to get into it.
All right.
Right. So Tacitus and Nero substituted as corporal punishment those who hated the shameful acts, whom the crowd called Christians, the founder of his name Christ. He had been executed in the reign of Tiberius by the prosecutor Pontius Pilate. The deadly superstition erupted again, not only in Judea, the origin of this evil, but even in Rome. So again, we're seeing that they attributing like supernatural events to Jesus Christ in 116. Seratonius.
Whoa, just pause. I think that one's quite important. So they're acknowledging that this person was crucified, and that what was the word? The superstitions or something. What was the word? That I can't see it. It's too small on my screens.
Yeah, executed in the reign of Tiberius by the procurator Pontius Pilate. The deadly superstition erupted again, not only in Judea, the origin of this evil, but even in Rome. Again, this is what you would expect to see.
Right. Yeah. So
Still got a
they
lot to
are
go
saying
through, man.
that the people believe that. Well, we don't have to go through it all. If you'd like
I do
to,
need to go
I
through
don't
it all
mind.
because I'm making a collective argument. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, so Pliny the Younger, the letter to Trajan, the one we were talking about, they were in the habit of meeting on a fixed day before the dawn and singing a hymn to Christ as to God, and this is 111. Binding themselves by oath not to commit fraud, theft, or adultery. When I interrogated them under torture, I discovered nothing else but depravity and excessive superstition. So again, we're seeing a really early belief in Christians, believing that Jesus was attributed to some sort of divine figure and godlike thing. Lucian of Samosta, AD 116, those poor wretches were persuaded themselves that they were going to be immortal. They worshipped that crucified sophist himself and lived according to his laws. So they're all brothers and considering the property common. And again, AD 165, it shows an early belief in his supernatural ability. AD 170, this is Celsus. I'm going to finish. I'm going to mute you because I'm going to finish these quotations. I've started this process. I want to finish it, then we can go through it. Okay. Celsus, AD 170, 180, they pride themselves on performing miracles by invoking names in addition to incarnations. Jesus showed himself and performed miracles by sorcery. Right? Marbara, this is the prisoner I was telling you about. This is AD 70. What did the Jews gain from executing their wise king? It was just after that their kingdom was abolished. The wise king lived on because of the new law he had laid down. The Babylonian Talmud comes 200 to 500. The quote says on here, on the eve of Passover, Yeshua was hanged for 40 days. On a herald went forth before him crying, he's going forth to be stoned because he practiced sorcery and enticed Israel to apostasy. The apologies, these would be like Christian letters, right? And we don't have to go into the Christian letters right now, but these early Christian letters also show a belief in the death and resurrection. These date within the first century, like the epistle Barnabas calls him God, says crucified. Polycarp speaks of him, right? Ignatius talks about him being God and the miracles that he's done. And again, all these are within the first century. These are extra biblical, but you would say they're not trustworthy because they're Christian. And so we have, again, a ridiculous amount of quotations of all things you would expect to see if Jesus was performing miracles. It's so much so that he was doing these things that we have nobody even contending that he was doing miraculous things. Not a single person said that he was just a normal guy. Okay, now you can go.
Hey, thank you, very kind of. So what I heard, to go through each one is going to be hectic. So what I gathered there is that, for example, the superstitions quote that they acknowledge that there were superstitions, superstitious beliefs amongst a group of people. There were people at Passover praying. There was even under excessive torture, they still believed these things, and that these are about 100 years after.
No, it's not 100 years after.
Give or take,
no,
40 years, 50 years.
Yeah, these are within, like, Jesus dies in 30, right? And these earliest datings are between 80 to 170. So some of them are over 100 years.
Oh, like 40.
Some of them are within 40 to 50 years.
So
for example, the Didache and Clement's writings are within the same time the Gospel of John was released. And those talk about his crucifixion and resurrection and the miracles he's done as well.
So 40 years after the fact, right? And what those, to me, are affirming is that there were Christians who believed Christian-like beliefs at the time. And they were noting that happened, but they're not saying that you're right. Like I concede, you would have expected to see those types of things happening, but I'm looking for something like at the time the supernatural event occurred under the jurisdiction of the Roman Empire.
1 Corinthians 15:3.
When was it written?
1 year after Jesus Christ's resurrection, and it says that Jesus
and
Christ
who
died.
Wrote it?
Paul wrote it.
Yeah, but. And this is my thing, but
you have an unrealistic expectation here, man.
Well, maybe I do, maybe I do, but I think that it's realistic in terms of giving what might
No,
be
what's unrealistic
my
is that you keep
finite
demanding
life.
something and I keep providing it and then you keep shifting the goalposts. You're like,
No.
You're like, I want texts, right? We already agreed that we're not going to find somebody who says Jesus Christ died and resurrected. That's not a believer of Christ, right?
Okay, I concede that. You're
Okay,
right.
great. So you
you
conceded
got
that.
me
Now
on that.
let me
Yeah.
explain how you're kind of being disingenuous here. So you conceded that point. Then I show you a plethora of documentation of people who doubt the resurrection, recording things of what you would expect to see, right? If Jesus Christ died and resurrected. And then you say, well, I don't trust that. I need something that's of the time of Jesus. And so I say, okay, we have 1 Corinthians 15:3, which is of the time of Jesus. You're like, but no, that comes from Paul. And so we don't trust Paul because he believes in the resurrection. So what you're demanding here is a document from somebody who doesn't believe in Jesus Christ, writing about Jesus Christ's death and resurrection, who personally witnessed it. While you're asking for that, I also want somebody to give me $1 million.
What I'm asking for is all of those things all of those sources referred to miracles, superstitions. None of them say resurrection. That's it's pretty straightforward. This guy died and he came, one of them, bro, one of them. That's not enough for me to believe. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say that it's stupid to believe that. I'm not trying to say that it's
okay. Well, I don't care what's enough for you to believe because you have unrealistic expectations.
Well, it's good to care why people. I mean, I've spent a lot of time trying to understand why you believe what you believe.
Yeah. Well, why?
And
do you think that Paul was always Paul? Do you think Paul was always Paul?
I don't know. I don't
Okay,
even.
so Paul,
from what
Paul used to be Saul, right? And he used to be a Pharisee, right? So again, this is an example of what you would expect to see if somebody was convinced and actually witnessed the thing.
But did he witness it? Was he really there, or did he hear it from other people?
Well,
I'm asking genuinely. I don't know. I don't know.
Let's say he didn't witness it, right? Let's say he didn't witness it. He's convinced of it, and he's of the time.
It's not good enough because if he didn't witness it, I'm saying it's not good enough for me.
He did witness it, though.
So I want to be clear. I want to be clear. What you want is an eyewitness, first-hand account to the event that doesn't believe it.
No. I want somebody that's in this particular instance, if they believe it, they should have seen it. They shouldn't hear it from somebody else. Because if you didn't see it, how can you believe it? We have the documentation
of the people who saw it and believed it, but you're saying it's not trustworthy
and
because it's in the Bible.
Who are the people that saw it, that actually saw it and wrote it?
Matthew and John.
Jews. The 3 people.
That's not 3 people.
3.
Matthew and John, right? In the Gospels,
or
in the
2
accounts
people.
Holy shit, man. In the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Acts incorporate 21 eyewitness accounts.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John,
and the Gospel
21 others.
And the Epistle of Acts
they
account for 21 eyewitness
statements that they took down and said, this person saw it, the baker, the candlestick maker, they all saw it. So I don't mean to be flippant. I'm just saying there were 21 people that they recorded that saw it. Yeah, for me, I think it's wonderful that you found something that gives you so much inspiration. It's just not good enough, man.
Get out of here, man. Get out of here.
Like, bro, it's so bad.
I don't care what you think about my feelings, man. You keep giving a standard. You're like, hey, I need this. I'm like, here it is. Or you're like, that's not good enough. I'm like, okay, here's another standard. That's not good enough. Okay, here's another standard. I keep giving you your standards. You're like, oh, 3 witnesses is not good enough. Let me give you 21. Oh, man, I'm glad it's convincing for you, but it's not convincing for me. I don't give a rat's butt what's convincing to you. You have an unrealistic expectation. You want a first-hand document of somebody who witnessed it themselves but didn't believe it happened. What? Anyways.
And what John Martin in the comments says is actually true too. Is Paul appeals to 500 eyewitnesses, bro. Like, we don't like to go there because we don't have their names and stuff. But like, he appeals to 500 eyewitnesses.
Paulie, your standard is disingenuous.
Based. Yeah, well, here's the argument for the 500 eyewitnesses. The 500 eyewitnesses is not an argument for us to say that people witness 500. It's to talk about Paul's confidence, because Paul's confidence in the resurrection is so much so he's saying, I have 500 people you can ask me about. So in the time and place, right, if people were in doubt, Paul says, hey, I can show you 500 people that all agree with me. Right? That would be a very brazen letter for Paul to write if he didn't have 500 people to back him. That's where the argument is. So it's not that we have 500 witnesses. That's a silly argument. I agree with that because he just says appeals to the 500. Paul says, if you're in doubt, go ask the 500. He's writing a letter, right? Who's that letter specifically in? To the Corinthians, right? That's in Corinthians.
Corinthians, yeah.
Yeah, so he's writing a letter to the Corinthian church. So he's literally telling the Corinthian church who existed at the time, challenge me. Challenge me on this. Come to me and challenge me, and I'll show you 500 people who will have my back. That's the argument. It's Paul's confidence.
Yep.
All right, we'll do like one more, and then I'll call it a day because I'm starting to get grumpy with this buffoonery, this nonsense, these nincompoops. He was a nice guy. It's just like, my goodness.
We've had a good Muslim. We've had a lot of atheist mumbo jumbo. I don't know how good faith anybody was except the Muslim, to be honest.
Yeah, the Muslim is the best faith guy today, and of course Rick.
Oh yeah, Rick.
Yeah. Rick's always great faith. And also, Soup Chats have been really holding us down today. Thank you guys so much. You guys are so generous. It's also nice I got to go into my notes. I rarely get to ever do that. Call your standard. Oh, yeah, we did that one. We did the soups. All right, guys, if we don't get anyone in 5 minutes, we're going to call it a day. I'm going to go lay on the couch and stare at the TV. Going to go watch the next episode of From. Oh, no, I got to make a thumbnail for this live. There's always so much work to do. While we're waiting, I'll plug a few things. First of all, we're going to do on the Discord. So if anybody wants to, there's a link down below to join the Discord or in my bio, or you could just see that, someone will post it on YouTube somewhere. If you join the Discord, we're going to do one-shot D&D sessions. So it'd be like, if you've never played D&D, you don't have to worry about it. It's not a commitment. It's just a one-time deal, little 4-hour campaigns where I'll participate and we all get to kind of hang out and join. We'll pick like 4 or 5 people to play a game every month. We'll pick those, I don't know, based off dice roll, and they'll get to participate and everybody else will get to watch. And then next month we'll get a new people. You can either bring characters with you or we'll have pre-made characters for you. And it's just a nice little session where we can hang out with each other. But you have to be part of the Discord to be part of that. I miss you too, Abby. I mean, that's not true. I love you very much, but I have like the emotional span of a rock, so it's hard for me to miss things. And she knows this of me. It's not like harsh. It's just I don't miss things. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, and if you want to support the channel, you could do so at bigjohnsteel.com. Where you get access to exclusive content. So for example, we did a reaction to Cora's debate. That's up on this website. So if you want to see my impression on what Cora had to say in her 1 versus 20, it's on this website. You have multiple options to choose from. You can choose from like a basic package. This isn't Canadian right now. So it's like 5, 10, 20, right? All this gets you the same access, but it's just supporting the channel, or you can give like one-time donations to support the channel. You also get access to the latest content as it comes out. So for example, right here, we have me reacting to God Logic's debate with, I always forget his freaking name. And then this video that's not half as popular as it should have been, because everybody's like, you need to be more Christ-like and share the gospel. Here's an actual video of me sharing the gospel. No one watched the damn thing. Y'all are hypocrites. So yeah, you get that website if you guys want to support the channel. And then of course, super chats and things like that help this channel grow. We do have a minimum donation amount that we need to keep this channel going. Anything over top of that helps the channel grow. So we have a minimum to keep going. We have more goes to growing, right? So that's the way to do it. Already over, not even 4 hours. What are you talking about? We've been live 3.5 hours. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Is the standard 4 hours now? Because as far as I know, I'm one of the few live streamers that does 4-hour streams. Everybody else is like that 2-hour sweet mark, right?
Yeah, I thought 2 hours was the mark.
No, I do 4 usually. We'll do a couple more and then we'll call it because we just had a whole bunch of people hop in. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Okay, I'm 34.
All right, man. Either no good reason to be a Muslim or convince us to stop worshiping Jesus. What do you want to do?
Right, so a good reason to not believe in Jesus is that there are more than 200 plus biblical scholars that don't believe Jesus existed, right? So, for instance, if we had 100 historians that would claim. 1 second.
www.helpmewithmyargument.com.
Just while you're searching that, are you a Muslim?
Okay, so we have Robert Price, George Albert Wells, Richard Carrier, Thomas Brody, and Thomas Thompson. So already you got your 5.
There's
so
5.
like I
You
said,
had to Google
if
them. But you said there's 200, and I just Googled the same thing. I said, how many biblical scholars don't believe Jesus existed? And the very first thing that came in my Google, almost no credentialed biblical scholar or historians of antiquity argue that Jesus never existed.
Okay, so the point that you interrupted me when I wanted you, because clearly you like to pick up on people that don't have a lot of insight to argue with you.
Where did you get 200 from?
Okay, so do you want me to continue the list? So how many more do you need? I'll give you the names. I know that because I've already looked. Let me tell you something now. A Catholic biblical scholar that knows a lot more than you, that went to a debate, conceded that there were 200 because before he went to the debates, he researched it and he knew. So a Christian guy that went to, so you come on a live to debate and you know nothing. Come again?
Your source is some Catholic guy in a debate.
He went to debate a atheist guy,
so
right? And
just
he's
to
a
be correct,
biblical scholar.
yeah, that's fine. But your source, just to be clear, is some Catholic guy in a debate said it.
No, that's when I was shocked when I heard about the 200.
That,
I was
or
like,
is that
real?
Not your source?
That's not my source.
Okay, then what is your source for 200?
There are many places online that show the 200 plus.
Appreciate
fuck your mother, you cunt, you ugly cunt. Run away, you piece of shit. You are ugly cunt. Your nose is bent. You're gonna drop because you just like people coming up here that have zero argument because you're a loser, right? I'm trying to go through it. You don't want the next sentence.
No, what did you say? What did you say about me? Say it again.
You're an absolute loser.
Right.
That's what you are.
Okay. Has this gentleman convinced you guys of the peace of Islam?
I'm not a Muslim, you fucking cunt. I'm agnostic, you piece of shit.
Sure you're not.
That's why you wouldn't answer if you were a Muslim.
Z, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm fine. I'm 21 years old.
All right, man.
That guy just rage quoted, man. He was crazy.
Do you have me playing in the background? I can hear myself.
Oh, sorry. Actually, yeah, I do have you on YouTube. Do you hear yourself still?
Test. No, that's good. No, it's still there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, still there?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You got headphones or something? Unplug them or plug them in. I think we're good now. Test 1, 2. No, still there.
No, it's.
You still hear
Are you are you screen recording?
No, I'm not. Let me disconnect the microphone.
What's up, Jim Bob Ray? Jim Bob, you always raid me when we're about to end it. You always raid me at the end of the live. But we do appreciate it nonetheless. First off, your nose is bent. It's true. It's actually true. Look, if I look sideways, my nose points at you guys. Like right now I'm facing this way, but my nose is right at the camera. You see that? Same thing if I look this way. Now I'm looking this way.
Can you hear me?
And it's right at it. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, is all good now?
I think we're good, bro.
Yeah, no echo.
Yeah, so no good reason to be Muslim or convince us to stop worshiping Jesus. Which one you want to do?
I would like to go with the second one.
Are you a Muslim?
Not worshiping Jesus. So I would say I believe that believing that God becoming a man, I would say that's incoherent.
Okay, are you a Muslim? Just real quick.
Yes, I am.
Just a curious question. No Muslim ever wants to answer the first prompt. Why?
I would say it's usually harder to do. Like, instead of the second topic, I believe the second topic is way easier. And also the first one, I did not prepare for it.
Okay.
like to this conversation.
Okay. All right, then. That's fine. You're reasonable. You gave an honest answer. Go ahead with the second topic.
Okay, no issue. So I would say that God becoming a man, I would say that's incoherent, as there is essential attributes to be a man that contradicts what it is to be a god. I'm not sure if I expressed that correctly.
Okay, make the argument.
Okay, I would say that, for example, God does not sleep while man does sleep.
Okay,
I would say
just
that
real quick. Is sleep
yeah.
what is sleep contingent on a person or a nature?
A person, I would say, not a nature.
Sleep is contingent on a person?
Yeah, because the person sleeps, not the nature.
So so is it the case then that you as the person, right, if you go to Gehenna and you exist there, you will still require sleep?
What did you say? You will go to what?
Gehenna, like heaven. You go to heaven.
Oh, Jannah. Okay.
Yeah. Are you still going to require sleep?
Not as far as I know, though. I'm not sure, to be honest, about this one.
Okay, so then it's not contingent
like
on
the
your
Islamic
personhood.
position on this. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it's not contingent on your personhood. It's contingent on your nature then, because you don't take your nature with you to heaven. You take your personhood with you to nature, or to heaven. Sorry.
Yeah, I would say that when we go to Jannah or the afterlife, we will not be as human as we are now.
Right. So your personhood.
This would be my answer. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So your personhood is going to be in alignment with a new nature, and you'll no longer sleep. So therefore, it's not the personhood that requires sleep.
Oh yeah. Okay. Then maybe you misunderstood me a bit, or I did not clarify enough. What I meant that person sleep is that nature. Okay, you might need to sleep by nature, but your nature does not sleep. It's the person who sleeps. Like there is no nature outside of us called humanity that sleeps. It's the persons that possess the nature of humanity that sleeps.
Okay, does my cat have personhood?
I would say yeah.
You think my cat has personhood?
Yeah, like different cats has different personality. Like there are more energetic cats.
So is your argument that like all living things have personhood?
All living things have personhood.
Like anything that sleeps has personhood? Is that what you're saying?
I would say yeah, all living things has personhood. Yeah.
Okay, so everything
would that
sleeps,
be an issue?
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't think my cat is a person. I don't think it's a member of a rational kind. Well, I'm looking at your worldview to see like what's going on here, and this I've never heard this before, so I'm kind of seeing what you're doing. So anything that sleeps is a person, right? So therefore, it follows that like they're sleeping because of their personhood. Therefore, if they're in heaven and they have a new nature, they should still sleep because it's the person that sleeps, right?
No. It's the person that executes the actions that actualize sleeping. It's not the nature. So your nature does not sleep. It's you who sleeps.
Okay,
but you sleep. Yeah.
Can a person sleep without his nature?
Can a person sleep without his nature?
Yeah.
No, because what would that even be?
Okay, so then sleeping is contingent on the nature, not the person. Because the necessary condition that one needs to sleep is to have a nature that sleeps.
Yeah, look, I agree with you on that. My point is that natures do not do things. Natures do not sleep. Natures if you are a person that possesses the human nature.
Yeah, natures absolutely do things. Do trees grow?
Yeah, trees do grow up, yeah.
Yeah, so it's doing something. It's growing. A tree doesn't.
Unless you're going to say that a tree is a person.
No, but I meant like, do you believe that you and I have the same nature, like we have the human nature?
We possess a human nature, but I just want to focus on this aspect where you say persons do things, natures don't do things. We're going to Libiano you here. When a rock falls down a hill, did a rock fall down a hill?
Yes, it's fell down the hill.
Does the rock have personhood?
No, it doesn't.
But the rock did something.
I would say something else did something to the rock, not that the rock itself did something.
Yeah, but there's,
for example, if I kick the rock.
But hold on, you're presupposing a person. Do things do if we go back long enough, like there are planets out there that don't have personhood, that all things are happening to it,
Yes,
right,
yes.
on those planets. So like it doesn't require a person to do those things. So these things are still happening. So things do things without personhood. Like water runs without a person making water run.
Actually, I never thought of that. Like, can you give another example of that? Like,
trees grow,
what do you
water
mean?
runs,
Like,
snow falls, rain falls,
Wind blows.
wind blows, fresh blows.
These are-
I never thought of that actually.
Fire
I
produces
never thought of
heat.
it.
The sun produces
Would you say
light.
then I would define a person as maybe I'm backtracking a bit, so forgive me for that, but what I would define a person as is you have the you have the rationale to choose doing something over the other.
I agree. A
Like
person
I
is
choose
a member of
to,
a
for
rational
example, talk
kind.
to you instead of
Yeah.
Yeah. What did
I
you
agree.
say?
I agree. A person is a member of a rational kind. We're on the same page there. But that has nothing to do with sleep.
Okay.
Right? My nature is going to sleep whether or not my personhood decides to. Like if I choose with my personhood to keep myself awake as long as possible, eventually my nature is going to win and I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, but how does your nature sleep without you as a person sleeping though?
No, it doesn't do it without, like, it's not without him, but it is also despite him, right? Because his personhood is trying to choose just to remain awake. So
But my
the choice
nature
he's
wins.
making, but his nature wins.
Okay.
Because my nature requires sleep.
Your nature requires sleep. I would say that every human requires sleep by his nature. But
and so what's like?
So I would say this. Okay, I get where you're coming from, but what I don't get is that I still think that your nature and you as a person, your nature determines like what you can and you cannot do,
Yeah, correct.
and
So
what it
Christ
requires
had
from you.
both, right?
Yeah. What did
So
you say?
in his humanity, Christ has both natures, right? So in his humanity, maybe he's sleeping, sure, but that doesn't mean that the divinity is not sustaining the universe. Because this is not, it's not a P and not P in the same sense, right? These are in two different senses. This is why they're not contradictory.
But would you say that like the divine nature of Christ, that it can't sleep or it doesn't need to sleep? Like which one of these would you say?
Correct. The divine nature doesn't need to sleep.
Does not need to sleep, but it can sleep though.
Oh no!
Like
The divine nature can't go unconscious. That's not what it can't do.
Oh, it can't.
That's the point. So while Christ in his humanity is sleeping, in his divinity, he's still sustaining the world.
But wouldn't that be splitting Christ into two persons, though?
No.
Like the human person, Christ, and the divine person.
No, because we're not saying we're not saying that there's a second Christ that is sustaining the world while the first Christ sleeps. It's the same divine person.
So
doing both.
Here's where I think the confusion is. A person is just a first person perspective, right? It's a member of a rational kind. So that first person perspective is in alignment with a nature that is rational, and this is what makes it a person. Jesus subsists in a nature that is God, subsists in a nature that is a human. Minds, wills, desires, passions are all contingent on the nature. So the knowledge, the so-called mental state of God is contingent on the nature that is God. The person of Jesus is in alignment with that, as well as being in alignment with the human nature, because our knowledge is contingent on our nature, not our personhood.
So when Jesus in his humanity, when he was a human, when he sleeps, would you say that Jesus, the person himself, is unconscious or conscious?
So in the strictest sense, you can say those words just based off how we use language. But if we were to write this out like in a philosophical paper, right, we would say that the person, right, isn't asleep because the person is awake in the nature that is God. We'd say the human nature is asleep.
The human nature is asleep.
But that's if we're getting
But
strictly
isn't
into
like
the
the
very
human
strict
nature?
semantics. You can use a language.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
you want to clarify? Go ahead, clarify.
Okay, so if I said that the human nature of Jesus is sleeping right now, wouldn't that imply that the person Jesus is sleeping? How can it be that the human nature is sleeping while Jesus the person is not?
Yeah, so we'd say it like this. Jesus the person is sleeping insofar as his human nature is asleep. Right? Because he possesses the human nature, so therefore he is sleeping. We would also say that Jesus is awake insofar as his divine nature is awake.
And these two can be both true at the same time?
Right. Just like I can stand in my office and I can stand in the hallway, and it both be true I'm in the office and the hallway. It wouldn't be contradictory because it's not in the same way in the same sense.
But I would say this is a bit disanalogous because each of these things that you just said are not negating one another. While in the example of Jesus, if we say that the person Jesus
they
is...
do negate each other.
Yeah?
It is a contradiction to say that you're both in the office and in the hallway, right? Unless you're like standing in both areas. So like Jesus subsisting in two different natures is no contradiction because he's in alignment with both places at once, just like I'm in alignment with the and again, it's not an analogy for God or the hypostatic union. It's just thinking about how we think about things, right? I'm both standing in the hallway and standing in the office. Those are contradictory terms, yet it's still true because it's not in the same way in the same sense.
So how is it true then? Like the analogy that you just gave.
Yeah, so a hallway is not an office, right?
Yeah.
Those are contradictions. A hallway cannot be an office cannot be a hallway. They both cannot be the same thing at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. So, me, the person of John, can both stand in my office and stand in my hallway. So I'm subsisting in two different locations.
Yeah, at the same time.
Yes, the same time. So Jesus, again, this is not an analogy for the hypostatic union. It's just a way to think about it. It just helps me think about it. Right? I'm not a big fan of analogies, but Jesus, the person, subsists fully in the human nature, subsists fully in the God nature. He's in alignment with both natures as simultaneously at once. So for there to be any contradictions or issues, it would have to be in the same way, in the same sense. So if Jesus, who was God, changed his godhood, altered it to become a man, you would have lots of problems. But that's not what happened. Jesus still possesses the full godhood, but he simply aligns his personhood with the human nature.
What does it mean to align his personhood with the human nature?
Maybe I can give an analogy.
Aligning it?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so have you ever heard the analogy of the hot iron rod in the fire?
No, never. What is it?
Okay. So when you put the iron rod in the fire, let's say the iron rod is the human nature, right? The fire doesn't stop being the fire, but the iron glows with the heat and the light of the fire. It's completely permeated by the fire, and so the iron acts like the fire while remaining iron.
Okay. How is that analogous to?
So the human nature doesn't become God. The human nature doesn't become God, right?
Yeah.
The fire still remains the fire. The human still remains the human. You understand?
Okay. I understand that. Yeah, I do. But in the example that you gave,
what's the contradiction? The fire is still going to do the fire thing, while the iron is going to do what iron does, as well as act like the fire because it's taken on and permeated by the fire.
Yeah. So I would say like this is analogous because in the case of Jesus, we are predicating both nature to the if I'm understanding this correctly, we are predicating both nature to Jesus, the person. So if we are predicating that the human nature sleeps, this is true of the person Jesus, that he is sleeping. And we are predicating at the same time that the divine nature is not sleeping to the same person, Jesus. Okay, then that would be like a be and not be. But it
No,
seems like
because it's not in the
I'm not
same sense
understanding your
as I just said.
position
As I just said to you, right?
clearly. Yeah.
It's not in the same sense.
Yeah.
The fire is always the fire.
Yes.
We just now
So
also have an iron rod that has the properties of the fire as well.
okay. So
The fire
correct me
doesn't
if I'm
stop
wrong.
being the
Are you
fire.
saying that?
So while the iron rod is doing something, the fire is still the fire. No matter what the iron rod does, the fire doesn't change.
I totally get that, but when it comes to the fire and the iron rod, we are not predicating two different things to one let's say person or one thing. But this is like why I can't understand your example and how it is analogous to Jesus. Are you saying that? Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that you are
The fire is
predicating
the
Jesus
divine
sleeping in a different sense than you are predicating that Jesus is not sleeping in his divine nature?
Yeah, because the fire is going to be the divine hypostasis, right? The divine person of the word. This divine person of the word takes on the iron. The properties of the divine person are permeating the iron, but he doesn't stop being the fire.
Yeah.
That argument is fire.
Your analogy, I think works fine. And by the way, John, if you are speaking, I think you're muted.
Test.
I don't.
No, you're there.
I don't think. Let me think about this a bit. Okay. I would say either I'm not understanding how your analogy is analogous. I'm not comprehending it fully. But I don't think like this works with Jesus, like having two different.
Can you demonstrate that, bro?
Look, I think the issue is that I'm not understanding how your analogy like portrays the relations. It's a problem on my part. I apologize. My English is not the best, so I have like to think in Arabic and translate everything that I think into English. So I think this is an issue on my part, but I don't see it as analogous because we are not predicating two contrary attributes or two different negating two different things like sleeping and not sleeping to the same person.
Okay, well then I don't think we can help you.
Okay. Thank you so much, John, for being respectful. It was a very nice discussion and a conversation.
Sure. And yeah, you
Have
seem
a nice
like
day.
you seem like a nice guy, man. I'm gonna let you go. The reason I'm saying I don't think we can help you because we give explanations, and it just feels like your answer is kind of like nah. You know what I mean?
So sorry about that.
No problem, man. God
So
bless.
have a nice day.
You too.
God bless.
As soon as I want to leave, that's when a whole bunch of people come in. Damien, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello?
Yes, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, it's me again, man. You kicked me out, and I feel terrible about it. I just wanted to.
If I kicked you out, there's a reason. Come back another day. Come back. I'm sure you mean well. You seem like a nice guy. But yeah, if I kick you out, there's a reason. We're running a show. We're running a show here. All right, folks, that's it. No one else is in the queue today. I'm starting to get to the point now where I'm really feeling it. Freaking, I get a weekend off from the wife and I get sick. I was going to party.
Glory to God.
I was gonna party. I was gonna go get a keg, and I was gonna really get into it. God's like, nah, bro, nah. All right, so real quick, let's run a quick poll. This poll is going to be on YT, the main YT. So if you want to do that, it's a Big John Steele on YouTube. The poll is this: did Fresh do good enough for the big box? Big box means he's an official co-host. Right now, he's just kind of like a side project. I put him down below, so if he like said something really crazy, I could just kick him, and it wouldn't be awkward. So we're just doing a
Why you
poll.
worship three gods?
Yeah. Listen. John has sometimes said some things crazy, and I've had to kick him. Striker says, absolutely, my brother did a fantastic job. Fresh earned his promotion. Mass Monster says, nah.
Yeah, Mass Monster's huge. That's at least 2 votes.
Yeah. If that's actually you, bro, good job taking a needle. He can get the big box. Fresh absolutely cooked today. I agree.
Appreciate it. Glory to God.
Jacob just says hi.
Hello. Submit to
I just joined. My vote doesn't count, but I'll vote yes.
Hey, thanks, Chief.
I don't even get the big box. I usually get a very small emoji in the corner. That's because you don't want to go on camera.
Yeah, you have a special box too. Like you have like a pocket.
Yeah. If you wanted to go on camera, it would have been fine. Fresh has no problem going on camera. He runs a podcast.
Yes.
W Fresh. All right. Well, you got a 95% vote. So, yeah. Well, next time we get you up, we'll get you
Glory
up
to
as
God.
official co-host.
Glory to God.
Next up is going to be Funky.
I think Funky gets big box automatically, though. Just being honest, like I think
Why?
he proved himself on modern day debates, so I don't think he really. But it's just my opinion. I'm still just a little box. So.
Here's my opinion. I think Funky has the potential to full on crash out on people and get me banned. I think Funky has that potential. So I'm not too sure.
I don't know.
Funky's a phenomenal
like
debater.
Yeah, I think maybe in text, and I think it's like as a joke. But I think when it comes to actually debating, I think he's got it.
You think he's got it? You think we should just skip the small box? You go straight to
I
the big
do.
box?
I do.
I mean, he's definitely paid for it.
Yeah, well, that too, right? Like, I mean,
You
he
can't
owns the big
buy your way
box.
into my good graces. It doesn't work that way here. It just makes it less likely that you're going to get banned if you say something out of pocket. Because it's like, well, if we ban you. He says I'm blushing. All right. Well, we have one other person just hopped up in the queue. So if somebody gives me some incentive, we'll bring them up. Oh no, they left. Never mind. Never mind. No incentive. Let's do a quick prayer. Then we're going to go hang out on YouTube for a little bit, and we'll call it a day. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, you are good in all things. I ask that you guide all the people that we talk today into the knowledge of you. And, Lord, thank you so much for providing good and fruitful conversations. Today wasn't as bad as most days, Lord, and I got to give that to you. And it seems like you provided in the time when I'm in sickness. So I thank you for that, Lord. I ask that you give all these people who are listening opportunity to share the gospel, to do the things that they need to do, to be more Christ-like, and that they recognize those opportunities when it is given to them. That you forgive us of our sins and never turn your face from us and give us grace in all times. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
God is good. All right, guys, come on over to YouTube, Bueller, because you're stuck on TikTok. I'm going to be kicking you. Thanks for coming up today and participating and co-hosting, man.
Thanks for having me, man.
And guys,
Thanks for having me, bro.
do you want to promote yourself?
No.
Plug yourself? You don't want to plug yourself?
No. Follow me here, Fresh Bueller. Fresh Bueller on YouTube. Also, check out the Goat Show podcast.
I don't want to plug myself. Proceeds to plug himself.
Well, because you pushed.
All right. All right, folks. God
Don't
bless.
twist my rubber arm.
We'll see you all next time. At least on TikTok. Oh my God. This sickness is getting worse and worse by the hour. I think tomorrow is going to be worse than today. My goodness gracious. I get sick so often. And tomorrow I actually have to I have to go and I'm going to be reffing some fights tomorrow. So there's going to be kickboxing fights tomorrow, and I got to go be a ref for them. I would love to step up at some point. Do I have to already have a platform? Oh, to be a co-host? Yeah. You already have to be doing something, right? You already have to have a platform and already be doing something. You have to show me that you have the incentive to do it yourself, right? There's got to be like some reason that I'm bringing you up, not just because like I want to, or like it's something I want to do in the future. If you already have a platform and you're already doing things and you're already growing, and I already see like, hey, you've done good work, and you're also like contributing into our community as well, then yeah, we could talk about co-hosting. But for the most part, we're going to be very strict on our co-hosts over the next little while, because people have abused that in the past. So we're gonna be pretty strict on it. It's a cold. Yeah, I got a cough. I got a headache, and I'm just kind of drained. Like that pulsing feeling you get when you're sick. I'm kind of at that at the moment. I have a great tip for a cold: black currant berries, raw, no sugar. I'm on the carnivore diet right now, so no. As soon as I hit my goal weight, then I'll go back onto eating food. But yeah, I understand. Thank you for understanding. Yeah, please don't take it personal. It's not a personal shot. But like, if I just gave everybody an opportunity, there's too much potential for people just saying some really out of pocket and crazy things. There's just too much potential for that. So you gotta be careful. John got fat. No, I didn't get fat. No. I just don't like being the weight I was. So I definitely wasn't fat. I don't think I was even really that chunky, but I was bigger than I like to be. I like to walk around at the 175 range, and I got up to 190. And I got like body dysmorphia in my head. And so like I'm back down to like 178 now. But no, I definitely wasn't fat. Doing keto's good too. I need to do the really strict stuff or I'm going to fall off. Plus I was doing it to see if it helped my sleep issues, which it didn't, but I'm still going to stick on it until I get to the weight I want to be at. Extreme amount of vitamin C. I take vitamin C. Eggs, meat, butter. That's pretty much what I got. Cheese too. Bro, 175 is so light. Try 190. I was 190. I'm going down to 175. It's so much. It uses, being heavy is too much energy moving around. That's the issue. You're 6'2", right? You should be at least 180. No, I want to be 175. That's where I feel good, right? That's when I feel my best, is when I'm in the 175 range. Even lighter. Sometimes 170 is when I feel better. I've gotten to like 165 and I felt pretty good there too. But when I start getting into when I start going 185, 190, when I'm in that range, I'm slower. I breathe heavier. My body doesn't operate as much. I get more injuries. And so again, I'm training for martial arts. I'm not training to be like huge in the gym. So yeah, I want to train to be a better martial artist. Take off, John. We're going to take off in a little bit. I like to hang out with you guys. This is one of my favorite parts of lives, is just hanging out and talking to you guys. I don't get to do that too often, so it's nice. It's nice to just kind of have a little yap sesh. Little yap sesh. You're 6'5", 300? Wow. You're a big boy. Big boy. You got your membership back in the martial arts gym? That's what's up. I'm trying to get down to 200. Try the carnivore diet. I don't think like all the benefits everybody scream about health and stuff like that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that being the standard. But it's a great way to lose weight because it's really hard to overeat on the carnivore diet. It's one of the best methods that I've used to lose weight. And I want to lose weight if I do the carnivore diet or like even a keto diet where I'm very low carbs. That's the best way I've done. Fasting is the fastest way to lose weight. Nah, I've done that. My issue with fasting is I'll fast and I'll only eat one meal, but I'll eat 3,000 calories in one meal or eat 3,500 calories in one meal. And I'll do it without even like getting full and just eat. It's easy for me to eat in one meal. Pray healing, wholesome, and wellness from the crown to your head, soles of your feet, sealed with the blood of Jesus' name. Thank you very much. That was very nice. I missed the live though today. Hope it's well. You can always go back and rewatch it. Fast isn't good enough. You have to stay active as well. Staying active, I'm not half as active as I used to be. I train maybe 2-3 times a week. Right now I have an injury, so I haven't really trained. I got a rib injury. But I used to train 5-6 days a week, and I got really fat training because I didn't eat properly. People were looking at me like, and I was also bulking at the time. But yeah, training is such a small percentage. Yes, we're finished up the stream. Yeah. No, we're not taking any more callers. I don't know what OMAD is. Have you ever watched the Baki anime? No. Carnivore OMAD. Eat tacos. I ran 10s and 100. That's crazy. Calorie deficit is the most important for weight loss. Yeah, that is what it is. I just find with the carnivore diet, it's so hard for me to go over my calorie intake because it's like so filling. And you really don't want to eat. Like once you've eaten your food for the day, you're like, like I don't want to snack because what am I going to snack on? Like, got to make eggs. And you're like, I'm sick of eggs. Sick of eggs. You like my co-host? We like our co-host. Diet is knowing important. It's legit 70-30. Yeah. 70-30, 100%. Yeah, working out is important. If you want to build muscle, working out is important, right? If you're just talking weight loss, you can get away with just diet. You just get away with just diet. Beef jerky, it's got so much into it. They add so much extra sugars and stuff in your beef jerky. You should check it out. Their real life martial arts just exaggerated it a bit. What? Carnivore 1 meal a day. Yeah, I eat what when I'm doing carnivore, I eat whenever I want, however much I want, and I just don't ever seem to overeat. The black guy not welcomed anymore, Jordan or whatever his name is. Jordan always has an open pass. He just never asks. He never asks to come up. Proverbs 11:1, a false balance is an abomination to the Lord, but just as weight is his delight. What? I eat 400 grams of meat a day. That's crazy. I don't know if that's crazy, actually. Make your own jerky and add whatever you want. Too much work. Too much work. Make homemade beef jerky with an air fryer. Still too much work. I intermittent fast, a meal a day, big dinner. Nothing wrong with it. I'm just talking about what works for me. Tips for bulking. I can't even make myself hungry enough to eat over 2,000 calories. Well, I'm the wrong guy to ask because it's really easy for me to eat. I have a really big appetite, so it's really easy for me to eat a lot of food. And because I used to be, because I got really fat as a kid, I have more fat cells than most people. So it's easier for me to get fat because I have more fat cells. So bulking for me is not hard. The problem is I just get too fat. Bulking muscle for me is very hard. I'm very bad at it, actually. My biggest issue is every time I've bulked, I do put on some muscle, but I put on way more fat. But I'd say, hey, if you really, really want to like bulk, pastas, man. Pasta. Like if you're one of those people who just struggles to put on weight, pastas, heavy carbs, because you're gonna get more calories per gram of a carb than you will for like grams of protein and whatnot. But you also need a certain amount of protein to make sure that you're putting on muscle. Drink more water before you eat. Thanks. That's exactly why I intermittent fast. You eat less overall and don't have to go to bed hungry. That's wrong for me. If I intermittent fast, I eat a lot. There was a point where I was doing the 1 meal a day, long time ago. Abby will attest to this because I went to we went to meet at a friend's house. There's a whole bunch of us that were there back when we were still friends, and I was doing the 1 meal a day, and I had like 5 Tupperware containers of food, and I ate it all in just one sitting. And they were like, "Oh my God, how did you eat all that?" I was like, "Easy," and I was still hungry after it. Milk is a great way to put on weight too. Drinking a gallon of milk, if you can get that down. Chocolate milk, yep. That's a great way. I have a friend who's just absolutely yoked. And that's something that he said. One of the ways he got yoked was a lot of milk. We were on Jordan's live a long time ago. I was actually arguing with him though. You love milk? I'm indifferent if it comes to cookies. I used to love milk, but now it makes me feel gross. I could drink 5 liters of milk a day. It's so good. Yeah, if you do milk, you're going to put on weight. You're for sure going to put on weight. Especially like get like a high calorie milk, like a homo milk or something like that. Use milk with your protein powder. Yeah. If you use mass gainer, like if you're having trouble putting on weight because you're not like, here's the thing. Most people like, and you're like one of those people, I just struggle to eat over 2,000 calories. And I appreciate the fact that you're honest about that. You're like, I can eat as much as I want. I don't gain weight. That's not the case. Most people who say that just get full quicker. The fact that you're like 2,000, you struggle. Drink your calories. That's another way to do it as well. Are my friends with Sam Solik? No. Mass gain or creatine. Yep. Those are great ways. Great ways to get bigger. Great ways to do it. What you doing, Bert? How was your little nap? Huh? You gonna miss Abby? She's gone for 4 days. She's gone. Oh, and also, if you're talking about doing a bulk, lift heavy and destroy yourself. Destroy yourself with the weights. That's very important too. You need to wreck your muscles. Wreck them. You have a hard time reaching 2,400 calories. Yeah. I wish I had that problem. I don't. I could eat 4,000, 5,000 calories in a day and be fine. And I'll eat and I'll get full in one sitting, but then like a half hour later, I'm like, I need to eat again. And that's my issue. I'm trying to cut hard. I've got about an extra 100 pounds of fat. Lunch today is a protein shake. Been there, bro. Been there. It's really hard. It's really hard. Keep going. Here's a piece of advice I'm going to give you for somebody who lost over 105 pounds. Over 100. Well, I've lost over 100 pounds. Here's my piece of advice for you. Take pictures. As much as I know you don't want to take pictures of yourself with your shirt off, I know that feeling, right? Especially when you got like 100 pounds to lose. Take pictures because you're not going to see the difference in the mirror. You're not going to see it. You need to take pictures and you need to look at those pictures every month and you're going to see the difference. That's the biggest piece of advice I can give you, especially when you're on a weight loss journey, because you're going to need something to keep yourself going in your minds. Take a picture of yourself at the beginning of every month and you'll notice a difference, especially if you're consistently staying on your weight loss journey. What games do you play on Steam currently? Right now, I'm like kind of like, I don't know what to play. I want to play 007. I just don't want to spend $100 on the game. So right now I'm in the ether of like, I don't know what to play. I got this new monitor that I want to test it out on. I've tried some games on it, but I don't know what I want to actually commit to playing. I've been stuck at 280 for months now. Just cannot get back down to after surgery. Calories, man. Calories. Count them. Actually count them. That's the hardest part. That's the hardest part. $100 is insane. Insane for what? $100 for what? What are you talking about? Or 100 pounds? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Again, I say try the carnivore thing. It's really hard to eat, overeat on the carnivore thing. I bought a graphics card and have a free code. Oh, you ended up doing that? Yeah. That's actually on the graphics card that I want too. It's the free code that comes with it. But that's all down the road. The game is $100. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm out of it today. Yeah, $100 is insane for a game. It's insane. So it's $89.99 in Canada, and then after taxes and fees and whatnot, it's over $100. It's like usually about $101 when you buy a game, which is crazy. My wife will eat 1,200 calories a day and not lose weight. It's insane, and I can't explain it. I lose weight, easily reduce calories. If your wife's eating 1,200 calories a day and not losing weight, I don't think you're counting the calories properly. If you eat 1,200 calories a day, unless you're like 4'5", right, and just like a really small person already, you're gonna lose weight, right? Maintenance calories for like a very small person is like 1,500 calories usually. So I don't think you're counting your calories properly if it's 1,200 a day, because that's really low. But again, it depends on the size. If she's a really, really small person, it may be the case, yeah, but I doubt it. With a carnivore, how do you manage budgeting? Beef is super pricey. We're living a little bit more expensive right now. We're living a little bit more expensive. Yeah, things like measuring your creamer in your coffee, like that can get you off. That can get you off. Yeah, so our budget on our meals are just a little bit more pricier than it used to be, but eventually it'll go down. I sent you my code for 007 on Discord. Please use it. I won't. What? Dog. This guy. You know, if we ever meet in person, Funky, I'm taking you out for dinner, and if you try to pay for it, I will physically fight you with my fists. And it's going to be a nice meal. I will beat the living crap out of you. Just a fair warning. That's your fair warning. And what do you mean you're not going to use it? Are you seriously not going to use it? Are you just trying to be nice? Because the gift that God has given Funky is the gift of giving. It's the gift of giving. You lost over 100 pounds as well? Good for you. It's so hard. And then it's harder to keep it off too. Funky would pay for that? No, he's not paying. If I ever see him in person, I'm taking him out for dinner, and if he tries to put 1 penny down, I'm gonna roundhouse kick him. No, I have no want to play it. Okay, then I accept your gift. Thank you very much. Very kind of you, sir. I appreciate you. Doesn't mean we're friends. No, I'm just joking. No, he would pay to fight me? He would? Funky is losing his rewards in heaven doing all this on live, though. Well, we don't know. I assume that Funky is generous, just a generous person in general. We have no idea what he is doing in his personal life. You can be publicly generous. You can also be privately generous, and you can also be both. You can also be both. I lost 100 pounds and have a really hard time keeping it off. It's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard. How long can I hold a plank? Probably a long time. I have really good core strength. I don't know. I've never tried because I hate doing it. My issue with planking is not the planking, it's the boredom. I get really bored. So I would say if I really pushed, I could probably do at least a 5-minute plank, at least. If I really pushed for it, like if I really like didn't want to give up, I could probably do. I feel like I could do more. Abby, what do you think? I know Abby could do like quite a long time. I think my biggest issue is going to be boredom. I'm going to get bored there doing it. I lost 100 pounds. I'm all wrinkly. Ooh, me too. If you guys go watch my fight, I was down to 155 pounds, and you could still see my skin sag when I'm in certain positions. I understand that feeling 100% because I was down. I got really low at that point. So I guess you can't see my fight now, but like that's one of the things I hate watching my fight because like I move in certain positions and I can see the flaps of my skin moving. I'm like, my goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. I lost 140 pounds using carnivore. It also cured my getting bored while doing planks mental illness. Carnivore cured that? How did that do that? Do a live stream while planking? No. I could see being inbred morons as good as a reason as, oh my goodness gracious. John should just come in with a cheap taped on handlebar mustache. You're behind on the live because of the data saver. Sorry. No, you're good, Abby. I went from a 268 max to a 174 minimum. I'm cool with 213 right now. Are we talking about planking? It's been a long time since I watched your fight. I kind of want to watch it again. I never want to see it again. Some people get pounds of flesh taken off after the weight loss. That's one of the things that me and Abby have on that if we ever have money list is I'm going to get surgery and have some skin taken off. That's one of the things. Like, it's not a bad thing. Like, it's honestly, it's just a me thing. Like, nobody's really ever commented on it or mentioned it. It's not even that bad. Like, you kind of have to look for it. But like in my head, it's like I worked so hard to get into shape in my life, and I just have this skin that just prevents me from reaching that last little bit. So if we ever have money, we're planning on like getting me a surgery. But that's like a if we win the lottery type thing, not something we're gonna really strive for because there's better uses for money, right? Like it's probably better to use that money for charity than a surgery. Yeah, it's a personal thing for sure. Yeah, you expect to do it as well? Yeah, probably. Yeah, when you lose over 100 pounds, you're gonna have extra skin, right? That's one of the things I encourage people when they want to lose weight. Don't do it fast. I did it fast. I lost like 60 pounds in like less than 6 months. I lost like almost 10 pounds a month because I starved myself, and that was a big mistake. After losing 140 pounds on carnivore, my skin snapped back. Don't need surgery. Some people are just lucky and they get the skin snap back. I didn't get that. Lost 70 pounds in 6 months. That's awesome, man. Is the new 007 first person shooter game like the GoldenEye? No, it's third person. It's kind of like what do you call it? Hitman. It's kind of like the Hitman game. So a little bit of mix between that. Never knew Big John was that big. I was that big. 305 was my absolute peak. That's where I didn't stay. I wasn't 305 long. That's like a bad day where I had a lot of extra water and I hadn't been moving. Like most of the time I was sitting around like 280, but like 305 was my absolute worst. Are video games a sin? No, it can be. Yeah, it's a third person game for sure. You play the lottery? No. Me and Abby, when we went on a little trip, we went to the casino and we spent $100 at the casino. That's like the most we've done for like lottery. We don't buy lottery tickets or anything like that. It was kind of cute. We went in, and the first day we just kind of like played the slots and looked around, and we ended up making our money back, and we walked out even. And then we had the plan the next day. We were like, we're going to go back. We're going to put $100 in one slot machine, and we're just going to sit there until either it's gone or we double it. No, we didn't double it. It's just gone. So we actually walked out. We have $200 that we were okay to lose. And we walked out just losing 100, which wasn't bad at all. Actually, we didn't even lose 100. I don't even remember how much we lost. Something. Do you want to come up? You're 300, bro. I would have never guessed. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Lost 5 pounds in one day. Big dookie. Does that count? No, technically, yeah. Casinos are a scam. Oh yeah, we didn't go in to win. It would have been nice if we did, but we went in to just have fun, right? We figure there's not a lot in the area that we want to do, so we needed it. We just got away to like get away to de-stress a little bit, and we figured, hey, we're going to spend money on something to do. We might as well just go have fun at the casino, and we had a great time. Although I wish we had a little bit more to spend, because I would have loved to play like the cards and the roulette table, but their minimum buy-ins were just too high. They're just too high to do it. And I'm like, we're going to get 3 rolls and we're going to be gone. Right. And I wanted to play a game. So we just did slot machines. Hold on. What did you say? We just talked about what we would do if we won the lottery, but we didn't buy a lottery ticket. LO. Yeah. We talk about that a lot. I've never been over 200, not even when training in the army. Yeah. It's a lot of weight to carry. $80. So yeah, we lost $80 at the end of the day, which is not bad. Not bad. $80 to have a couple of days of fun is pretty good if you ask me. No blackjack. Again, the minimum buy-in was too much. The blackjack, the poker, the roulette, all of it was too much. Right? Too much for a bet. Like we went in with a budget. It was $15 to $20, something like that. And if that like each hand, each roll was that, we'd only have 3 or 4 goes if we lost. How tall am I? I'm about 6'1". I'm between 6'1" and 6'2". 6'1". That's how they get you, John. I know that's how they get you. Poker is fun. I love poker. Like I want to go and do a poker game with some buddies where we sit down, like $5 buy-in. Nothing expensive, and just have some fun. I love poker. Could I give you good apologetic books I should read? It depends on where your goal is and where you're at. I always say start with Peter J. Williams. Can we trust the Gospels? BJS Poker Tourney. Yeah, like a $5 buy-in. I'd do that. I like to do it in person, though. I haven't played poker in years. I need to play again. Hold'em, meet in the middle. Texas Hold'em, yeah. Texas Hold'em is the only way to play. Hold'em in the casino is fun. A $30 buy. They didn't have Hold'em in the casino we went to. They had versions of poker, but it was like the type of poker that you're designed to lose. Not the real fun stuff. Bert, get down from there. Get. Hey, psst, get. Listen here, you little shit. Get. Ow. Ow, that hurt. Why are Christians so fearful of Jesus' lineage? We're not. Read the room, bro. We're just hanging out now. We're just chilling. We're just chilling. We're not even doing anything. We're not even doing debates. Read the room. Ever went bowling? Yeah. In Iowa, they have rooms with just hold'em tables on the whole floor. Yeah, listen, I played, when I went to Vegas, I was like, I'm going to go $20 and just play a bit of poker. And I lost that $20 in 5 seconds. It was done. The guy just bought me out. He just played the table. I'm like, first hand, he's like over 20 in it. I'm like, best Hold'em players are the best bluffers in my opinion. Well, yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't think you have to be a good liar to be good at poker. I think you have to be a good reader. That's what you can be an honest person and play poker, but if you can read other people, that's where it's at. I think that's where the skill is. That's my opinion. Yeah, I don't think you have to be a good liar. All right? You just have to know. You have to know. I remember playing poker with my buddy's dad a long time ago, and I took him. I won that time, and I told him, I was like, hey, you have a tell. Every time you have a good hand, you throw your chips in the middle of the table harder than you do if you don't have a good hand. I'm like, that's how I got you. I love the just hanging part of the streams. I'm glad. According to the New Testament, Jesus does not come from the family line. He has no physical connection to David. Nobody asked. Read the room, my friend. People just get so upset. They're like, they have to debate all the time. Just got to know when to hold, know when to fold. Yep. Just got to spend lunch in a work hosted Smash Bros tournament. Got a power bank of it. I came in 3rd place. That's dope. Good hand splashing the pot tell. Yep. Yeah, that was his thing. He'd always throw a little harder. That was him. Not everybody's got those types of tells though. I'll never forget. I had a poker game a long time ago when I was bouncing. I was a bouncer in a bar, and we all decided after the bar closed that we were going to do a poker tournament. And this is actually one of the reasons I don't want to play a lot of like expensive poker games with people, because it was a fairly decent buy-in. I forget how much it was, and the pot was pretty big, and I won this tournament, and I won on luck because I got all the way to the last hand. It was me and the drummer and the band. So there was a band that we had playing, and the drummer and him and I were playing, and on the so we flipped their cards. I forget what we had. We flipped their cards, and I lost. I lost because we both went all in, and my cards are lost, and all I needed was one card on a river to win, and my card came up on the river, and he got so mad. He threw something. I don't remember what it was, a long time ago, and he just literally walked out of the bar, just done. And then everybody got like kind of snitty with me, and like the owner of the bar walked up. He's like left everything on the table. And he kind of like snootily said to me, he's like, the downside of winning is you got to sit there and count it all and do it yourself. No one's gonna help you. And I was like, man, this is not fun. This is not fun anymore. It wasn't worth. I think I made like $200, and I'm like, that wasn't worth $200 to me. Just a whole bunch of people mad at me and not enjoying themselves. That wasn't fun by any means. I prefer low buy-in games where it's more like, hey, let's play the game. You think Cora's on Coley's channel right now? Is she? Let's have a good look. Let's go have a quick look. Maybe we're gonna do a reaction stream now. All of a sudden, let's see. What's Coley's?
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I got a doc with just so much information. So
Okay, you know what? Let's try and quicken it up. Let me ask you a question.
No, I actually found it.
All right, let's hear.
So I'll show it to you. These are different scholars.
I asked you for verses, my friend, not scholars. I asked you for biblical evidence.
So let's actually look at scholars
talking
about the verses.
Gosh,
yeah.
This guy. I asked you for evidence. I used the Bible, and you don't want to use the Bible?
We don't want to look at the
You don't want to use the Bible? Wait, hold on. But when I quote scholars that say he's an Ishmaelite, you have a problem.
They're quoting the Bible.
Wait, hold on. I'm
Genesis
asking you, what is the evidence?
I'm going to show you.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what Edom is? Do you know where Edom is?
Hold on. Where's mine?
Is it part of being Christian being scared of the dentist? I go to the dentist.
Yes, this is all in the Canaanite region.
Can't you tell?
I'm asking you a question. Where is Edom?
No, I don't care. I'm going to show you.
Is Edom in northern Arabia?
Did you ask where?
It's a question. Is Edom in northern Arabia?
Hey, okay, I'm going to try this one more time, and then I'm.
Is Edom in northern Arabia?
All right, we're gonna answer the question.
Answer the question. Is Edom in northern? Wait, is Edom in northern Arabia?
Where's Kedar?
I keep getting muted. Is Edom in northern Arabia?
You've already left because I'm about to show you where Kedar is.
Is Edom in northern Arabia?
We're done.
Answer the question.
Oh my!
That's what she does. She becomes so insufferable and then claims victory. That's what most Muslims do. That's the top Muslim apologists. That's what they do. We can't hear him anymore. I don't know what happened.
So terrible.
I don't know the whole story, but that is the case. That is the case. They just get so insufferable, and then you don't want to talk to them anymore, and then they claim victory and they pat themselves on the back.
Well, yeah, Cora likes to try and control the conversation.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why you did. It's like that's where I was like, all right, I'm done. Here I am. I'm going to answer you, Kedar, now, and now you want to. Now you're gone. Now you're gone. Now you want to look somewhere else. Such a waste of time, man.
Yeah. No, so I know you know this.
Oh, that's Little John.
For all of the lovely people in the chat. So what we want to ask is a question regarding parsimony. And Cora, if you're still listening, I'm live all the time. I dare you to pull up. That's personal invitation to you. Okay.
John always calling out everybody.
Now, in Deuteronomy, when we see the usage of the author of Deuteronomy regarding the brethren, in specifically like one chapter prior in Deuteronomy 17, it explicitly negates that anyone who is outside of Israel can be there. It's Deuteronomy 17:15. It says this: "You shall surely set a king over you whom the Lord your God chooses, one from among your countrymen, you shall set as king over yourselves. You may not put a foreigner who is not your brother. So, what is this saying? This is saying that the countrymen, and then when it continues over to 18, we already have a pre-established context. The pre-established context is that the brethren here that are being referenced are the children of Israel, to which we are excluding foreigners, not including foreigners.
All right. All right, guys. I got to go. I love you all. God bless. You know what? Maybe we'll just raid Coley. We'll just raid Coley, and then you guys can go on over there. You guys got to tell. You have to tell them that I raided him. So, all right, we're gonna do a raid for Coley, and then you guys got to say this is from Big John, and then if he doesn't respond, he ignores it. We're never gonna raid him again, because I'm petty like that. Okay, deal. All right, guys. God bless. Have yourselves a great